Davide, to bys mohl vidět.
D.
Dčko, správna odpověď, samozřejmě, celkom
Dobře.
aktuálna novinka.
Podle mě David
24
to bude
kámo.
ne, 2010 kámo, 24 určitě ne kámo.
Počkej, vyčená, vlastně.
Buď 2000,
No,
jako
2010, no, určitě.
2010 podle mě 24, ale 24 je boho
Ne,
strašně moc
2010,
kámo,
no,
2010 určitě.
no.
Ne, počkej kámo, jako já, když
Ale
jsem hrál
počkej.
ještě 1.6, tak jsem se jako na heltívkou už díval podle mě, tyjo, když jsem
A
hrál.
2010 je pozdě sebe, podle mě,
A 2010 je kámo 12 let zpátky, jako jo, to mi bylo 12, a tyhle,
A založený, kámo, třeba to nebylo jako nějak známý, chápeš?
jako možná to bude 24 kámo, možná to bude 24.
Tak
To
2004,
je-
pravdě, i když
Máme
to je, kámo,
24, jako 2010 už je zase,
ale jako
jako kdyby to bylo
založený,
třeba
kámo,
2008 kámo, tak já,
Jako 2008,
můžeme dát 24 kámo, já bych dal 24.
kámo, nevím, no, co se týče.
Jako 2010 je asi teda moc nakonec, tyjo, jakože moc pozdě už. Imo. Či
2010
1.6 už je
pozdě?
strašně dlouho kámo, oni coverovali už 1.6, že? A
Jako, ale
tyjo, 99 je, to už je, to je
Ne,
mo,
ne,
to je
ne.
blbost, podle
Jako
mě 22,
24,
podle mě 24, no, kámo, podle mě
Tak
24.
dáme 2004.
Shodneme se,
no.
dáme Cčko,
Jo.
dejme C.
Takže Cčko, finálna odpověď
Pojďme teda,
je
ale
nesprávna. Z roku
Kámo.
2002.
tak brzo.
Tento rok bolo 20. výročie HLTV.
A jo, vlastně.
Jo, já tam jsem každý den kámo a nevím.
A jo, já jsem si to teď vzpomněl, kámo, jak se to výročí.
Půl let.
2015, počkej, Katovic.
Kámo, nebyly to Virtusové, kámo.
Já myslím, že...
To podle
Ne,
mě
počkej,
byly,
to byli Fnatic, kámo.
myslíš?
No, jak Freiberg, kámo, dal spray, ne? Víš, co myslím? Jak Freiberg dal ten
Nevím.
spray jeho, ale oni prohráli. Kámo, nevím, to bylo
Myslíš,
jestli- to bylo
Fnatic?
jestli 15, podle mě. Nebo?
Nevím,
Kámo, já myslím, že jo. Já myslím,
Já
že
si-
to byly Fnatic. Protože vím, že ESL One Cologne vyhráli NVS, myslím, či? Nebo já nevím, kámo. Já bych dal Fnatic sebo.
Dal bys Fnatic. A
Já myslím,
nevyhrali.
že ten jak dal Freiberg, kámo, ten spray na tom Infernu. Víš, co myslím?
Ty já nevím, kámo, to už je
To nevíš, že to je úplně
ne
nejčí.
týdnů a dní. Můžeme dát Fanatiky, já myslím, že to Virtus. Ale jdeme B.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko
Yes.
a je správna.
Nice, David, ty máš nos.
Mám knowledge, moc to...
Podle mě over, ne?
Že over, ale nevím.
Podle mě over, kámo, protože Inferno mi dáš
to je jedna
ekran.
odpověď vlastně správná, no tak over.
Presne
jasně.
tak.
Over, ne?
Jo, to over určitě.
Určitě over.
Áno, správne. Po prvých dvoch majoroch sa tam pridal presne Overpass a Cobblestone.
2021, to bylo teď, viď? Tak to
Ano.
bylo... No,
Jste byl pátý, ne?
Kámo.
Nebyl 11,
pátý,
kámo, 11.
Kámo, teďka ty
Já nevím, kámo, já nevím,
Týpek,
kolik byl minulý rok.
ne, určitě
A minulý rok
nepátý.
byl ještě decent docela,
Nebyl,
ne?
ne, už kámo, to už bylo to už nebylo dobrý, to už bylo poprvé nebyl v top 5 nebo co jo. To si pamatuju. Buď 8
Tak
nebo
11 určitě nebyl, kámo, podle mě.
Kámo, podle mě
Musel
byl.
být teda 8.
Tak
A
8.
nevím, kámo, nevím.
Kámo,
Nevím, předtím vstipnul Fanatiky, tak dám ti ještě jeden
kámo,
guess.
počkej.
Jako já si myslím, že 8.
Ne, to už byly,
jako.
kámo, to už nebyly dobrý astrolid přece. Počkej, já nevím, jestli 8.
Ale kámo, 11 je už docela out, ty vole.
A podle mě 8
Je to
ne,
mezi-
kámo, tam
mezi-
bylo úplně, to byl stacked úplně, kámo.
Či kdo tam
To já
byl,
nevím.
kámo? První, kdo tam mohl být? Tam mohl být Niko, Zaivu, Simple,
Zaivu, Niko, Electronic, Exile, Hobby.
Hobbit, 6, Shiro, ne?
Shiro tam byl určitě někde.
Shiro, to je 7,
Máš 7.
kámo. Takže už 8.
Pak, ty vado, no. Kdo ještě, kámo?
Blame tam možná, nebyl tam Blame někde vysoko, kámo?
Ne, to bylo 220, kámo.
Jo, tak to si pletu. Kdo tam mohl
7,
být?
kámo, no. Počkej, a kdo ještě? Co byl dobrý za tým ještě? Já si to matu normálně. Nějak Bit tam byl určitě, no 8 nemohl být, kámo.
Kámo, Bit nebyl určitě nějak vysoko.
Kámo, 2021 byl
No,
Bit
nebyl
asi
vysoko,
pátý.
ne?
Kámo, týpek byl doma top 5 nebo jo. Nebo top 7, Bit byl 7, myslím.
Blázníš.
Kámo, na 100% 11.
Tak
na
dobře,
100%
dejme 11, dejme 11,
100%
ok,
11.
dejme 11.
Na 100%.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko.
Yes.
Je to správne.
David.
Sebo.
David.
Ne,
To bude
počkej.
C, no.
Jo,
Odpovídalo by
C.
to, ne?
Je to
Princess
C,
to
je to
nebude,
C.
asi taky
Jo,
ne.
jo, určitě tak jsou.
Taky
Jo.
si myslím C.
A nebo D, no. Ale asi C.
Správne Cčko.
Bude drahý,
Je-
kámo.
Podle mě B. Jako já si myslím, že to nebude stát víc než 100, kámo, tady tohle.
Já nevím, kámo. To vůbec jsem na ní neznám, že takový skin jack.
Já taky ne, v životě jsem ho neviděl, kámo. Já bych dal jako Bčko, no. Nevím, jako já si myslím, já bych dal...
To je trash nějaký, kámo.
A tak je to, víš, jako, nevím.
Jo, Factory New, ten bude dražší, tak Bčko.
Právě, je to Factory New, právě.
Vlastně B, ale to podle mě víc, kámo, ale dáme B.
Myslíš, že víc? Dáme B.
Průměr, to se neprodalo, kámo, určitě moc toho, kámo, já bych dal klidně C sebo.
Kámo, tak dej kolik chceš, ty vole.
Ne, dáme na tebe, kámo, musíme dát na tebe teďka.
Já bych dal jako B, no.
Tak dáme B. Ale z Factory New víš? Ale jo, asi B to bude možná, kámo, to bude B. To dáme B.
Jo.
Finálna odpoveď B? Je to Cčko.
Kámo. Úle, tyjo, tak takový skin.
Ale kámo, průměr, to se prodal třeba jeden, chápeš, za kámo peranec.
Možná.
Prečo sa Howl stal kontraband skinom? Je to kvůli vysoké ceně?
Copyright problémy, to bylo určitě Dčko, tam byl nějaký špatný copyright problém. Znám to, protože jsem měl s tím smutnou zkušenost.
To vlastnil?
Vlastnil jsem starý
Pak to tradenul za 5 euro.
Pak jsem to tradenul za 20 euro, no.
Jedna vec bola pridaná z inej mapy v tomto screenshote. Čo to je a z akej mapy?
Ta raketa tam. Pod hevnem.
To je správne. A z akej mapy to je?
Ty krát.
Počkej.
Bude to nějaká cache, nebo něco takového.
No.
Bude to z cache, ty vole.
Není to náhodou... Kámo, není na Infernu třeba, jak máš ty kofiny, není tam raketa nějaká.
Podle mě není tam raketa, kámo. A kde by mohla být raketa? Zrovna na Nuku bych čekal, že tam nějaká raketa bude, ty vole, ale... Jako můžeme asi Inferno, jako nic jiného mi tam nedává totiž smysl, kámo.
Jo. Možná Inferno, kámo.
Ancient to taky nebude.
Ne.
Kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, a to je...
tam není
ale na Vertigo je, kámo, spíš stavební, to je stavební mapa, tyhle, tam...
Já vím, že kámo v kofinech na Infernu jsou, kámo, rakety na 100%.
Tak můžeme dát asi Inferno, zkusit.
Určitě.
Takže Inferno?
Yes.
Bola to správna odpoveď, je to Bčko.
Kámo, já to vlastně...
No je 5 head, tyhle, normálně. Já bych dal Kobl zpátky. Bych chtěl já. Bych chtěl Kobl.
Je to asi jedno, no. A Kobl byl docela nice, no.
Kobl byl cool.
I Kešku jsem měl rád.
Já Kiki jsem měl taky rád, ale to by museli trošičku ještě pomět. I ten Kobl, ale obě dvě mapy bych klidně vrátil, no. A je jedno kterou. Ale Kobl radši než Cash. A místo které... Nevím, kámo.
Já bych dal pryč Mirage, kámo. Nebo Dust. Dust bych dal pryč.
Dust nebo Mirage, no, bych taky dal. Jedno z toho bych dal pryč. Dust nebo Mirage.
Two kills, his name is X-Cloud, falls back, and the SMG peeks in, MOUZ will get traded back by Woxy, he's now with a 1v3, and that's exactly what he does!
Woxy got to swing out wide on the contact, Khaled try and do the same, see if we can isolate these duels.
Shot against James, oh what a tap! And what a round, what a clutch from Calix when high player still completely unscathed for Eternal Fire. Flash forward, Zentaro's going to see so many. He transfers back, makes it a quadra. What a spray transfer, the ace for Zentaris.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Republic Season 3. We continue on with our group stages. Group B has eliminated its first two squads, and while many more might not be eliminated today, we continue to progress through our double elimination bracket. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for today's proceedings. Yesterday's matches are absolute bangers, and today's will look to be just the same. How you doing, man?
Very excited. I think as we've kind of got a bit of a gauge of Group B, we start getting a bit of an indication as such as teams that are threats, teams that maybe aren't performing as they should do. And of course, like you mentioned, that lower bracket that we had yesterday, elimination on the line.
Indeed, we lost some lesser titans in ITB to the hands of Finest 2-0 in that first matchup. It was Forza, however, with, I guess, probably not the shock of the day looking back in retrospect, but definitely shocking at the time, eliminating that Imperial side who fell to Enterprise earlier on in the bracket. So the bracket is, as you can see, standing right now. Our top four teams in the bracket, Sinners, Fnatic, Enterprise, and MOUZ, will be taking each other on in today's proceedings. But that lower bracket, again, starts to get very spicy with Finest and Forza waiting in the wings to see who their opponents will be, Dweg.
Yeah, and in all honesty, even the drop downs, I think they'd have to be pretty fearful because for Finest, they're on some decent form as of right now. They're going to be a strong team. So making sure that you come out of that upper bracket successfully is vital because you don't really want to be here in the lowers.
Especially considering that today's matches are actually going to be pretty valuable to the teams involved. Of course, we will have Sinners versus Fnatic as our first match of the day, and Enterprise versus MOUZ as the second. And of course, those being the upper bracket semis means that with the format and the way it works right now, the victors of these matches are guaranteed to go to the playoffs in some manner of fashion, Dwayne. So very important games to say, even if they're not necessarily the last games of this particular group stage.
And just to be able to make sure you have that security, that spot to come through, and at least in the quarterfinals or in the semis can make a massive deal. So pressure's going to be on the line to make sure that you perform in this series today.
Well, listen, we'll start things off with Fnatic versus Sinners, of course, first match of the day here. And this one is going to be a bit of a surprising one, I guess, because I think a lot of people would have expected this to be Fnatic versus Finest, but Sinners actually came up with the victory a couple of days ago in their opening game. And they certainly surprised a lot of heads, especially considering how that was, in fact, a 2-0 series for them. I'm not certain they're going to be as proficient today, though, Dwayne.
No, I don't think so, but if they want to have a chance at it, I think we've got to see another good show out from Forzy. He was unreal. He was ripping like there's no tomorrow, and especially on that comeback of Ancient, I thought we saw some magical signs with him in the AWP.
Absolutely, and in general, they've sort of been competing at that lower sort of like tier 2 region, obviously beating out teams like EC Kiev and Kova. Finals was the big result, but immediately following that matchup, they took on the French team of Falcons, who of course have just qualified for the ESL Pro League, so they're currently going to get a chance at the tier 1 competition. And for them, obviously, they're still trying to crack into that level of being like a decent dark horse within the tier 2 space. A victory against Fnatic would certainly aid them in that sort of perspective, but you got to take a look at how that match played out against Finest, and I do have to say that I feel like it was more so Finest not performing well as Sinners doing a good job.
I think Finest would have known after that series that they weren't up to par, and I think we saw that in the responsive game in the first round of the lower bracket. But for Sinners today, they're facing a strong team. They're facing a complete lineup of this Fnatic team, who in all honesty, Jay, while we know a lot of the individuals, we don't know a lot of the matches and we don't know a lot of the results because, well, there aren't really any.
Yeah, that's the thing. Obviously, basically just revamping the whole roster and getting a completely new core in the door will do that to you. And their initial sort of outings have definitely been okay. I mean, look, the best of one result against Heroic was definitely the big surprising hit the ground running moment. But losing out to Big and Heroic in later best of threes obviously wasn't encouraging on that LAN environment. They didn't come out last place at Pinnacle Cup Championship, but they were also saying in that event, look, what happens, happens, and we'll deal with it as we go. And again, the victory against ITB doesn't really give you much of a basis to work from because we just saw how they got smashed yesterday against Finest. They got smashed against Fnatic in that sort of proceeding. So we don't really know where Fnatic stand at the moment. And that's sort of the big sticking point for Sinners. If they want to do anything about this, it's the fact that they know that this team will not be operating as a fully fledged team right now.
And I really feel as if the position in which we get a gauge on where Fnatic sit, where they should really rank themselves and how they compete against a lot of these teams is probably after this event, to see what they do at Republic, to see what they're able to do in the group stage, in the playoffs, whether they get there or not, because it is still so early on. So for them, it's all about putting on good performances and putting on a good showing going into that player break.
Yeah, a month from now, and after the player break is over, we're going to look back at Republic saying this is going to be the benchmark for Fnatic. And
absolutely,
whilst that obviously will be great in terms of history for the here and now, we're trying to weigh them up in Republic. That makes the job very difficult for guys like you and me, Dwayne. So Vito's coming up on screen. We don't really know what to expect out of this Vito, but what can we expect out of the match in general?
I think for Fnatic, we know that previously they didn't like a lot of Vertigo and Ancient. They surprised us with a nuke pick that came through against ITB. For Sinners, they don't like Dust 2, but instead they're actually going to go towards nuke. So maybe a bit of a punish coming through from Sinners to say, oh, they picked nuke against ITB yesterday. We don't want that.
Well, they're going to get Mirage in over on the Fnatic side, and Sinners don't really like that themselves. A bit of an opportunity to punish one of their lowest picked and lowest won maps in the pool itself. Nuke makes sense of a bit of a ban. I'm surprised that Dust 2 was floated in there because that could have been a decent punish. Fnatic will get rid of that on the second wave of the ban. The Vertigo pick comes in from Sinners on Overpass will be the final map in this series. How do we look at how this Vito's played out then, Twig?
Well, it's two punish picks off the back. I mean, we saw exactly what Beastic said in the interview. We'll Finest pick Mirage against us because we're not a great Mirage team. That's exactly what Fnatic have done. And then what was Fnatic's permaban for the most recent history? Always been Vertigo or Ancient. So the fact that one of those come through, we're getting punish picks on both sides of the field. And even Overpass, both teams typically picked a lot of Overpass in recent history too. So this is a very difficult Vito to unravel, to get an idea on who comes out on top.
Yeah, the concerning thing for me, knowing again the idea of just pulling from history of a different lineup, is obviously that it might not necessarily apply. So whilst on paper Vertigo might seem like a punish pick, and definitely it's a fantastic map for Sinners, I don't know if we can necessarily predict the Sinners winning out that map up per se. Like, you can definitely have an educated guess at that and probably get it pretty close. But something tells me that just because of the fact that pound for pound Fnatic has seemed like the better squad, they might still be able to do some damage on that map.
Yeah, just knowing with Sinners, inconsistencies, don't quite have their full lineup, they're playing with their coach. We actually saw some pretty good signs, I will say, from Tom Case in that official against Finest, especially on T side, being able to get some decent trades, some opening man advantages. But you are going up against a top squad, so it is going to be tough for Sinners in this matchup. And I think Fnatic are the favorites, but maybe not heavy favorites, to be honest.
Again, it's so difficult to predict. I'm actually not even going to ask you for a prediction in this context, Wade, because we just don't know what Fnatic are going to be able to pull up to the table. We haven't really seen a true test against a true Tier 2 team, or even a Tier 1 team for that Fnatic squad. You can expect them what that organization is going to be playing, and they will be having some Tier 1 opposition later down the road. For me, I take a look at the pound-for-pound comparisons of these squads, because that's like the lowest common denominator that we can look at and say, like, right, this is the main comparison point. And for me, I feel like Fnatic, just on the individual players, are the better team. So that's why I kind of swing their way as favorites in this series.
You kind of spoke about previous vetoes and how the maps kind of translate over. For Fnatic, they're actually on a 6-map losing streak of Vertigo, which spans quite a long period of time. So this could be a really good way to rectify that, to get a little bit more positivity on the board, and at least keep this first series competitive when it comes to the map of Vertigo.
Look, if there's one match to do it in, it would be this one, but vice versa also applies to Sinners to try and keep the upset streak running here in Republic. Win conditions, players to watch out for. Final thoughts, Dwayne, what are you looking at?
I think definitely for Sinners, we've got to get a good performance coming out of Forzy with that AWP. He had a very good game up against Sinners. Would love to see if he can replicate that again. I thought Shock was very consistent too. We got some good calls out from B-Stick. So those three guys are really going to have to be looking out on putting on a good show. Over for Fnatic, I think Crims was a defining factor in that ITB game. And then, of course, the Danes, right? The Danes were so solid.
Absolutely they were, and you're looking towards those two as being the main standout stars, maybe for this honeymoon period, maybe just a temporary measure for them to sort of get Fnatic in the early sort of starts up, but definitely picked into this roster for good reason, and so far they have proved it against the opposition that they've taken on online and on land. So again, I'm not going to force you for a prediction, Dwayne, but if I had to, you know, make a prediction myself, I would probably go towards Fnatic on this one. I imagine you're probably in a similar boat, right?
Yeah, you've got to be sensible and say that Fnatic should be the team that comes out on top in this sort of series. But for Sinners, it's whether they can surprise again. You look back at the game against Finest, that was a surprise. That's a win against a top 20 team in the world. But it did come back off some struggles. They were down 8-15 on Ancient. They had a massive comeback to bring it into overtime. We had some heroism plays coming through from Forzy. And that's what Sinners have ultimately got them in this position today, off that upset in the first round.
Opportunities abound, of course, for them to continue that particular run, and the pressure, however, will certainly be on them all the same. Again, we looked at that match and we believe that it was Finest messing up that gave Sinners the opportunity to do so. So this could be disastrous of a game for them all the same. Have to consider all the options, all the avenues, all the potential for this particular setup. And obviously, we know that Sinners have made changes of their own right in the last year or so, obviously replacing two of their main fraggers in the sense of Neofrag and Oscar. And obviously, Forzy had a hell of a run. They had a hell of a game so far over against the Finest side, and Forzy especially was the guy for that team.
It could be more of a guy to keep an eye out for as well. We know that on Mirage, he was very strong, and it's actually one of his best maps in the pool, so we can expect him to be a key figure towards that higher end of the board. And I think he definitely was able to show what he offers, and the more that we see from Forzy again, he's the youngest player on this Sinner side. He's only 20 years old, been a part of the lineup for a good 6 months or so. This could be great to see him continuing to gather some decent form and getting more experience against some of the higher end squads.
Experience will be valuable in the long term. In the here and now, it's going to be a difficult task for him and his AWP. Just waiting for the game to go live so we can see how much of damage he can do in this particular context. Fnatic picking into Mirage, so you can imagine that Sinners will be on the CT side. And how important will that CT side be to them, Blake?
You'd have to imagine for Sinners quite important. Normally, I'd say they actually have a fairly weak T side, but what I saw from them against Finest at least a couple of days ago probably speaks volumes of the opposite. I think on City side, they were quite aggressive. They were making a lot of info plays. We saw the way that they were pushing through towards that TV area into the apartments, getting in T-spawn a lot. I don't imagine Fnatic are going to have as many holes, though, on their T side default. So we might have to see Sinners be a little bit more on the back foot rather than as pressy as they were previously.
And we'll find out how those playstyles will particularly play out here. For Mirage, though, I don't imagine the Sinners will be able to take it. Again, I'm just looking at that second map as being the main sticking point for the Sinners side in this series and seeing whether they can utilize their advantages to their favor. Finally, we're ready to get into the matchup itself and decide all and everything more. Sinners on the CT side with a pistol round, a fuse kit over on Tomcase. And Heap and Mezzy and Crims have the utility set for Fnatic, who are going to charge very quickly into the bomb site itself. Roy, Glock leading the charge. Tomcase will spot them as B-Stick pops out towards mid, draws first blood. The CTs are forced back.
Tomcase just has to retreat, just fall back, play the man advantage. B-side completely exposed, get that arch smoke down. Now it's all about the time stalling.
Taps on taps behind the smoke. Zedco will lean forward. Crims just looking around for him, but just can't seem to see him in the moment in time. Frag found of the USP, and he doubles up towards Heap. Looks at that triple, but Nico Odos will finally shut it down. A 4-on-2 situation. Desperate taps come in for the T side, and somehow they've turned it back to evens. Stalling against the Sinners, but Nico Odos pops out for a decent challenge. That bomb not planted for Roy now. Facing in with a Glock, and he'll just get taken down by Forzy, so Sinners will claim the pistol rounds.
I love the way that Sinners fight up towards that top of mid position, deal with the lurk. You can see there for Fnatic, it's just a quick B-pop to get the smoke down towards Arch, a couple of flashes over the top, and just send it right in. Very good call from Tomcase too, just to fall back, play defensive, allow those rotations to come underway. And you can even see Zedco around that short position was huge to making sure that retake comes through successfully.
A big double up frag on the likes of Heap especially. That was a really good kill. Was locking it down for those three trades of Fnatic. You thought for a moment that that crossfire was going to work out well for them, but not to be. Sinners continue forcing forward and continue trying to hold contest in the pistol. Now the guns come out with the M4s in particular, trying to lean out towards that short position and establish early mid control.
Sinners just wanting to make sure that they don't get forced back. Mezzy got towards the gate, at least catching a fair amount of information, seeing the window angle, seeing the short play that goes back into ladder. Sinners have even spotted the bloke towards underpass.
Lob nade, doing very little damage actually. Landed pretty close towards that underpass position. Roy, I think, tucked himself in at the harder cover, evaded most of the damage. It slows down for Fnatic though, just that early info. Nothing else has been seen.
And knowing that there's a lack of SMGs, it does mean that the util is going to be very limited for the Fnatic side. So play out that mid default, get the smoke in towards the top of con and window and start splitting their way into A.
To utilize those Molotovs and flashes from here to get entry into the site. The execution's got to come through for Fnatic. They've exhausted all of their resources. No more utility in their back pockets. Got to get this bomb down and play out the post plant with no further smokes or counter util in from them. Nico Odo's dealing with Zedco, and the player out towards the ramp has been dealt with. The same Mezzy turning in on Shock. Now Forzy and Tomcase, last two players remaining. Tomcase now the last man remaining, and Fnatic are going to overwhelm them.
That's a very good response coming through from Fnatic, working their way up towards the top of Connector. In all honesty, though, I thought Shock was going to be the difference maker. You saw the first engagement going out towards Tetris. They end up falling, and then Shock's the one in ramp. I thought there was a multi-frag on the table, maybe a chance of denying the bomb for going down, and instead, Mezzy actually turns around, looks back towards that ramp position, and as soon as Shock falls, that round is over. Fnatic even have the B site open too. What a response that is.
Yeah, forced back in for the Sinners to follow up as well. The Deagles will try chime back and force out the war of attrition. Fnatic, as you mentioned, a hell of a round for them to take, and one that will catapult itself into a further lead, you imagine. Body block on the smokes will send away the connector jungle cross, so good place from B-Stick there. And a count smoke in from the CTs will block vision on the T-side line.
And they don't know about the warp going down towards a connector position. What they do know about is the opening advantage. Heap being destroyed in the early portion, but Mezzy finding a couple of kills back, wants to make sure that more fights go his way.
Yeah, that mid-lurk working wonderfully for Mezzy. A triple is just like that. They might have started off the round on a positive foot for the Sinners, but Fnatic take immediate control again. Quadra, in fact, for Mezzy as Forzy faces forward and is forced out of the round itself. Zedco should be in a similar boat himself, 1-on-4 situation.
Just tried his best to make this round expensive. Not really any way to be able to win it out completely. Second on the board for Fnatic, and I know, Jay, you're quite familiar with someone like Messi. What do you make of him going into a calling situation? Because I've got to be honest, when I sort of thought that Fnatic needed a fifth and I didn't know who was going to be the in-game leader, I thought Azza might be a very good person to get the pickup to go over here towards Fnatic. He's got in-game leader responsibilities. He's in Europe, but then I was a little bit surprised to hear that Messi was going to be picking up the IGLing.
It doesn't shock me that the Aussie caster would pick an Aussie IGL to go into an international team.
That lives in Denmark, that's worked with EU teams before. Yeah, of course, mate.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Nezzy, it's too early to tell because he hasn't really had enough of a stable lineup, really, to play as an IGL4. So I think time will definitely tell. Again, much like how we're talking about Fnatic here in the context of REPUBLEAGUE, and we're looking at them in a month's time, REPUBLEAGUE will be the litmus test and the sort of benchmark to see where this team stands. I think it'll be a similar case for Messi's in-game leading. Typically been a support player and definitely been posting numbers for Fnatic and other teams that he's been playing on in the tier 1 space. So again, those aren't deniable. How the tactical basis will play out, I think, is going to be a question to ask me again in a month's time for. So far, so good for Fnatic in this matchup, though. 3-1 on the start, and the gun's coming for the Sinners.
And this is where you'd have to imagine the Czechs have got to put their foot down and try and respond, because one thing that we kept noting, Jay, in that ITB Fnatic series was it was fairly competitive from the start, but when Fnatic got deeper into their rifle rounds, that's where they showed their full colors.
Damage being done early to the mid-control once again. Zedko put his weapon to his effect. Shock behind the smokes, watching out for Crims. Unawares of how far back he really is behind that smoke. He's extremely close and could be a major danger to the CT forces. But for the time being, they're just slowed down by this util.
Shock's going to have to reposition, make sure he's not as aggressive. Otherwise, he could get traded pretty quickly. Might spot the bomb. This could be good information at the same time. He needs to set himself up for one.
Oh, bursting through. Crims will catch the frag. Shock will fall. Molotov's in towards Sandwich the same. Zedko and Beastic will try find a trade behind these smokes again. Burning at 29 and 31 HP respectively for Beastic and Forzy. Roy in the middle of that smoke will charge forward, not being seen by Beastic. Crims, he doesn't see him still! Was right in the middle of his crosshair, but still didn't catch the frag. Tom Case left alone, and Fnatic find yet another flawless round.
I'm not even going to come up for a reason of how that's a possibility. I'll just say Roy got a pretty good kill towards Connector itself. Good crunch going down towards the A site. And of course, it all started off with that ramp pick. You saw the way that Shock is trying to pin himself around, try and dip in for information, loses that fight to Crims. And then as soon as that sandwich comes up towards Connector, that round's being ripped.
I've got nothing to add to that, and I don't know if the Sinners side do either. Disaster there for the Connector player, and I think disaster for the Sinners as a result of that. Again, all 5 alive for Fnatic. Deagle's brought back into this round as a half-invest deco. And already, Beastic is the first man to fall to Nico Odos.
A decent pace in this round for Fnatic, a little bit quicker towards the top mid stance on the anti-eco. Making sure that they put pressure down towards that top of Connector and window position like they have done previously. Even Nico Odos might be able to spot the Deagle out towards the short angle. Okay, decent shot from the coach.
He's been doing pretty well himself as an individual basis. Really impactful frags in the last couple of days of performances from Sinners. Looking towards him as being not necessarily a star man, but just a guy that will play backup dancer for the Sinners and will start things off in the TT side round. They did not see the player over at stairs, and that could be disastrous. Zedko is accounted for as that flashbang from Heat keeps him blind. Player over at default will get sprayed down to very low HP. The Deagle will continue facing in from the coach. Shock will get dealt with, so now it's all left to Tom Case standing to fall, dealing out the 5th round to Fnatic.
So far for Fnatic, it's been a slight breeze, and definitely when you look back at their previous results against ITB, there were one-sided maps. 16-6 was the first one on Nuke, their map pick, and then 16-7 on Mirage. They obviously started on that city side, got to double digits. Sinners just trying to make that as impactful as possible, and I'd say for an ego, knowing that there wasn't too much investment, they got away with a couple of kills. They can be happy with that.
Tactical coming in early for the Fnatic side. I'm kind of surprised having seen how good that last round was and how good the rest of the match has been so far. I'll take it regardless. I guess probably to realign for the next gun round coming in for the Sinners. The AWP will be out for Forzy for the first time in this matchup. And again, a player to watch out for good reason. Stellar against the finest side. Even if the opponents weren't necessarily in the best of form on that day. still want to watch out for him, and the same story for Nikodos. AWP in for his own right.
It dropped 60 kills against Finest a few days, and you even saw 40 of them being with the AWP. So anytime the big green's in his hands, you know that he's going to be a threat. And maybe that's even something that Fnatic are trying to realize about how they're going to play against it. Nikodos with the aggressive pick out towards Palace. It might even be the B-dive.
Crims will get worn down on HP, but still leaning in against Tom Case and wins the fight regardless. B-site's already taken. This round is over.
Yeah, of course it is. Even the play towards underpass, you deal with the lurk of Roy, but there's not really much way in. Even Nikodos is keeping an eye down towards A, just trying to see if he can over-rotate some of the CTs.
And he'll catch Forzy for it, remove that orb before he even gets a chance to start here in this round. Of course, well after the round was done anyway, so 4-on-2, damage done to the Sinner's side. Fnatic continue to work into Mirage. And you can see exactly why they picked this map. They are punishing Sinners in whole.
Well, we saw that in the Finest game that the Swedes actually tried to punish a lot to the B side and the T side, didn't they, Jay? They kept trying to put emphasis down onto the coach, and it wasn't actually quite working out. Now, so far in the early stages of this first half, we actually haven't seen much towards the B side. It's been mainly over towards A, and in that situation, as soon as Nikodos wins the opening pick, they just dive their way forward. They put up on Crims in an off-angle position, and as soon as Top Case falls, that's the round finished. Shock trying to stay alive, hold on to the M-Fray when S down towards CT spawn, just about to hold on to it.
Yeah, keep that gun for the moment. One of two rifles to stay in for the Sinner side. Fnatic just so confident in this basis, and I'm so shocked that Crims got that kill out of the apartments angle. He was so low HP, especially considering that Tom Case has done so much work with the weapons, and again, just filling in the gaps here and there, getting as many kills as possible. A lot more than was really expected of him, but failing in that particular context, probably the most significant failing so far of his run in this tournament. Guns back for the Sinners side, of course, will continue to reinvest with the loss bonus being at max now. But limited, no AWP for Forzy and a FAMAS for Tom Case.
Yeah, Sinners definitely feels as if they're not as aggressive as they were against Finest. Not as many info plays, maybe a little bit nervous on the City side to be able to make that kind of aggression against a team like Fnatic. And Tom Case at least peering around, not seeing anything towards the deeper of the apartments, but still hanging back.
It's passiveness in general from the Fnatic side. Just about now starting to walk up to the mid position. See Roy walking forward, putting a smoke towards Topcon. Beefstick, of course, smoked from both entryways towards that mid control, so won't see the player. He was about to receive one bow and gets that spray headshot onto Shock.
So many opening map advantages consistently coming through from Fnatic, and that one there, Heap is just wasting for the time, allowing the overpeak to come forward, and now Forzy stuck in the open.
Scout headshot attempted, but just couldn't line up the shot in time. Mezzi with the frag found. Roy still in connector, gets Beefstick. And that'll be round done already. Another overwhelming, dominant round for Fnatic right here. Zedco will try to deny the plant, but Roy gets in the way. An appropriate sacrifice, a worthy body block. Keeps Zedco at low HP and far away from the bomb site. Similar story for Tom Case.
This is pretty grim right now for Sinners. They are having a tough time on the CT side. And again, it is a punish pick of Mirage. I think they came off scot-free against the Sinners side when they got played into this map. But up here against Fnatic, we can really see those exploitations coming through. Lack of numbers across the board. And Fnatic just running defaults, that's all it is. Gaining so many picks with them too.
Yeah, nothing fancy at the moment, and I guess to go back to the whole Mezzi calling situation, there's probably nothing to his favor at the moment. It is very simple CS being played.
Simple,
but it is
effective.
working. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, it doesn't need to be fancy if it's getting you the rounds, and right now Fnatic are doing just that.
Now, you can find T-side and Mirage, in all honesty, even with newer lineups. If you just run defaults, you can just do that for the entire half. Don't need to have the cheeky set X's, the fakes, the over-rotates. Just keep it simple and trade off one another. You can see the lurkers finding success too. Even Nikodos with the AWP chipping in here or there. And for Sinners, just desperate to get any sort of start going in this first half.
Boost up for Forzy into the ladder room, trying to get onto that short defensive for the CT side. Fnatic will not be challenging it so early again, playing out the passive defaults because they've been working so far. And considering the Sinners love to go aggressive, they could just punish that aggression and just get the opening kill for it.
Yeah, these split A players have been on point. Beefstick towards the top of connector. Crims does get overexposed. An aggressive duel coming through towards ramp, but now the connector player strikes.
And Mezzi forcing out the issue. Heat trying to work in from Palace. Nades out to his position. Shock does get 2 headshots to return. Mezzi's also dealt with. Zedko continues to swing, and Roy will take him out. It's all left to the last man out towards that ramp aggression as Forzy fights onto Roy and drops the bomb. So Nico Otis' AWP in the 1v3 clutch being faced upon. Back is turned, and Shock can punish him for it. So there's the second round for Sinners.
And we talk about these heroism plays, the players in which need to step up in a certain situation, and Shock does exactly that. You have a flash forward, Crims is the only player in ramp, getting caught blind, that's the advantage, and then look at the reposition. He gets back over towards that default position, well, he starts at Tetris, really, gets that first pick onto Heap, and then gets back in and around. Zedko is stepping up, and it feels as if they're for Sinners, they've got a very strong crossfire being held on A directly.
7-2, sprayed through from Zedko, doing as much damage as he can, but not getting a frag for it. Caught off by the flashbang, jumping in the open, held back by the walls and the cover around that short fence. Allowing the opening kill to go the way of Fnatic again.
It's so uncomfortable. You win your second round, it looks like a beauty, and then all of a sudden, you just fight against the aggression down there from the mid portion. And Shock doesn't know if there's a boost to come through from that window position. Mezzi on the other side, this is undetected right now.
Shock by extending towards him again. He's thinking about it, just prodding at the seams to go towards that mid position. He's trying to account for Sniper's Nest as well. There's a player in that of him that could prod out through the shanty hole. That bomb is not yet to commit. It is up in apartments though.
And this is going to be a B split, and it's all a matter of timing on who's going to take the contact first. Is it the Apps players? Is it the lurk coming through from the top of Con? They want to force a mistake.
Oh, Tom Case evading the Molotov. The second one, however, is going to force him out in the open. 50 HP, he puts a smoke down to extinguish it. Meanwhile, a kill has come through out to that mid position. One man isolated towards Palace, but Fnatic is still pressing the issues to the B sites.
Oh, now Mezzi starting to create the space. Forzy out there in A, they don't know about him.
The execution still coming in, though. It's all down to the site defenders here towards B. Tom Case swinging. Crims sees one, and Nico Otis is forced out for the TK. Roy takes down the central site defender, and B-Stick will fall towards backside. So Forzy left alone on the A play, on the A lurk to save the AWP, because there's no way you can get this retake.
What a round in from Roy. He ends up with a quadra, not quite the ace. They're just outclassing as of right now for Fnatic on the T side. You felt there for Roy, gets up towards ladder, forces the mistake, just waits with the timer alone. And that's where Sinners have really let themselves down, Jay, I think, in this first half, is that they've been giving frags away because they've been impatient.
Yeah, I mean, just see how things have worked out over the course of this entire map. Again, extending so far as Palace and Apartments losing all those fights every single time. Forzy even swinging to try challenge the likes of Mezzi after taking down Roy. This could be disastrous for him. Quickscope does land towards it, so that's at least another good frag to turn away the exit and keep the AWP in play for the Sinners. But they can't do much to win the CT half. Fnatic just took their 8th.
For Sinners, they either need to start making more info plays with dual setups. I think that's what it probably comes down to, Jay. A lot of these slow walks forward are actually individuals coming forward. Nico Odos, unfortunately, getting that TK, looking out towards a bench position. Unfortunate timing, but the BXE still reigns in. And the trading game from Roy was excellent. Great adjustment back over to B-Stick. And Forzy holds on to the AWP, so at least they can be happy with that much.
Why did we replay that TK 3 times?
You know, just in case no one saw it. You know, you want to see it a few more.
Pretty sure Nico Otis doesn't want to be embarrassed like that, because outside of that one kill, he's having a great game. Not quite top fragging, but the AWP's having its impact. It's going to be Roy, the actual top fragger of the server, to try and look for the entries into the A site. Crims will start things off instead, though. Shock to fall. He burns back on Forzy's Molotov. A counter incendiary from Roy will try to drive away players from bench. CT's completely open, though.
Setko's a bit afraid about swinging out wide, and now the top of stairs are connected, trying to be taken. Forzy, low HP, has to just try and stay alive. Out for the Molotov, getting in the smoke itself.
Put the smoke down way too early, had to use that to extinguish the flames, but was forced forward in the end, falls back too far, and burns to Mezzi's molly. Zedko and Tom Case, the last 2 players inbound from CT and from Con. That bomb has been dropped at Tetris, so there's a possibility that it could be stalled for a moment. Mezzi going to take the fight on Tom Case, so now it's all to Zedko to try and clutch this in a 1-on-3.
Where does he look? Ram, Palace, out towards Con, doesn't know. Players all around. Oh, I feel for Forzy. They tried so hard. You're playing in and around that jungle position. You're getting some decent connections with the orb, but you're low HP. I think it was 13 when that volley came forward. He gets the smoke down, but where are you supposed to reposition? You're just stuck.
Such a great effort, and you could just see how he was not quite aware of his surroundings. It's very difficult to be aware of your surroundings when you're in the middle of a smoke like that. You don't know how far the Molotov extended. The smoke's only so close towards it. You don't want to go too far forward in case your gun barrel sticks out and you reveal yourself to the T-side line. Like, it's such a difficult situation to deal with. And for Sinners, it will lead them to fall down by 7 rounds now. Fnatic continuing to extend the lead. And it's a deco once again for the CT side.
They're just hoping for a kill if they can recover a weapon. A steal round to be something that Sinners are actually pretty decent at against Finest in their last game was those anti-ecos, being able to get a few odd shots here or there and end up with a grand surprise. These defaults though, so deadly from Fnatic.
Forzy evading that Molotov for now. Fnatic happy to play it slow because it's been one of their effective strategies, one of many effective strategies they've been playing so far in this game. Zedko dropping down, getting towards ladder. Deagle does find that first. Not quite that second, even though he got tagged in the shoulder. Now 2 more pistols to find on the B site. A third man's trying to rotate towards it. Tom Case fighting desperately and hard, and Forzy will also fall alongside him. B-Stick, similar story. Shock, 1v4.
Yeah, nothing that you can find in this one. Very good side take once again coming through from Fnatic. And now for Shock. The inevitable of being 10 rounds down is starting to settle in. And this is not the outcome that they expected in the first half at all.
And not the outcome we were expecting either, I don't think.
Nah, not like this. This is almost similar signs of the Forza Imperial sort of matchup where it just continues to get further one-sided and further one-sided out here on Mirage. You can't really expect these sort of score lines on an everyday basis.
Well, at least the silver lining for Sin is that this is the Fnatic's map pick and a map that they generally tend to not do that well in. But you are right, it's very atypical to see this be as one-sided as it is for a T-side, by the way. Sinners at least have their gun by back in the next round, but this is like one of their last opportunities on the CT side to do anything.
They're just getting rolled over, and you can just see from Fnatic how good they are, how crisp. Their trading game, of course, has been very much the higher end of a beauty. And for Sinners, we're actually going to get Tom Case on the AWP. All right, this is something different. I'm getting excited about this one.
That's a good spawn, I think, for the apartments. We'll try looking for that initial defensive line. That's a right call, because that's where part of the Fnatic default is coming into. 2 players also up in mid, 1 in the middle of that smoke. Beastick with the nades back towards Roy's general position will do no damage with it. And they're hearing all these footsteps here. They should be aware of where they're coming in from. Messi spotted, but the headshot still comes in. A double up foul, looks for the 3K. Forzy gets tagged for it. Swing back from a second T-side, member will finish off the job. And once again, Fnatic are just overwhelming here.
Mate, they are so sharp. What was that from Messi? The fact that he's hiding in the top mid smoke like that, looks towards connector, spins around towards ladder, and just domes again. A double entry. Oh, that's wild from Messi.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, you can't say anything more than that. Wild, clinical, accurate. He's playing to perfection. Fnatic are playing to perfection. It is just decimation. Absolute decimation for Fnatic right now, and Sinners can't really do much about it here. I think they might have to write this map off and go to the second and try to play the series from there.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're bang on the money. This is a poor performance coming through from Sinners. And I'll give you a fun fact as well about Fnatic, Jay. Obviously, they won the last season of REPUBLEAGUE, but who did they play in the quarterfinals? Copenhagen Flames. Roy and Nico Edos will be very familiar with getting pounced on by Fnatic last time.
Was it a one-sided series, that one?
It was!
Well, nice to be on the opposite end of the spectrum and with the squad that did the pouncing. Well, Zedko pounces on a chance to get a frag and a rifle potentially for the CT side. Picking up Crims. One of those 1-digs is seen here and there for Sinners. There's a Quasona following it up here for the likes of Zedco. Seen to the shoulder bait. Heaps ready for that kill.
Even here, both players not quite peaking together, offering up individual duels. Shock now wondering, is it even worth it to continue to press, considering he's picked up the AK, and Topcase has already been seen with the boost up from Mezzy.
Tagged up to 29. Also spotting into the A side. I think he saw one player. Certainly has now. Sprayed through the danger box, doing damage to B-Stick, down to 40 HP there. Driven back as well, the Molotov's being sent up and over. Awkward body block coming in from that one. And the Scout also lands a decent tag towards two players, setting up the SMG for a pick, but he doesn't quite land his kill shot.
And this is slightly worrying as of right now. Try and pop flash the way towards his ramp position. Chuck out the other side. Can he drop the bomb?
Almost got to do so. Nico Otto's tagged. Mezzy's also fallen in the interim. Roy trying to fight back out of jungle. 30 seconds remaining. The AWP about to be exposed. Almost caught the shot, but only landed the tag towards Shock. And B-Stick will close down against Roy. So a third round finally found by the Sinners.
Yeah, there we go. Good punishment. I like the aggressive approach there for Sinners behind the util. You come into a situation for Fnatic where they try to squeeze their way up towards top of connector. You've got some further fights being landed to that short angle. He gets a very good response to force it back to a 4v4. And of course, the Deagles are finding quite a lot of success. We saw a massive amount of chip damage, I think, in that round, Jay, which probably made the last few kills a lot easier.
Tags and tags compounding to what eventually ended up being around for the Sinners. Fnatic changing the pace entirely. Look at how close Mezzy's going to get up here towards top mid. Spray through, catches the kill on Zedco. Shock fell on the first frag. A 5-on-3 gain, continuous sprays doing damage to B-Stick. And now the HP advantage for Fnatic can compound itself. The nades come back, but Mezzy just gets out of dodge, evades all that damage.
They had a double man advantage in the first 16 seconds of the round, Jay. That is really speaking volumes to how much aggression we've seen at times from Fnatic and how much success can reign through from that as well. Forzy with the AWP pick does at least find a response into mid, but doesn't catch the info of Roy.
Doing good at winning the AWP battle so far here in Republic. 1-1 against Nico Odo, trying to keep pace with his numbers as well. 7 frags for Forzy, 8 for Nico. Drop down into mid is going to be hurt by Royce, who will call in the potential of a backstab. These two T-side players have got to deal with it as well. The bomb is with them. Crims and Mezzy taking a bit more of a passive approach to this position, but Forzy might just force the 20 B6 fallen, and Forzy drops the save, leaving all the Topcase.
Here we go, Topcase. What's he made of? 1 kill so far. On for long round, Jay. Come on, let's build it up here.
He's a coach, a manager. If he clutches this,
he's gonna try.
He'll try because he doesn't have a choice. His last round of the half, and he might as well go for it because there's no point in saving. And leaning forward here out towards the CT stairs. Heap is watching and waiting, ready for the angle to get peeked to Topcase. Dead in a heartbeat. 12-3 half for Fnatic, an overwhelming half for Fnatic on the T side, and they've got their better half after the break.
Chcete se také cítit výjimečně? Pořiďte si naší věrnostní kartu. Z každého nákupu vám na ní vrátíme 1% zpět. Elektrovort.cz.
I'm through. Can I actually get here? No, no way.
Oh, that one's already done? That one didn't respawn. Wait, how come this one's not respawning?
What
I don't know what happened.
what can I do? What can I do?
I know what happens.
Oh, you get juked.
Now you kind of cracked yourself, Jimmy.
Alright.
I know
You
what
can
this
actually
is.
see-
Ooh!
You actually have to start from the beginning. Oh my god, this is actually stupid.
Hold on. This is a scam.
Oh,
No, Roy went for it and he had to go for it.
That's a mirror or some shit.
I'm through.
Ah!
I'm through.
You're cheating, what the hell was that? Like, one of you should just do it for the team, honestly. Like, you guys can talk right now and just do... What? What?
You
This
suck.
mirror is insane.
Wait, what's this?
What is this? I'm out of here.
Oh shit.
Oh,
that's aiming at me. Oh shit.
Don't scare them.
Will you
Please don't say I stopped it. Oh my god.
No!
This is actually unreal.
Landed on top of it.
I was smurfing. I died in spawn.
Nico?
Shut up.
Is Nico muted or something?
Hello?
No.
A beauty of a half from the Fnatic side, 12-3 leading into their second, and their CT side and all. The Sinners in dire straits, to say the least here, Dweg.
It's been a struggle. It has not been an easy day whatsoever in this opening map of the series. And for Sinners, I'm just hoping that we get something, right? At least if they can end this second half with a bit more of a positive note. Try and keep it competitive, looking towards the second map, looking to Vertigo and try and change this all around. Because as of right now, Fnatic have just pumped them.
Yeah, I just think that little bonus, that's all we want. Just a round or 2 or 3. I mean, a comeback would be ideal, but at this point, you're definitely not looking at that as being a possibility, let alone a likelihood for the Sinner side. Seen there towards Mezzi's position, nade out towards the center of mass, doing a ton of damage with the second HE as well. Zedko caught as the first casualty of the half. Shock will trade, Nico Rodos responds, Crims will fall. Mezzi sees 1 and 2, looking for the triple to close out the round, get the pistol on the board of Fnatic. Doesn't quite manage to do so on his lonesome. Beastick gives him a little bit of a fight. Spotting out Nico Rodos, he's down 10 HP. He also going to be the man to take face alongside him. The crossfire's locked, and Fnatic have that pistol.
No, we've seen a very good performance for so many players across the board, but I've been really impressed with Mezzi, just being incredibly decisive in certain frags. You can see there with the double entry that sort of holds down. Sinners try the best to overwhelm the side, but then Mezzi just doing his best to play behind the pillar itself, look up to the apartments, over towards bench, waste a lot of time. Beastic gets the goosh off to Nico Erdos, but can't win out the 1v2. And for Sinners, they're going to Glock it out. They're going to try and get the rifles in the next.
Yeah, pistols for the harsh eco, Fnatic. Easy time ahead of them here in round 17, and you're right about that assessment. Sinners should be looking towards the guns in the next. Bomb plant will be nice. Might be necessity here for the basis of the investment. Nico Rodos tagged up. Oh, he still gets away with a kill. Does get overwhelmed after 3 dinks back on those Glocks. Roy, however, with 2 to return. So Fnatic is still in control.
And Roger's going to play passive. Doesn't really need to peek any further. Heat can be the next sort of mantle to look into the mid-control down for Connector itself. First frag's going to get presented from Zedko. Now Shock's the last one. 14 on the board now for Fnatic. 2 more to go. And just to kind of get the vibe of what we saw from ITB up against Fnatic, it was sort of, oh, well, now we've got a bit more of a glimpse of ITB. It was a poor performance this entire event. Didn't really get a good run in at all. Maybe we'll see what they're like come after the player break. But for Fnatic, just knowing that now they're up against a Sinners side who had a decent performance against Finest, it is surprising that this is the kind of outcome that we're seeing.
Yeah, I would have given it a bit more of a time to be closer, but I didn't think the Sinners were going to win this map, but I still gave it to Fnatic. So in that sense, it is kind of par for the course. The gun's out now for Sinners to change that course if possible. Forzy, Glass Cannon, AWP, desperate for the opening frag. He's going to run boost B-Stick into the mid control. The AWP of the CT side is non-existent. They were just boosting up with the M4 above the smokes, trying to look in from the sniper's nest. I think Tom Case may have heard a footstep. Yeah, Nico Erdos will get Molotov off. Smoke's got to come down to protect him.
A very aggressive setup on A from Fnatic right now. They've got complete ramp control. Roy's looking in towards that connected position from around Ticket and Triple. They know that Nico Erdos is in window. They need to really force the fight. They've got to continue to put pressure on the rifle.
Grim's SMG getting back out of dodge. Shock. The re-smokes on MP9, just seeing if we can hunt for any sort of frag here. The Sinners trying to apply the slow passive default like Fnatic did on their T side half. Might come into a very quick pit towards the A site though. 40 seconds to go.
Sinners running into a position of what's going to happen over towards this A main portion, because now with Shock being dealt with, they have to Connector go their way in towards A, but now it's just a cancel, surely.
You know, 5-on-3 decimation, but where else do they go from that? That bomb's rotating out towards the B side, so these last two players will be lurk plays in, and Forzy will catch a decent trade back. The rotation from Mezzi still going to be slow towards that B side, so he could still hold his own on the defensive, but he gets out a dodge. That bomb is going to go down. 10 seconds remain. B-Stick is going to get caught. Nico Otto swings towards Forzy, sees him and sprays, and now it's Zedko. A 1-on-4 clutch denied by an MP9. Not even a bomb plant for the Sinners. It's map point for Fnatic.
And that sucks, because getting that bomb plant would have actually allowed some AKs to follow come the next round, but unless they go hero AK and drop it over to get a pistol in return, that's not going to happen. You're mainly going to expect Galils at most. Sinners, they had to cancel the setup. The fact that they lose that ramp play, they lose the first fight towards top of con, you're in a 3v5, you just think, okay, let's hope to over-rotate Mezzi off a B, get that bomb plant. It doesn't happen at all. Fnatic want to go.
Get this over and done with, make it a quick series if possible. Of course, it will definitely be a quick opening map. Molotov sent down to the sniper's nest. Nico Otto's ready, avoiding Zedko though. Saw or heard the bullets flying in his general direction. Shock finds the opener. It's Crims with a very fast responsive though, and CT's backed up a little bit here in the market control. Nico Otto's trying to deal with Zedko, did not quite spot him there in connector. The bomb might be able to commit from this position. They might be able to get a bomb plant. The concern will be the retake. Tom Case already spotted out by Roy, doubling up to remove the bomb carrier, and the plant will be denied.
Nico Odos has even spotted that comp player out. Forzy tried his best to keep fighting, has to try and get the bomb down. Now in a 1v3, the players all around. Oh, this is so uneasy.
Yeah, borderline impossible. Tries to get the headshot, didn't quite make it happen. 16-3 for Fnatic, and just a fantastic, absolutely fantastic map from them. Looked great, looked fantastic, and that's really all you can say there, Dwayne.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that that is the final result that comes through, but overall, Jay, I expected more.
Yeah, I think we all kind of expected more right that one, but again, it was the Fnatic map pick, so they win out their own right, they get that control, they get Mirage. Now we look towards the pick of the Sinners after this short break and hoping that they can try to recover something back in this series, although the outcome doesn't look all that great. Join us after to find out what they can do.
Vybírejte si to pravé, jak dlouho chcete. My vám to připravíme do 15 minut. Elektrovort.cz.
I know this already. I think we faced it.
Hellraisers, right?
Yeah, Hellraisers.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
It's B, Hellraisers, good job.
Do you know that, Freddy?
No, but I guess I've been playing for a while, but I haven't been like the mad fucking fragger. But I want to say D, but I'm unsure. It's C or D, 100%.
I think it's C because I saw someone and they were like above 32, and I don't think you're like in the top, right?
I mean, the top is around 40k right now, right? I think Forest has the record, yeah.
Okay, then it's D, I think.
Yeah, I think D as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we'll say D.
So D, final answer is right. Good job.
Nice. Get right on Forest?
No.
Or what? Oh, was it Passion, maybe?
I think Getret was number 1 and Forest was number 2. Oh, Forest wasn't even number 2, I think. Getret was first, 100%.
Yeah.
Should be...
So it has to be like...
It's not Kenny or Shox as well. It's Pasha or JW and Flasha.
No, they played with Fnatic, right? Back then?
Yeah.
JW? So they were like the second best team, or?
No, that was the French guys. Maybe it was Kenny. No.
I actually have no idea, but I want to say
Getret was first. Yeah, let's go with that one, because Getret was first. That is what I remember.
Yeah, let's go with Passion Snacks.
So, Passion Snacks?
Yeah.
Is good choice, yeah, that's right.
Nice, Roy.
Okay,
That's right first, Flash a second.
What a list.
Oh, yeah.
That as well, Freddy.
Yes.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Yeah, it was actually.
Good job.
1G.
You think it's 1G?
Yeah, no.
Maybe they changed it after that thing. It wouldn't like surprise me though.
No way.
Maybe
it has to be. I think it's fire or Molotov. Like it.
Yeah, I think fire as well.
It has to be fire because that's like both grenades, right? And Molotov is only like the T1, so.
Yeah.
I think let's say fire.
So final answer A?
Yeah.
Is wrong. It's actually Inferno.
Really?
Nobody knows why, but it's Inferno.
Makes zero sense.
Great question.
True. Developers, you know.
Actually, I have no clue. That is it named like those two different things with the letter? Like,
I mean, there's different marks, right? Or what do you call it?
Yeah, different
Symbols.
Yeah. I think when I googled it, it's Japanese symbols for 1 and 2.
Ah.
But there is
Actually,
something on the skin.
It's gonna be something like simple. You see the trigger? It's metal blank, right?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe.
That was supposed to be red or like the orange thing.
No.
Well, I have no idea.
So
No idea.
maybe it's like the. Actually, I have no idea. I haven't seen this game that much.
It was a little face
Oh,
that is on the handle. There's just simple difference.
I think that's the armor that didn't get to anything, right? That's one. Do you have anything else?
gold.
I know you have that one from 2020.
Yeah,
yeah, that one where the major didn't happen, right? Because of COVID.
That was the first gold, right? I think just the Fnatic logo.
Yeah. You don't have anything before that? If you don't have anything before that, then there's
No,
only
the
one.
gold was introduced then, right? As the.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's only one.
Yeah, then it's one then. Yeah.
So only one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
it was
it was
this
that
one. There are many other, but they are on the souvenir cases.
Yeah, exactly.
Souvenir weapons.
Not the Turn of Fire, I think.
No, I want to say.
Oh, wait. Didn't we play that one?
You might
No,
have.
not. I think I played it. I think we won it, right? No,
Who did you face then in the final?
I don't remember now. I think it was Eternal Fire. No,
Okay.
maybe not. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Eternal Fire.
Okay, let's go with that.
So finals a D?
Yeah.
Yes, it was
Yeah,
Eternal Fire, and you won.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
what a memory.
Nice. Good job.
The right shield, right?
Yes, tactical shield.
There's one.
If I can get you a hint, it's not a weapon.
You can. Oh, the night vision goggles, right?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
that's true.
Yes, tactical shield and night vision.
You gotta know the last one, Crims. You played 1.6 for.
Yeah, oof. This is.
So night vision goggles, the tactical shield, and then. Oh, maybe it's some sort of grenade.
No.
What did it was only smoke.
Maybe it was
flash,
smoke, flash,
HE,
flash,
right?
HE, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. Ammunition.
Yes.
No,
primary
that's
and
true. That's true.
secondary.
That's true.
Good job.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so it has to be like dust 2 or Mirage, right?
Yeah, those 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's two then, right?
It looks like dust 2.
Oh, the location. Oh, I thought this was like an alley in like Italy or something. Okay,
No.
that's 200%. Yeah.
That's
I
dust
think
2.
so.
And can you name exact location?
Doesn't look like it's. Is that long or what?
Yeah, it's long. Good job. It's behind these bars,
Okay.
and it's along here.
Oh, next to the dentist. Yeah.
Nice.
Good job.
Dentist
Good job.
there.
Oh, change a lot, but let's say I can go first. Let's remove Vertigo
No!
and put back the old Cobble or the old Cash.
Okay, and I would remove dust 2, and I would bring in the old couple, 100%.
So
Both on
old
Cobble
couple.
though.
Yeah, I love that map. But you can't remove Vertigo, Freddy. Come on.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, map preferences are irrelevant to the Fnatic side, as Mirage is definitely their favourite map of this series, a decimation effort from their own part. And the Sinners kind of looks like they're out of this series already, but at least it was the Fnatic pick. As we move over to the second wave, there is a little bit of a glimmer of light for the Sinners, but honestly, I have to say, not that much coming into this one.
Yeah, I don't have that much confidence, if I'm going to be honest. We haven't actually seen a lot of Vertigo be played recently from the Sinner side, and when it has been played, it's been against local competition in the last sort of month and a half or so. So with that in mind, even though there is a decent track record here on Vertigo, after seeing what I saw in that first map, I'm not convinced that we're going to go to a third.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? It was always the sticking point for me in this whole matchup. The main common denominator between these two sides is always going to be the fact of firepower. Because we don't know what Fnatic look like tactically in the map pool as a team. We do know what they look like as individual players, and that pound-for-pound difference is so much more staggering by comparison to the Sinner's side. And in that sense, that's why it was so one-sided there for me over on Mirage. You can take a look at the numbers to prove it right there. They were so fantastic over on the Fnatic team, and it felt like they didn't even get a look in over for the Sinners. So that looked like this is going to be a 2-0 to me. I feel like there's going to be a bit more of a tactical basis for Sinners, and they might be able to pull something off and make it a close affair, but I don't see them winning this map, Dwayne.
And we just saw structurally, they were very sound on the T side, just default heavy, a lot of plays out towards that mid control, play off one another, very good trading game, very good entries. I think we saw some crispy moments out of a lot of individuals there from the Fnatic side. And now coming into what could be the last map of the series for Sinners, they got to step it up big time. And you just have to imagine we've got to get more out of some of the key figures.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked so much about those boys over on that Sinner side doing as well as they had done as appropriate, and it just felt to me like they weren't quite 100% with it. Forzy definitely was the guy that stood out the most here. I guess he didn't really get much of a chance on the AWP, so it doesn't really apply 100%, but obviously seeing low numbers across a player like him in any sort of context is always going to be concerning because he was fantastic against the finest side.
Yeah, and it might just come down to the whole situation that everyone wasn't performing. So if you look at certain individuals, it's a bit more difficult to say, oh, okay, we need a pinpoint, because if no one's putting numbers up, then it's a team effort that's been poor. And for Sinners, I just hope mentally they can come back into this map and at least be refreshed that the dwelling of a poor performance in map 1 doesn't stick with them.
Yeah, I just don't know where we go from here, I'll be honest, for the Sinner side. I'm just kind of hoping that they have some game plan or some sort of structure that they can utilize here on this map. Of course, it was their own map pick, so you must imagine the Fnatic are going to pick into that CT side. So from there, it's a case of doing well enough on the T half to get yourselves into that confident position, because we've just seen what Fnatic are like on the T side, and those default calls from MOUZ were just so effective at doing their job.
Yeah, just probably keeping it simple again. You'd have to remember that for this side of Fnatic, Vertigo's normally been an insta-ban, that or Ancient, so there's not actually many officials, even in this recent time or even going back for previous months. There isn't much that we see on here, so keep it simple, keep it basic, and if they do that, this should be an easy 2-0.
But look, what we have seen from them was over on LAN at the Pinnacle Cup Championship, and that was a 16-10 loss to Big. So in that sense, they have already done decent, even if it was not necessarily a very good victory for them. And you compare that to what Sinners had been doing. You mentioned how they've been taking on local oppositions like Entropic Prague and Isuba. Then they go up against teams like the Entropic side, the main Entropic side, of course, Ecstatic, Copenhagen Flames, and they just fall apart at the seams. And you could put Fnatic, at least in the individual player basis, in kind of the same category, probably not officially, but like from the eye test alone, you probably look at that sort of like level, thinking that that's where Sinners need to hit to try and beat this Fnatic side. And knowing that those are the results against the higher caliber opposition, it's still not a great look.
No, but it is only one result, and that's always something that you need to consider. The sample size is very small, and that's with all of the cases. When we think about the map pools, when we think about players to watch out for, we haven't seen enough from Fnatic to get a very good gauge on where they sit. And as of right now, after what I've seen on Mirage Day, I've been very happy with their performance.
Yeah, I can't really debate you on that front. It really has been fantastic for Fnatic. So just a case of carrying that momentum forward into their T half and getting it started on the CT side. Of course, if they get a good half in the CT side, I don't see any sort of way in which the Sinner side will bring it back from there. So any particular win conditions you're looking out for here for the Czech team?
I think that they have to put on a very good showing on their city side. I'll be keen to see what their control is like towards that ramp position and how they can punish as much as possible. They need to not be scared, though. We saw it on Mirage that they were sometimes afraid of taking aggressive duels, and when they make info plays, whether that be on the city side, I think they need to have more unit stuff, Jay. They've got to be playing together more so than they did on the first.
Yeah, absolutely. As a team, you stand. As an individual, you'll fall against the likes of Fnatic. It's not the only win condition you want to be looking at here for the Sinners side. Again, on the T side to kick things off. Glocks in for the pistol round. Straight USPs and Kevlar out for Fnatic. No defuse kit even bought in. They don't intend to go for a retake here.
And you'd imagine with the setup that they're going to obviously opt against something very passive. They want to try and be on the front foot. They're bringing 2 players and even another couple that are silently making their way over towards the top of ramp. Crims with the spotter hasn't seen anything early on. Instead, it's passive outside of B.
Slowly and carefully placed for the likes of Zedco. And again, Sinners tried a fair amount of these defaults. Didn't really have as much effectiveness. Slow walk from Tom Case, he'll lead the charge.
Even for Heap, just jiggling down, and as soon as he catches information, they can work off of that. Going in towards the B side, very much undefended right now by Fnatic.
Sinners won't try and exploit that lack of defense. Charge straight into Heap, possibly just go straight in. Go for the kill or 2. But so far, so little. It's so quiet in the early game.
Just trying to see if they can force out a mistake, a slight timing, the crunch down over towards B. And for Heap, now he's going to know.
And here they go, backing off away towards CT, going to bait them forward. Spot 2 players crossing, desperate to try tap back on Forzy and do some damage, but not quite get the kill here. All 5 of Fnatic will form up and go for the hit.
And this is now more difficult, Jay. We said that they didn't want to be in a retake setup. No nades, no kit. They're going to have to start getting a move on.
Yeah, they didn't intend to go for a retake here. Thought they were going to lock down the defensive confidently. That's not happened. Heap, first man in with a first headshot gain against Beastick. Looks for more. Crims will chime in with a kill of his own right, and Roy will get deuced down as Heap continues fighting with all the taps to his name. 4 bullets fired and 4 headshots gained. What a pistol from him.
Jeez, what a sequence. And just for Fnatic to think that they had such a heavy A stack that they've got Heap as that spotter to play defensive. On the contact, full back, play right back towards spawn itself, wait for the rotations, and then as soon as they start making the play, as soon as they start putting their foot down, we just see Heap coming into his own.
That was such an impressive pistol from him. And obviously he made his name on the Dignitas side for doing such great work as that on occasion. Seeing him now on Fnatic, of course, wasn't the loudest person over on map number 1. He's certainly loud for the start-up of map number 2. What a start for Fnatic.
And now the follow-up up against the Galils. A lot of damage coming through from Roy. Lucky to get out of that one alive. The nade stack down onto Zedco towards the mid portion actually deals with him.
You know, they have traded HP back on Roy. He's almost dead. 1 HP from there. Follow-up nades from Nico Odos, though, start chopping away at Forzy and Beastick's bars. Forzy will continue to lead the charge here. The sprays through Banger, hoping that Nico Odos and co get distracted by that and force the rotation, but Shot gets very little out of that position, goes ahead and rotates to join his teammates.
And knowing that there's only 1 molly, the one duration is, do they go out towards the sandbags or towards that headshot position? They're actually just walking up trying to contact.
Well, Tom Case and Beastick will combine alongside Forzy. They've caught all 3 players towards this A defensive. And the tides have turned against Fnatic, kind of unexpectedly so here. All the reads coming at the right times.
It came down to Sinners not making any noise, just walking up from that ramp portion. Mezzi wanted to play back passive. He obviously doesn't see the way in which they're getting towards Crane and to the side directly, breaking apart that crossfire. That's a very good round from Sinners.
And not much the Crimson Heap can do. They'll try prod forward and gain some sort of exit frag. But it's best to hold on to the guns, especially in the case of Crims with the M4 being as close as he is to the T-side line. Hear those footsteps rotating back. Know that they were leaving the side, but he can't do anything to gain the retake here.
Sinners finding that response, finding their first round. It came down to that opening damage. Roy onto pretty much 1 HP from the initial contact towards the ramp face. And him, Nico Erdos and Mezzi falling down towards A. Sinners, they'll be very happy with what they've achieved, and now knowing that Fnatic have got 2 rifles saved in, they'll be on the force buy. Sinners have got to get themselves in a position in which they can follow rounds up, get a streak going.
And force back will come in for Fnatic to follow up this 3rd round. Again, the 2 rifles staying and giving them a bit more of a basis on firepower. D157 with a scout also in play. Actually dropping another M4 as well to work with. No, they only just had the 1 there. Not quite enough cash in there. Looked like it was a drop, but passing that off to Roy instead, seeing if they can get him going.
And Fnatic know they've got to put more of a press to an opening man advantage to secure one of those early weapons. They've got a couple of players playing in and around the B stairs, trying to target that ramp tech too. Zedko not really giving them any sort of gauge, instead just playing really passive behind the smoke.
There's suppression involved. The Sinners just remain passive. Sit pretty in the downstairs areas of Vertigo. Gonna wait for the pick to present itself to them, and Crims will do just that. Shock on the boost opens the round.
Even Heat looking to try and see if he can find that response. Not as aggressive to look in for the trade, and still it's a very heavy A stack. So for Zedko, if he continues to walk forward, gain this B stairs control, and find leverage in towards B, that will just be the round done entirely.
Was walked up initially, but seen very little. Heaps Incendiary will get thrown out towards that B site. Counter mollies and flashes inbound from the Sinners camp. The flash forward from Shock should allow the entries, but one of his teammates fallen off the stairs instead. Shock's going to be the first man forward. More flashes going to get used by Sinners as a result. And Fnatic are just backing away, not even going to try and hold the defense, just save the guns again.
Well, what's the point? They already are down by 1. They had 3 on A. Heat was the mid-B player. So you've got a heavy stack towards the A play. As soon as they know that the BX is coming in, just save, hold your weapons. Because I tell you what, they might even win the next round with the weapons being saved in.
You're right on that front. Had they had the 5th player, maybe it could have been justified, but Crims going down so early left them with no choice. Sinners will even go for the hunt here, try to take these guns out of their hands. But won't be able to take too much of a face. Just out towards ramp, they'll hold their angles. Will be Fnatic with a start of the pistol, but 2 on the trot from Sinners regain the lead very quickly.
And just try and build on this T side. Make sure that they can get themselves comfortable. Because that was something that definitely, when we looked out at Mirage, they weren't. It felt like there were exploitations on almost every round in that first half. Nice boost in from Shock, just to catch that reposition of Crims, trying to get back over towards a B. And now for Sinners, up against another strong buy, obviously the majority of that being saved in from the last round. They'll know it will still be a tough round to win.
No rounds are ever easy in Counter-Strike.
Except the anti-egos?
Even those can be troublesome at times, so...
All right, then.
I don't imagine there'll be much trouble for Crims in this round. USP pulled out with no Kevlar. Mezzi's got the upgrade pistol, and everybody else has some upgrade of some sort here. Scout and Nico is being heard, and that's already a concern. Can't land the second flick, though. Heat will fall back towards Shock. B-side has been opened up, and Nico continues to stand and fight, dish out some damage, but not get any kills outside of that entry.
Even Forzy's just positioned himself quite aggressively to fight off these rotators. Mezzi, for a moment, you thought was going to go straight through the flames. Definitely hearing that, and even the backstab on A. I'm liking this a B-stick.
Mass casualties inbound for the CT side. Crims caught and sprayed back. Somehow evades it, so Roy can swing and get that trade. But the damage they've taken gives them no way in. I say that, and Mezzi lands on Forzy aggressing. Zedko's also low. This is not impossible for Fnatic, and they're going to commit towards it as well.
Oh, they've got a kit to work with. They've got to deal with Shock, and out towards that quad position. Just stays alive, repositions left and right. Very good counter strafing. And that's what they needed, just someone to keep their calm, because that was getting awkward for a moment. And I think for Sinners, they just got caught exploiting themselves too aggressively in the post plant.
Yeah, got greedy, I guess you could say. Forcing forward ahead of that smoke. The backstab, of course, that's fair play to Fnatic for dealing with that as they did. Nico Otis with that start half for a stellar shot onto Tom Case. We'll take a look at a bit more detail as to how far aggressive the team did end up getting here. You can see, actually, it was Forzy here on the Ghost on that front. You mentioned Shock keeping his composure back at quad, getting his quadra in this round. And now getting out to the first true buy round for Fnatic. M4s across the board.
Yeah, Shock's pretty much the only one that's performing well. We obviously saw in the series against Finest, he was a top performer and was up there with the likes of Forzy. And now on Mirage, I thought he was okay. He actually had some decent impact. I might have to look at him again, Jay, come Vertigo, to be that guy again.
Nades up against Heap, doing damage. Incendiary sent as he tries to swing, tries to look for the T-side player. Shock will get evaded. Zedko won't be seen either. Sit back and wait. Heap's going to continue pressing. I think he just spotted the man. Oh, he lands the headshot instead, so a 5-on-4 for Sinners.
A very good punishment. Even Roy gets down to 5 points of health, and that AWP just follows up towards a ramp portion. Roy thinking of aggressing through the smoke itself. So difficult to work with when you're on low HP. And now for Sinners, this is going to be an easy fourth by them.
Yeah, the AWP stepping up. Low HP from Roy on like 2 points of health, I think he was there as he went down. Had to force forward because he couldn't really go for any sort of rotation away. And somehow Fnatic are getting a couple of kills to make it more manageable. Smoke's being sent down. A lurk out towards the B site will just be there for the backstab as they do rotate the position. Shock try to be out here, swing alongside the AWP in the bomb. He's seen out, spray through against Mezzy. He'll get that one frag. Is he going to go for the clutch here? He's being marked off anyway. Knife being pulled out against Shock close.
He's going to go for it. Try his attempt, give it a hand at a 1v2, and he's hearing the footsteps retreating, knows that they're going out towards the B stairs.
Well, we quickly making his way up to position, making no noise on the drop-off either. No smoke, no kit. Forzy's AWP watching the angle, no flash around the corner. Perfect with the pre-fire. No. Shot lands for the AWP. Forzy with a double in this round. Getting going at last for the Sinners side. 4-1 start for them.
Early start from Sinners, and you could just feel in that default the slight overextension from Heap out towards that B site, the tap coming through from Zedko, but then even Forzy with the AWP. Very impressive shots. And just even Crims being in and around the back generator position, tries to overextend. Mezzy does his best to keep the round expensive, but not to be. The Czechs looking much better here on their map pick.
Yeah, Deagle's in on Fnatic's part. The deco round that has to be taken. Cormage not stabilizing as the Sinners continue to pummel them in, continue to do all the great work that they've done so far with the rifles. Fnatic don't receive contact just yet, just prodding with the utility damage early.
Sinners haven't actually been taking ramp control that early in a lot of these rounds, instead slowing it down, trying to retake it in the mid portion. Not using any utils. This is actually a silent play up towards A.
And the pistol stand ready to receive it here, particularly at alley for Roy. Zedko about to get found. Gets the spray through, completely blind with that flashbang. Roy didn't know how close he really was, so opening frag, decent start. Nade sent back, and they'll just wait for them to make their move deeper into the bomb site itself for the Sinners camp. Zedko swinging out to side alley, Beastie getting Mezzy, Nico Odos does land one headshot. Crim's another kill of his own, but 3-on-2 situation, Sinners have control.
And just looking for extra frags from this point onwards, try and put pressure down onto the planter itself. The AWP from Forzy consistently applying as much damage as possible with that AWP. But now even seeing the last player, Zedko's going to finish it off. It is an eco, you do get away with a couple of kills, but the money has been farmed up to a very high portion. Fnatic really need to put the intent now down on winning several rifle rounds in a row, and they're even bringing the double AWPs out. Interesting to see Heap being the B-side anchor being able to bring the double AWP and the hybrid role into play.
I don't think we've seen a double up in this series, right? It's a bit more of a first for Fnatic.
We saw Tom Case doing it for Sinners on the city side of Mirage.
Okay, but Fnatic I don't think had a chance to do so, right? Like, yeah, barely even a CT side to do that, to be fair. Heap set in alongside Crims, peeking up so quickly, unawares of how close Zedko is. B-Stick struck first on Roy. Nico Odos pulls out the USP off the back of the AWP missed shot to deal with B-Stick. The Heap left alone on the side defensive, can't land the quick flick down to 1 point of HP. That nade comes in, kills him, and gets the B site on the T side control. Zedko going ham with a triple.
Beautiful round in from Sinners. Just exploitations once again. You saw the B walk coming in forward. The Sinners, they've found a lot of success in and around the B stairs. That's where the majority of action's really coming in.
Starting to get the inkling that that content piece where Crims was saying get rid of Vertigo is probably a bit more pertinent to this matchup than we might have initially thought. Fnatic looking like a shell of their former selves on that first map. Nico Odos now spotted and will be hunted. They've got so much money here for the Sinners side. He's got to stand and fight against them all, attacking from so many different angles, and he's at least dealing with everyone that faces him so far. 2 kills to his name. Forzy's all up close and personal. The AWP drops down from the CT side and is dealt with anyway, so all 5 to drop for the CT side. 6 rounds for Sinners now.
And Fnatic, again, we think back to previous iterations of this team, Jay, previous history, and Vertigo and Ancient being the 2 bands in which was often a part of their veto process. We saw Ancient being insta'd, but obviously left Vertigo open. And for Sinners, while they maybe don't pick Vertigo a crazy amount, it is still a strong map for them in their pool, and is one that they do tend to lean in with a couple of punish picks. And knowing that they're up 6-1 on the T side is showing some very good signs to continue forward for the rest of the series.
So far, so good for Sinners in map 2 of the series. Fnatic with their pistols once again pulled out on the half investment. Looking towards the guns to do some decent work here. We saw them take a number of tacticals over the course of their lead over on the first map. I'll be trying to start digging into that and call a few more out here in the second. Especially when the guns come into fruition in round 9. For now, sat back in their common positions, going to wait for Sinners to overextend.
Yeah, first time we've seen a B-stack though, and I actually like this call coming through from Fnatic. Try and charge forward with the flash. Krim's doing a lot of damage. His teammate Heap's struggling onto Zedko, but now it's a couple of weapons to work with.
A 5-on-3 as well. AK in the hands of Krim's, Heap trying to grab the other one, and they'll both get out of dodge. AWP can't trade, he gets smoked off to give Heap the breathing room to get out of position himself. Tom Case as well towards mid. Very ballsy place from Fnatic getting that whole thing together, and now some high HP players have those weapons.
Very clever to work in and around the util, to have the flash assist. Even Krims towards mid has seen one and could just fall back, work with that information.
Finally, B-Stick trades Roy out, removes one man from the CT force. It's still a 2-for-1 trade that favors the Fnatic side. B-Stick responding the same. Tap to the headshot of Nikoros, a 3-on-3 situation. They back off, 30 seconds to go.
Slow it down, even with the time being minimal, and B-Stick, he has been the key person of this round, and they need more from him, because the CTs are coming in quick to A.
Krim swings, low HP, Heat with a decent swing back for the trade and takes some damage, but gets killed back on the trade. 15 seconds to go. Molotov's in, Heap's going to press forward. I don't know if the gun barrel was seen. The flashbang keeps Tom Case completely blinded. Heap swings, and Tom Case deals with him. And now it's Mezzi with a deagle. 4 seconds. Bomb, I think it just got planted in time there. Yeah, they'll just get it back, and Mezzi will be forced in. He might as well go for it. They'll have a buy in the next round for Fnatic. He's waiting for the smoke to clear, playing inside of it, but Tom Case has him marked.
Tom Case starting off with his first couple of kills of the entire map in an important round where things get a little bit uneasy. It comes down to Fnatic having a cheeky setup to play in and around that top of smoke to the B stairs, get the flash forward. You can see both of those players, Shock and Zedko, just can't see a thing. B-Stick though, these couple of kills really turn the tide on the round.
Mentioned him being a difference maker in that round, of course, to get the triple and to open up the site in general. Fnatic's balls and plays didn't quite work out for them in this case. Smoke sent up to the ramp control. Mezzi at sandbags, ready for Tom Case, and Shock will get Tom Case and swing alongside support from one more player over at Scaff. Peeps also found a pick on Zedko, and finally, this is the Fnatic that we hope to see in this map.
And Nico Edos even striking with the NWP, makes it a couple of kills down to that bottom of ramp position. And even Mezzi, just keep an eye on that slight reposition. It's not by much, but it's that he gets the first kill, moves ever so slightly towards that left-hand side, and just opens up a different angle to work with. Makes it so much more difficult for Shock to find the refrag.
Yeah, it might make more sense for you to stick in the harder cover, but the reality is you get pre-fired from that position. So you're dead on about that point. Well played from Mezzi, and part of the reason why he is such a great element for the Fnatic side. 5 kills to his name, not top fragging on his team. That honor goes to Nico Otis for Heap at the moment. Speak of the devil, Heap will take the 8th frag of the game for him. Zedko, first to fall.
And now starting to get the vibe that round 9 could have been a huge momentum shift here for Fnatic. Now they found their second, they found the opening man advantage, they prod together towards that mid control, they deal with Tom Case, and now for Sinners, this slow control of running the clock, gaining territory in the mid round is actually being taken away from them.
It's ironic how Fnatic were always punishing the slow aggression from Sinners on their T side of Mirage, and now slow aggression from Fnatic as they got on their CT half of things to try to change the pace and take the fight back. It's actually working extremely well for their favor. Got B-Stick in the corner, spotted out by Nico Otis. I think you saw a pixel with the gun barrel. Frag gets found regardless in the end, so regardless of the details, it is a 5-on-2 for the Fnatic camp.
It could just be a slow start coming through from the European lineup. Now an opportunity with an AK in hand, with money starting to really farm up, that they can get some more confidence going. Re-smoke towards the top of the stairs. The NWP is going to try and walk contact.
Molotov sent up an all-heap trying to face incendiaries, also to the backside, and I think Sinners are going to back off for the save call. The bomb isn't even with them, so they've got to rotate towards A site if they want to grab that. There's just not enough time on the board.
Fnatic not in a position where they can go hunting, so leave those two players, Forzi and Shock, to hold on to what they have. And a third round being presented. Fnatic. Okay, you've got a couple. You've got some breathing room now to work with. The issue is of targeting the economy on a long-scale project, Jay. Whether they can continue to apply rounds in a row.
Well, they have got 2 on the trot, so that's at least a start. The buyback for the Sinners not looking as effective as it could have done earlier. Tactical being called in by them, the second one of the game. We'll be able to get a second AK out as well. Tom Case might have some worries. I think Zedco should be fine. Fnatic, well, they're more than fine.
Well, you say that. I'd actually counter that and say the one official that we've seen on Vertigo was against Big in recent history. And in that official, the best player was Roy. He was their standout entity. He was their top fragger. He's only on 1 kill, Jay, and we're going into the 11th round. And knowing how much of a star player Roy can be, it is concerning that in the one official that we've seen from Fnatic on Vertigo, in which he was so up there and so much of why they were able to even get to double digits against Big, he's not here this time.
That is true, but he is being covered off by the rest of his teammates, because if you ignore Roy, look at the kill spread for the rest of Fnatic. They're all having a great game. It's just him and the exception. And you do have a point to make there, because he was on 22 frags in that last map. Top fragger of Mirage for Fnatic and for the server in general. But Fnatic keep on this pace. They have got a positive sign towards their name. The early smokes will suppress the T-side defaults, but Zedco will start off picking up Heap as the opening kill.
Back to Zedco with opening man advantages. He has been very proficient in and around the B stairs by punishing any overpeaks. And Nico Odos and Roy, the top ramp defenders, aren't really seeing much at all. Very passive in from Forzi. The resmoke goes down. Zedco might try and play around it.
Mezzi's watching for any aggression. Now must recognize that there's somebody out here at the stairs. Gap in that smoke for Tom Case, hoping that Mezzi extends out past the quad position. The burst fire on the banger angle now provides support from Crim. Smoke back to clear. Zedco is in trouble, but Mezzi does lose his teammate for the trade. A 4-on-3 for the Sinners. A second CT also back up here for Roy. He gets his second kill of the game. Mezzi just can't hold on. Peeking in and out of the gap, will eventually lose his life. And it's Nico Odos in a 1-on-3. A backstab also inbound.
B-Stick's consistently tried these late lurks towards the A side, dropped that AWP, made the round as expensive as possible, and you just felt there for Fnatic, they weren't comfortable out on B. Crims is trying to get quite aggressive around that banger position, he gets caught off guard, and then even the rotates, Mezzi's trying to strafe in and around that default position, just not quite finding that impact, and even the start from Zedco to Heat, what a start that was.
You mentioned him having those entry frags. Doing well towards that B site to force out the B site in general. A second tactical called by Fnatic, knowing that they got themselves on a bit of a roll. They found the groundwork, they found the basis to work from the CT side, and immediately Sinners clapped back. And the buy can be bought back for the CT forces the same, but look at the money they have in spare.
Fnatic are really going to have to post themselves a good CT half to get themselves in the T side to start recovering this. Not a pretty look so far, and you'd have to say this is one of the only times so far in Republic that we've seen some struggles from Fnatic. You look at the ITB game, you have a look at what happened in the first map of this series, all of it has been really a swift win.
And even if you consider Season 2, they won that event, so been generally pretty confident from Fnatic over REPUBLEAGUE's history. Flashes into the CT forces. Heat watching back of the site. Burst fire from Roy. Also has Nico Odos down the crossfire. Again, suppression involved for Sinners, but neither side gets the opening kill yet.
And Nico Erdos not seeing anything down towards that ramp portion. And again, Sinners have always been very patient when it comes to the ramp take, not really exploiting themselves too often, and instead leaving Beastic and Forzy as those late lurkers. Nico Erdos up towards the top of the tubs, just waiting for a dry peak, and that's exactly what's going to come. Nico
Erdos landing. That luck shouldn't be allowed by Beastic any further from here. Certainly won't be able to come in from him. Crim, I think, was spotted out by Zedco. Peek up spray comes in for the M4. He wins it and dives down to clear the entire lower stairs. Nico Erdos chimes in with his second kill, spots the Pixel on the third, but doesn't take the shot. Doesn't matter though, 5 on 2.
Crim's had to make that play. He was getting mollied out, so just fell down from the stairs position. Now the ramp portion of the crossfire is being successful. Tom Case to fall, shock the last one left. Now you're just looking for damage.
Yeah, try to take Roy out, try to take Nico Erdos. Did the not damage to the AWP, but didn't get the kill. All 5 alive for Fnatic. And yes, Sinners clapped back, but Fnatic back on track immediately.
And now you start wondering for Fnatic, how far is the streak going to go, if at all possible? The last streak they had was 2 rounds in a row, and to be honest, Jay, I wouldn't call that a streak. A streak in my eyes is maybe 4+ rounds, something a bit healthy.
Well, certainly would need those 4 rounds in a row to try and bring things to the 8-7 half, which is still plausible and would be very fantastic for Fnatic. Crim's doubling up towards that mid-control, the Deagles and the Pistols trying to face forward very quickly, and Mezzi has them under control though. Situation handled appropriately by the CT player. Indeed, a triple found, and the third AK rather, should stay in. And Fnatic will keep those in play. Only 1 casualty to be taken. The money is regained its position on the CT forces, and Sinners now have the rebuy.
I wonder when we get something really pacey from Sinners, because so far, Jay, has been relatively slow. I don't think we've had any rushes or any acceleration plays, so I'm just wondering whether Sinners actually have that in the back pocket, that one really aggressive tactic, just to catch Fnatic off guard, catch them sleeping.
Quick plays up once again for the T-side line. Nico Erdos with that frag on a shock, immediate peek and pick for the AWP. Got a T-side player inserting himself into the ladder room. It looks from the X-ray that Tom Case is out there towards Ali, but he's not. Have that position under control for the CTs as they have the B-side. Look at how deep Heap and Crims are here towards stairs.
Well, that without a doubt was the most aggressive stance we'd seen in an early portion from Sinners. Nico Erdos with the fight back. Forzy just not getting the trade.
Yeah, the flick's not connecting. Nico Erdos is pushing in for more. Top frag taken by this guy. And Forzy is trying to see if he can trade it back. He's been good with your battles against him. That's a good flick against Roy now. Counter flashes in. Incendiary sent back towards Nico Erdos' position. But the smokes on sandbags will stop Forzy from getting that trade.
Trying to work this alley position. Mezzi down on the other side. Difficult angle for Beastic to work with.
And he gets the kill regardless. Shoulder tag damage done to the damage on the HP, but not the frag itself. A 3-on-3 ensues.
And Nico Erdos still playing quite offensive down on A. Needs some help for some rotate players, and for Fnatic, do they end up heading over towards that B site? Because for Sinners, there is a slight relocation away.
Boost up for the AWP. Is it a run boost? I think it might be. Quick scope in, doesn't see anything though, would have been heard. Time's ticking. Incendiary sent back. Smokes to try and commit for the Sinners side. 17 seconds to get this bomb plant here, and Heap is still watching, as is Nico Erdos. Out to side alley, shot missed on Tom Case. Reface, looking for the util thrown out. 8 seconds. Doesn't quite land it. Sprays back. 4 seconds. The bomb's not going to commit in time. And Nico Erdos' day catches B-Stick. That's going to be enough to win it. And Crims with the backstab will get the kills after time. Perfect patience to decimate the economy of the Sinners.
I'm really confused. I don't know what was going on there for Sinners. It looked like they were trying to A-fake and bring that bomb back out towards the B-side. And it's just hanging around towards Forklift, Jay. That bomb from B-Stick is so slow to come up towards the side when they had top ramp control.
Such respectable trading as well from Forzy and Beastie that set her up. No one watched the backstab though, and no one expected Crims to come in as quick as he did. Look at the buy for the Sinners. There's Glocks in on a Force Invest round. Oh, that's not good at all. At least they had the 3 Deagles, but Fnatic, they might just get that 4-round streak.
Yeah, it seems like they will end the half on a really big high. Nico Erdos with the AWP peeking forward, does get blinded off angle, needs to get some support.
And Crims is right there to provide it. 2 kills found. Zedko starts peeking in towards the B site. Crims continues to play back up to the AWP. B-stick swings, gets that one Deagle shot, but no more than that. It's 8-7 for the Sinners. A fantastic half to start. The Fnatic really brought it back and might carry that momentum forward after the break.
Tak, jdi. Já ti pařím, pojď doprava.
Doleva, míř, doleva. Ne, před tebou, i nalevo!
Doleva dolů, dolů, doprava!
No, před tebou, doleva.
Uteč, eskam. Tak, jdi.
Je rovně teďka, doleva.
A tak, jsi tady tu. A teď se otoč malinko doprava.
Počkej, já mám zapnu zvuky.
Zapni zvuky, no. Před tebe a doleva.
Kamo, vypl jsem ty zvuky úplně. Sakra.
Běž před tebe.
Vůbec. No.
Slyšíš mě? Běž před tebe. On jde plantovat, no počkej, on jde plantovat, na hlavu slyšíš teďka plantují, běž rovně?
Kámo, já nemám zvuky, počkej.
Dělej, plantuje teďka, on plantuje s tebou.
Počkej, volume. Nemůžu napsat, já nemám zvuky.
Ne,
já nevím,
ty jedno, dělej, běž.
Kde jsem?
Běž rovně.
Jdu rovně.
Nejdeš rovně, ty jsi v altabu, ty asi.
Aha, počkej, já jsem někde v konzoli, počkej. Už? Chodím?
Ne, nehýbej se.
Kámo, tak co se teď děje, počkej.
Kámo, to jsi
Já jsem počkej, já jsem hodil do toho. Kámo, počkej, už hraju.
Rovně běž. Běž defovat. Počkej, on teďka má line na bombu.
Kámo, ale za to můžeš ty, já jsem se dostal do Windowsu, počkej.
Fakt.
Tak můžeš mě trošku navigovat, víš, jak já chci vidět třeba na short, chci vidět.
A jdi rovně, a ještě jednou stop, tak stop. Stop, jdi doprava, a ještě jednou stop, tak budeš plantovat.
No tak řekni, co mám dělat.
Plantuje na kozera asi.
S a stůj. Víc. Je přímo před tebou teď.
Na grave. Dolů teďka.
Leva. Ještě? No. Ještě. A stoj!
Střílej, doprava. Ne, jsi na headshotu, do p***či, ty vole.
Kámo, tak co děláš?
Vyskoč v čupě doprava směrem.
Vole.
Já volkuju.
Je to prdeli, no,
A kde jsem já, tak komunikuj.
Střílej teď.
Odepři. Uteč, skákej a uteč, máš jedna HP. Uteč a jdi doprava.
Běž doleva.
Pojď,
ne, končí,
doleva.
Kámo,
dělej.
Najču to prohrál, ty máš vždycky ty
Kámo, ale tak ty
Kámo, já se jdu pro šálu a jdu to vyhrát, bude ty
Co děláš, to nemůžeme otočit. Hoši, já jsem normálně ztratil tady kamaráda
Jsi reálně neschopnej, ty
normálně si mi řekneš doleva, kámo.
Lec už? Tak 6-0, hraje se do 6 podle mě.
Komfortní doprava u nás není virtuální realita. Spotřebič vyneseme, připojíme a starý odvezeme. Elektrovort.cz.
What a comeback for Fnatic, down by a 7-1 scoreline, and may have lost the half in the end to the Sinners, but only by a margin of 8-7. As the comeback continues on, the CT side is over. Now it's Fnatic's T half, and while there is only one map on record, that map had a stellar T half from this team, so what can we expect coming into this one, Blake?
Well, I can expect just at least a reformed Fnatic, because you had to say it was a slow start. They really just got ripped apart. They were over-aggressing towards the B stairs. Zedko was punishing. Forzy and B-Stick were finding a lot of success towards ramp, but it felt as if once Fnatic started to get a bit of a read on where their weak points were, they've really bolstered up. And now coming into the second half, Jay, this is where Fnatic can put a lot of hurt down.
Yeah, Pistol seeing all 5 players storm up ramp, and B-Stick hears those footsteps like, I don't want anything to do with that, I'm falling back. Gonna form up with Forzy and get the boost in that does get the first kill onto Mezzi, so start is decent and the rest of the CTs have arrived. The cavalry is here, so to speak, and the defensive looks to hold. Tom Case and Forzy, more headshots, dropping Heap, Roy, Heap down and out, Nico Odos, all that remains a 1 versus 4 situation for him.
Just nothing being presented at all. Very good stack play involved up to the A side. And just a swift protocol for Sinners. As soon as they have that spotter, as soon as contact is landed towards ramp, back off, play a passive, set the crossfires, and now for Nico Odos, he's just trying to see if he could force a fight out into the open.
Swing in. I think he just spotted a pixel on the shot, tapping up at the player that jump faced. Pushes on against Zediko's position, 50 seconds. 1v4 magical clutch from Nico Odos will start off well. P2K now in his hands. Playing it as slowly as possible, trying to bait them out. Looking for Tom Case, looking for Shock. 4Z back to Way. There's the second tap from Nico Odos. He's doing well to isolate these, but he's got to continue pressing forward. 30 more seconds.
Slightly worrying as of right now, and coming towards the alley position. He's just trying to toy with them. He's trying to force them further forward and continue to see if he can break apart this setup.
Shock seen, the headshot not landed this time for Nico Odos. Now he's taking damage. The clutch looks shaky. The flank's also inbound out towards alley. 10 seconds. They're going to try hide it, bait him forward. Knows that time is completely out for him. Grabbing that bomb, swinging out. Going to try force the plant. Didn't hear 4Z swing for the kill. Doesn't get it in. No bonus money, no round for Fnatic. It was a pistol for Sinners.
And that's incredibly well played in the 2v1 because they come into a stance of just wasting the clock. And once they know it gets down super low, 4Z takes the fight. If he loses it, he's going to get off of the bomb. So you play it like that. You play the timer. The boost coming up towards the top of yellow started it off. A very good effort at the 1v4, but not to be. Sinners, this is exactly what they're looking for, Jay. Keep that lead.
Decent effort from Nico Odos, though, to get it down from a 4v1 to a 2v1. That swing on Shock could hit, and then maybe we could have been seeing a decent rifle, pistol clutch from him. Not to happen in this case, though. Glock's out for Fnatic again. Harsh eco for round 17. We'll try to look for the bomb plant bonus and try and go in for the rifles in the next. They will get a 1-for-1 trade out here towards the B site, and they've seen again the mass number of the T side forces. Now Tom Case here with the SMG for damage. Nade's doing the damage already towards them. Gonna farm the cash up and get this economy rolling for Sinners.
Yeah, he should be on for quite a few frags here towards that banger position. Does get forced out to the open. The backup has arrived too from 4Z, but that nade and chip damage is going to make it a little bit easier. 52 HP, still hungry.
And B6 also going to cut the rotations. They go back towards the A site. Tom Case leaning in for the damage. Again, the money that needs to get gained. The bomb's got to get picked up as well from the far back position. They've read him over a banger. And from here, the options of Fnatic are cut off. Sinners have now stacked the B site. Cut rotations to A. Flashes inbounds. Just nothing to be found in this round, it seems, for the Fnatic side. That FAMAS in the hands of Heat will try look forward, but now being cut down by Shock, who looks to double up. Now look for the triple against Nico Odos, who will fall to the hands of the SMG. 10-7 now for Sinners. Fnatic on for the guns.
Double digits coming through from the checks, and now the pressure starting to fall back on the Fnatic side to say, geez, got off to a slow start in the first half, and it seems like it's carrying over here into the second. It's whether they can turn it around and have a little bit more positivity going. At least knowing that they only glocked that round out, we're going to expect the rifles, and this is now an opportunity for them to really fight back. And I like the way for Sinners that even though Tom Case was down low, they realized it's better to make this round clean than try and get the MP9 in for more. They changed that in the mid-round just to make sure that everyone stays alive.
Well, 10 rounds to the board of Sinners here. AK setting for Fnatic. We're watching for their first shots, looking for those first kills out towards the ramp position in particular. Crimson tank down early. Walk forward in towards mid. Will also start to slap for Fnatic, but Tom Case has it marked. Crimson to fall.
That cheeky little one-way smoke going down to the bottom of ramp, not granting anything. So Fnatic think to themselves, okay, let's start prodding the mid control. Beastic swinging out wide. The trade not even being there for Nico Odos either.
In a 5-on-3 situation, Sinners leaning in. Beastic in particular watching out for contest in the round. Nico Odos, AK trying to lean in and get that trade back. Find some way back for Fnatic here.
Just trying to see if they can bait that mid-peak forward, and Mizzy does open up some space. That might actually break the setup apart. You can see the way the Shock is moving away from A.
Yeah, 4Z responded to. Beastic still spotting them here, tanking damage. AK, if he was trying to lean up against him, didn't see him in the midst of the smoke. He's playing around there, being hunted, tagged down from 2 angles. He still gets away with Nico Odos here, and he will finally get the trade, but Fnatic didn't equalize the man advantage for it.
And they still need more. Got to deal with Tom Case on the site. Time is starting to dwindle down low, and Shock's getting aggressive at Ali.
Re-dwindling down low here. Spray back from Mezzi, catches nothing on the M4. Heap left alone in the 1-on-3. Bomb on his back. Not sure where to go with this. Plant behind the orange boxes in the open for Tom Case, who will spot him in the end. Didn't get much of a chance for a post plant, but he got the bomb down at least for Fnatic. That probably doesn't mean much towards them, though. The plant does allow a buy to come through at least, so it does allow something. But the scoreline is starting to get away from them again.
Yeah, that is true. But at least having that cash injection, you can go for the rifle brand up. And B-Stick with that swing. Nico Erdos just not in a position to be able to bring it back. And just prodding. Really like that from MOUZ play and from B-Stick in and around the top of the ramp. Sandbags finding a lot of success. Even Tom Case getting away with a couple of kills, trying to find his immediate impact himself. Another tactical. Only one left now for Fnatic.
They have been using them to great effect, and their tactical in the second tactical in the previous map, in the previous half rather.
Have they, mate?
Good enough to get them set up for the streak. I think it has.
If they were using their tacticals to great effect, wouldn't they be in the lead?
I think it comes down to timing more than anything else. I was just looking for my angle to counteract it. Coming down to timing more so than anything else. They have been carefully picking their moments.
Righto.
And Sinners have been great at counteracting it without using many of their attacks. Of course, they returned fire off the back of the pistol, gained the lead from there, and didn't have it let it go since. Now's the chance for Fnatic to try and back in. I still think they have been effective, so well, they can turn the situation around from here. Forzy's AWP set and ready towards that ramp position. Shock leaning in with the AK, the nades, the center of mass. Doesn't do that much damage, actually. Forzy still looking for that opening pick. They might fade their way through the smokes and actually find the frag for Nico Otis as part to kick things off. Shock now here towards Tarps. Trying to escape here.
I'm surprised he goes passive, actually. I thought it could have got aggressive, and he might actually try and double dip. Messi and Heat both finding entries towards the side, and I think that slight hesitation there, Jay, needed to either go aggressive off the back of his teammate falling. As soon as you start backing off and then you get aggressive, you get caught in two minds.
So what was that about Fnatic's tactics not looking all that effective, Dwight?
Yeah, one round, mate.
Take one instant perfect round. No, we'll see how it goes from here. The outlook is already positive. And look at the economy state for Sinners. They have to save these AKs because B-Stick and Shock especially are going to have some trouble buying.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, if there was more money in the bank, they probably would have at least thrown themselves for exits. But when you're in a state where the cash amounts aren't exactly high, you think, okay, let's just back off, not even look for exits, make sure we hold these weapons further forward. And for Fnatic, it is breathing room for a moment, but they do really need to target the reset, and it could come off the back of winning a couple of rounds in a row. You'll get that a situation of Tom Case dropping one, Zedko dropping another, and I think Forzy just buying himself. So we won't see an AWP, but we'll still see a pretty good buy.
Wow, Nico Otis didn't even charge through the smoke. He spotted a headshot just above it. A hell of a start there for Fnatic in that round, and a hell of a way back into the half itself. Closing the gap to 3 once again. The buy up for Sinners will feature all those guns. B-Stick has left an M4 in spawn, though. I'm not sure that's the setup utility and go back for it later. Only the pistol in play for him. He's taking quite an aggressive line here with the utility. I don't think he realizes what he's done. The Shock will still hold the angle. Roy behind the smoke, flash turned away from. He didn't check the bottom line.
At that time around, Shock hanging around from the Tarps position a little bit deeper. And B-Stick going back over to the M4A1S. And now for Sinners, work the man advantage. Shock is still pressing.
Putting smokes down towards Messi's position. He's going to get ahead of it. And it's flying from his teammate, providing covering fire. And they just wait, losing that man advantage, and will look for the opportunity to get it back.
Oh, that molly not quite going out to the position they would have liked. B-Stick's now starting to clear some of the ramp control. This could be misdirection, or does it work out in his favor? Messi on the other side. B-Stick hasn't seen it. The spam is continuing.
What?
Forzy's the one that actually comes out on top.
Pandemonium there from both sides. I can't believe that he didn't know on the part of B-Stick. I can't believe Messi didn't capitalize upon that mistake. B-Stick still holds at 51 and sprays blind behind the Tarps gap, seeing when Nico Otis' Crim starts to make his way up ahead of the smoke. Get the kill. Forzy now in at Sandbags. Is there a Molotov to throw to that position? I don't think there is for the T side. He could pop out at any moment and get a lineup. They're all going to walk past him. They have absolutely no inkling towards this. One kill found, transfer to the second. A triple kill for Forzy overall. Might even look for the quadra against Nico Otis, and that's exactly what he'll get. What a round for Forzy.
And what a response coming through from Sinners. Just when Fnatic get some breathing room, they take the tactical, they find their 8th, then it's the response coming back in. The aggressive approach from Shock to start off the round, in a round from the Tarps, dealing with Roy. Forzy obviously had the information of where Messi was. The spam eventually came through, and then once he starts playing up towards the Sandbags and there's no molly involved, this round is his.
Fnatic going to be disappointed with how that one played out. Couple of major opportunities to bring things back. The trades against Fours, he should have been there. 12 HP for him at the end of that round. He couldn't get it. Shock assisted by a flashbang. Roy blind, couldn't get the opening frag despite how low he is and how aggressive he got.
Yeah, Sinner's a little bit more passive this time around, and it feels as if Shock is trying to make it difficult for that readability of how he's going to play around the Tarp's position. Heap expecting a slight walk forward out from the B stairs itself. And Beastic just continuing to jiggle. Very slow round here from Fnatic on the ramp take.
Very passive on Fnatic on the ramp take. Roy hoping that Shock goes for another swing forward, that he can get that kill. Bit more activity over towards that mid control, that mid lurk from Crims that will see nothing as Sinner's not going to go too far forward. Mezzi will lean in, the bomb on his back. Heap press the issue, the incendiary sent down. Beastic overwhelmed, Shock down, known, swung upon by Heap for the double up. 14 kills to his Damon, looking for a whole lot more. Swings back towards ramp and over towards that alley position, seeing nothing. Incendiary is on site, will get baited in by initial bomb tap. Mezzi will try to look for the plant ahead of them. Molotov, and he's going to get lined up there by Forzy. Another double alongside Zedko's kill onto Heap. A 3-on-2. Nico Odos forced to respond. That bomb's been dropped so deep at the back of the site, though. They've got to move in on Zedko.
Yeah, of course they do. They don't know about this backstab towards ramp. The timing could be everything. Zedko's just got to stay alive.
Roy's got to keep his head on a swivel. Bomb plant could be secured. He's stuck past him. Tom Case and Zedko combine. And it's 13 for the Sinners when Fnatic had the most perfect of starts.
It just doesn't look very disciplined to me in that round, Jay. You get a double entry from Heap on low HP. Obviously a fantastic start. Why are they rushing to get the bomb down? There's all this counter utility going in, and instead of planting safe behind the default boxes, they plant a little bit wider. It just felt almost a bit too tempered, Jay, that they wanted to just get the round over and done with.
If I'm Keita, I'm calling a tactical pause after that round, and that's exactly what he's done. Fourth and final used for the Fnatic side. Because like you said, so many overly zealous players, no need to rush it, no reason why they should have let that two-man advantage go.
That's so much
Awkward
time.
plant angles, yeah, everything just going awry there for Fnatic, and it's only their fault, really.
You can't blame Roy as well. I know that he's obviously having a bit of a poor performance, but it comes down to just a lack of T-side right now. We saw against Big, they had a decent T-side, but again, sample size is very small. It was only one official. Just to know that they've come back from 1-7 down, that you're going into the second half on a bit more of a positive note. We just haven't seen success realistically on the T-side at all. We've had one round, that's it.
I mean, realistically and on that board, they've scored a single T round thus far. Tangibility is not there for Fnatic. The Tech-9s and the Eagles certainly are. A half buy in this one. Get some entries, boys. Get something in this round. Maybe not to necessarily get the round itself, but that would be certainly nice. Two players cross past the mid. Control damage done to Mezzi and Crims, and Tom Case can't deal with it. Zedko can. Alone towards the back of the site, though. Now we attack from two angles. Needs support from his teammate, Beastic, coming in to drop that bomb carrier. A 3-on-3 as that trade was found by the T side. Now they could work into the site itself as Nico Odos lands a headshot to Forzy. Far more like it, but Mezzi falls in turn. Another 2v2 situation for Fnatic here.
Yeah, they still got plenty of time, though, so they can slow it down, and it comes down to the Danes to see what they can do. Beastic even on the reposition towards quad. This is going to be so difficult for the clearance for the Ts.
Don't know if Roy will have an inkling towards this. He is watching it, as is Nico Odos, keeping his head on a swivel. That bomb dropped behind the default boxes as well. Shock now leaning in. M4. Trying to check the angle. Roy swings, gets his 5th kill of the game at long last. A big double to bring himself up to 6 and Fnatic up to 9.
Yeah, Sinners actually didn't do a lot wrong there. So what they try and achieve in the 2v2 is Shock to make a slight sound cue around the default position to draw the attention, to allow the two players from the stairs entrance to look up to him, and that's when you can swing on the contact. And while Sinners did exactly that, they weren't able to find the trades at all, and Roy just domes in with that Tech-9.
Oh.
It's a couple of brilliant shots, to be fair.
And we need to see more from that from him. Again, poorest performer in the map by far and away. Only 6 kills as we're 22 deep. The pistols pulled out for Sinners. At least the damage has compounded for the Fnatic side, and they can get an eco in that should start to, again, springboard themselves back into the game. Zedko caught first on the B site. If they storm it now, they'll just get the bomb plant and win the round outright. Hard stacking from Sinners here towards A.
A triple boost, look down towards that ramp portion. Might be able to catch off Mezzy. I doubt they'll be able to recover the weapon though.
Surely they should, and Fnatic are walking into the stack though, and that could be where things start to go to the favor of the CTs, but Roy able to deal with those three. Now he's going, now Fnatic are going. 10 rounds to their board, the Sinners be able to afford the guns in the next round, of course. The lost bonus starting to stack up. They went for the harsh Rico here for the sake of these weapons. Now's their time to take it.
Yeah, what do you reckon the chances are in these next few rounds that Roy just starts putting more numbers up and he starts getting towards the higher end of the board? Because he's starting to get a bit of confidence. Yeah, that round is anti-eco frags, but it's still farming up and getting more on the tally. It's 5 kills in the last 2 rounds. It's not bad.
Well, if he does get his numbers up, the concern will less be whether or not he's done enough to get going, but whether it's been too late to get going.
Very true.
Very late stage of the game. 24th round coming up to play. The Sinners, if they get this, they get to 14. They could shut down Fnatic's own economy state. Shock again aggressing, and Fnatic should be aware of how aggressive he's gone here. Roy mostly playing in that ramp default. Behind the smoke, AWP should be heard on Falsy's part. Jump face saw him, and Shock could try to punish it with the SMG spray. No one's accounted for him, no one's watching his position. The smoke start to fade, and Roy's in trouble. Roy's dead, and Shock could extend.
Oh, so much ramp control being taken. Just when Fnatic were starting to peer away, they've got to pounce, they've got to go into B quickly.
Fast rotate coming back, a lot of noise being made. Second player to rotate up to this Zedco. Finds a spray on Heap. Mezzy, quick trade back on the pre-fire angles. Blind by the smoke, but gets the kill anyway. Forzy now on backside, and backstabs are also coming in for the CTs.
Oh, good pick coming through. AWP missing. They've spotted out B-Stick, but you're right about the backstab.
Yeah, Nico Aldice landing the frag to now overwhelm the B-side defensive, a 3-on-2. And Crimson's accounting for this backstab this time. Seeing Tom K sprays a bit awkward for it. Tom K can take some map control and get the trade, but Shock's fallen in the meanwhile. Nico Aldice stepping up when it matters the most, continuing to top frag in server, getting a double, and forcing the coach into submission.
That was a very strong round coming through from Fnatic when, in all honesty, Jay, that's one that I look at and that shouldn't be winnable. Shock has been able to deal with Roy. They've got complete ramp control. Fnatic know information game's been taken. We need to pounce. We need to act. Heap just gets caught flying into that bomb site. It's a 5-on-3 situation, and then the AWP misses the shot from Forzy. You can see the way that Mezzy capitalizes on that one. Nico Odos in and around the site gets a couple of picks, and then that backstab just kind of gets disallowed. Sinners, they'll be disappointed because that round should have been theirs.
It's so much work to do so, and it finally feels good for Fnatic to turn that disadvantage to their favor this time. Had so many of those scenarios go against them. Even their own benefits, even their own 5-on-3s have been taught back by the Sinners over the course of this map-up. 11-2 their board to see what the economy looks like for the CT side. Not great, so no definitive investment, just that M4 that was saved.
Yeah, there could have been a chance that B-Stick buys down armor and actually chucks the M4A1S over to him, but they opt against it. They're actually going to leave the M4 in the coach's hands at a triple boost. This is a little bit unorthodox.
It probably doesn't lead to any picks, though. It's very unstable, that boost. That's why it's not often used on this map. And a dodge. Try it for a second time. Do I look for the headshot on Heap? But I think Heap's expecting this the same. Avoids the angle as Roy strikes out towards mid, picks up Shock, and now the 3 players towards B site turn their attention to the mid entry.
Even Nico Odos is waiting for that ramp aggression. B-Stick might feel as if he gets a line back in, getting close towards the bottom of the tarp's position. It could be quite a close range duel, actually.
Yeah, P250 ready for it. The AWP misses the shot and it's a kill found. It's Zedco's Deagle that actually strikes back for the CT side. Over towards that B site, and AK now in him. Nico Odos seeing the shoulder and connecting the shot, bringing it right back for Fnatic.
Consistently putting on good performances. The coach is wasting time and slowing this down. Any belief in this round, Jay?
And the backstab's inbound from Zedco here, so it might be plausible. Roy's got to lurk out towards mid. If he can close the counter backstab, that could be the way in. Tonkeys is getting real ballsy towards this, and Crimson's not watching the angle. That's a 2K. Now it's getting real on for Sinners. 30 seconds for Fnatic to act.
Oh, the fake is coming through. Roy's got to try and mash through with Mezzy. They've got to end up on A here.
Swing out, Tom Case, caught off, kill found. One more player left in the corridors, but he's going to wait for it. They've got the A site access. Forzy and Zedco will start to close in the pincers and try their hand at this retake. Rifles on both, gap in the smoke. Mezzy has no idea, didn't know he whiffed it, and now it's all on Roy. The bottom fragger still in the server to now usurp the likes of Shock. Sat back, waiting in the back of the site, unawares of where Zedco's going to come from. Forzy wrapping around, flashes in towards that ramp to indicate one, but Forzy closes it down for the 21st frag for him and the 14th round for Sinners.
What a steal. That's really come out of nowhere, and that's almost payback to the previous round where they probably should have won it. It gets taken away from them, and now they put their foot down on the eco. There's hardly any investment other than that M4 being saved in, and even Tom Case, those aggressive duels to be able to get the advantage back towards A, that was everything.
Fnatic from euphoria in the previous round to disappointment in the follow-up. They should have had that, Dweg. They should have had that. And now what they have is another important round to take a potential reset against the T-side line. Sinners would win the map off the back of that. Nico, Odos, and Heap playing in towards the B stairs angle. Shock again down towards Tart. It's been such a major thorn on the side of the ramp defaults, but this time he does get forced away.
A continuous spam going down towards the bottom of ramp. Not really any damage being connected just yet. Flash the AWP off guard. Crims just misses the timing as the backup and the retreatments comes through. Nico Odos is waiting for one of these players towards top of ramp to fight.
Counter flashes coming in from the CTs instead. B-Stick working up and aggressive the same. Not giving up the headshot angle to the AWP. The jump face has definitely been seen now. He's going to go in for another. That could be to his demise, but Nico Odos can't connect the shots.
They keep the pressure on. They're still trying to prod their way around with this util stance. Eventually they realize with only 2 on A, we probably have to back up, and realize that even Forzy's relocated away, Jay. Early round he was mid, now he's on A directly.
48 seconds. Util sent down. Nade damage to be done to the center of mass of the T side. Shock hoping for wall banks, thinking they might extend pretty quickly. Incendiaries back from the T and CT sides. 35 seconds. Fnatic got to make the move in, and Forzy will finally draw out first blood. B-Stick maybe on for second and third. Crim's trying to grab that AWP. I think he fell. Oh, I thought he fell off the building, but no. That's fine. Swing out for B-Stick now. Gets a kill. Roy, however, doubles back into a 3-on-3.
They've got to get these cross smokes down. They've got to start getting a move on. The time is limited, and Forzy's going to get aggressive with Tom Case.
Out towards Ali, side position, shot towards Roy, connects it, looks in for more, but Heap trades it back, and Tom Case waits. He knows to deny the bomb plant. That would be enough, and that's exactly what he does. Heap alone, can't win the clutch. No time for the plant, no time for the round. 15-11, Sinners are on map point, and Heap will fall after time.
I am a Tom Case fan, mate. Remember, this is the coach of the Sinners standing in for the last month or so as their 5th man, and he has had 2 insanely impactful rounds in a row!
That's heartbreak for Fnatic. Again, just one unchecked corner, one missed boost, one player out of position. That changes the whole round to the way of the Sinners, and Fnatic are completely broken. 2 Deagles, a P250 and 2 AKs in a must-win round to keep them alive here on Vertigo.
Sinners, just know this is the perfect opportunity to close when you know you're not up against the best weaponry at all. It's going to be a pop out to B.
Spray through from Zedco, does not get Heap just yet. Eventually swings back, and the kill is found. Mezzy with a responsive. B-Stick will also chime back, and Tom Case is on site alongside the man, seeing the AK of Roy. A smoke to suppress him, and Fnatic is stalled for the time being, but they're going to charge up real quick, and Roy can get the trade in. A 3-on-3 situation. B-Stick behind the generators as the T's will try and launch forward. Get that bomb down soon. Flash in against B-Stick's position. He'll swing, he'll get a kill, and Roy will deal with it still. A double up for him, trying to hang on to whatever life they have.
Still got some more util. Still got the incendiary to work with. Try and make it more uncomfortable to get this bomb down. And it's down to the Danes again.
Nico Odos has it. Extending forward though. Can't find the rifles. Needs to focus on the plant. Roy can focus on the rotators. Forzy leaning in for the shots. Bomb plant will come in, and Shock is faced upon. The AK engages. An important frag. Forzy might rethink this, but he poos forward. Roy close. In a scaff. Spotted with a quick scope shot. Nico Odosteagle has got to land a perfect head. One bullet for Forzy will do it. Will he clutch this out for Sinners' victory? Nico Odos leans in. He's spotted now. The shoulder bait is enough info for Forzy, but time is ticking. The shadow seen. The player spotted. And it's overzealous for Nico Odos to give up the game, give up the map, and take us to a third in this best of 3.
And there we go. That's a Forzy special. And that's what we saw in the previous series, Jay, coming into fruition when it matters the most. Coming out here on Vertigo. And overall, a very clean performance. I'd say that for Sinners, they kept the majority of control that entire best of 3.
Yeah, they did all that they could there for Fnatic to bring it back, but it ultimately was not enough there. The return of the CT side and the T half that looked like it was going to do something, but some crucial moments lost out there, and ultimately it does fall apart. Overpass will be our third and final map of the series, so join us after the break.
Davide, to bys mohl vidět.
D.
Dčko, správna odpoveď, samozrejme. Celkom
Ne.
aktuálna novinka.
Podle mě David to
24,
bude
no.
2010, kámo, 24 určitě ne, kámo.
Počkej, vyčená, vlastně.
Buď 2000,
No,
jako
2010, no, určitě.
2010 podle mě 24, ale 24 je boho strašně moc, kámo, 2010 určitě.
No.
Ne, počkej, kámo, jako já, když
Ale
jsem hrál
počkej.
ještě 1.6, tak jsem se jako na Heltívku už díval, podle mě, tyjo, když jsem
A
hrál.
2010 je pozdě sebe, podle mě.
A 2010 je, kámo, 12 let zpátky, jako jo, to mi bylo 12, a tyhle,
A založený, kámo, třeba to nebylo jako nějak známý, chápeš?
jako možná to je 24, kámo, možná to bude 24.
Tak
To je,
2004, pravdě. Když
máme
to je,
24, jako 2010 už je zase,
ale jako
jako kdyby
založený,
to bylo třeba
kámo,
2008, kámo, tak já,
Jako 2008,
můžeme dát 24, kámo, já bych dal 24.
Kámo, nevím, no, co se týče.
Jako 2010 je asi teda moc nakonec, tyjo, jakože moc pozdě už. I moc. Či 1.6 už je strašně dlouho, kámo, oni coverovali už 1.6, že? A
Jako, ale
tyjo, 99 je, to už je, to je moc, to je blbost, podle mě 22, 24, no, kámo, podle mě 24.
Tak dáme 24.
Shodneme se, dáme Cčko, dejme C.
Takže Cčko, finálna odpoveď je nesprávna. 2002.
Tak brzo. Teraz
tento rok bolo 20. výročie Holotova.
A jo, vlastně.
Jo, já tam jsem každý den, kámo, a nevím.
A jo, já jsem si to teď vzpomněl, kámo, jak se to výročí.
let.
2015, počkej, Katovic.
Kámo, nebyly to Virtusové, kámo.
Já myslím, že...
To podle
Ne,
mě
počkej,
byly,
to byly Fnatic, kámo.
myslíš?
No, jak Freiberg, kámo, dal spray, ne? Víš, co myslím? Jak Freiberg dal ten spray jeho, ale oni prohráli. Kámo, ne, to bylo 2015, podle mě. Nebo?
Nevím,
Kámo, já myslím, že jo. Já myslím, že to byly Fnatic. Protože vím, že ESL One Cologne vyhráli Envias, myslím, či? Nebo já nevím, kámo. Já bych dal Fnatic sebou.
Dal bys Fnatic. A
Já myslím,
nevyhrali.
že ten jak dal Freiberg, kámo, ten spray na tom Infernu. Víš, co myslím?
Tyjo, já nevím, kámo, to už je
To nevíš, že to je úplně
týdnu a dní. Můžeme dát Fanatiky, já myslím, že to Virtus, ale jdeme B.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko.
Yes.
A je správna.
Nice, David, tyjo, ty máš nos.
Mám knowledge, moc step.
Podle mě over, ne?
Je over, ale nevím.
Podle mě je over, kámo, protože Inferno mi dáš
to je jedna odpověď vlastně správná, no tak over,
Presne
jasně.
tak.
Je over, ne?
Jo, to over určitě.
Určitě over.
Áno, správne. Po prvých dvoch majoroch sa tam pridal presne Overpass a Cobblestone.
Víš, 21, to bylo teď, viď? Tak to bylo... No,
Jste byl 5. ne? Nebyl 11, kámo, 11.
Kámo, teďka ty
Já nevím, kámo, já nevím.
Týpek...
Kolik byl minulý rok?
Ne, určitě
a minulý rok byl ještě decent docela, ne?
Ne, už kámo, to už bylo to už nebylo dobrý, to už byl poprvé nebyl v top 5 nebo co takýho. To si pamatuju. Buď 8
tak 11 určitě nebyl, kámo, podle mě.
Kámo, podle mě
musel
byl.
být teda 8.
Tak 8.
Nevím, kámo, nevím. Předtím stipnul Fanatiky, tak dám ti ještě jeden
kámo,
guess.
počkej,
jako já si myslím, že 8,
Ne, to už byly, kámo, to už nebyly dobrý astralice. Počkej, já nevím, jestli
Ale kámo, 11 je už docela out, ty vole.
A podle mě 8 ne, kámo, tam byl úplně, to byl stacked úplně, kámo.
Kdo tam byl, kámo? První, kdo tam mohl být? Tam mohl být Niko, Zaibu, Simple,
Zaibu, Niko, Electronic, Exile, Hobbit,
6, Shiro, ne?
Shiro tam byl určitě někde.
Shiro, to je 7,
máš 7.
Takže už 8.
Pak, tyvado no. Kdo ještě, kámo?
Blame tam možná, nebyl tam Blame někde vysoko, kámo?
Ne, to bylo 220, kámo.
Jo, tak to si pletu. Kdo tam mohl být?
Kámo, no, počkej, a kdo ještě? Co byl dobrý za tým ještě? Já si to matu normálně. Nějak Bit tam byl určitě, no 8 nemohl být, kámo.
Kámo, Bit nebyl určitě nějak vysoko.
Kámo, 221, byl Bit asi
vysoko,
5. Kámo, týpek byl doma top 5 nebo skýho. Nebo top 7, Bit byl 7, myslím.
Blázníš.
Kámo, na 100% 11.
Tak dobře, dejme 11,
na 100%
okay, dejme 11.
Na 100%.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko?
Yes.
Je to správně.
David. To bude cena, odpovídalo by to, ne? Princess to nebude, asi taky ne.
Jo, určitě tak jsou.
Taky si myslím C.
A nebo D, no, ale asi
Správně, Cčko.
Bude drahý, kámo.
Podle mě B. Jako já si myslím, že to nebude stát víc než 100, kámo, tady tohle.
Já nevím, kámo. To vůbec na ní neznám, že takový skin jack.
Já taky ne, v životě jsem ho neviděl, kámo. Já bych dal jako Bčko, no. Nevím, jako já si myslím, já bych dal...
Ale to je trash nějaký, kámo.
A tak je to, víš, jako, nevím.
Jo, a Factory New, ten bude dražší, tak Bčko.
Právě, je to Factory New, právě.
Jo, asi B, ale to bylo víc, kámo, ale dáme B.
Myslíš, že víc? Dáme B.
Průměr, to se neprodalo, kámo, určitě moc toho, kámo, já bych dal klidně C sebe.
Kámo, tak dej kolik chceš, ty vole.
Ne, dáme na tebe, kámo, musíme dát na tebe teďka.
Já bych dal jako B, no.
Tak dáme B. Ale z Factory New víš? Ale jo, asi B to bude možná, kámo, to bude B možná. To dáme B?
Jo.
Finálna odpoveď B? Je to Cčko.
Kámo. Tyjo, tak takový skin.
Ale kámo, průměr, to se prodal třeba jeden, chápeš, za kámo peranec.
Možná.
Prečo sa Howl stal kontraband skinom? Je to kvůli vysoké ceně?
Copyright problémy, to bylo určitě Dčko, tam byl nějaký špatný copyright problém. Znám to, protože jsem měl s tím smutnou zkušenost. Vlastnil jsem starý.
Pak to tradenul za 5 euro.
Pak jsem to tradenul za 20 euro, no.
Jedna vec bola pridaná z inej mapy v tomto screenshote. Čo to je a z akej mapy?
Ta raketa tam. Pod hevnem.
To je správne. A z akej mapy to je?
Počkej.
Bude to nějaká cache, nebo něco takového.
No.
Bude to z cache, ty vole.
Není to náhodou... Kámo, není na Infernu třeba, jak máš ty kofiny, není tam raketa nějaká.
Podle mě není tam raketa, kámo. A kde by mohla být raketa? Zrovna na Nuku bych čekal, že tam nějaká raketa bude, ty vole, ale... Jako můžeme asi Inferno, jako nic jiného mi tam nedává totiž smysl, kámo.
Jo. Možná Inferno, kámo.
Ancient to taky nebude.
Ne.
Kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, a to je...
Ne, tam není.
A na Vertigo je, kámo, spíš stavební, to je stavební mapa, tyhle, tam...
Já vím, že kámo v kofinech na Infernu jsou, kámo, rakety na 100%.
Tak můžeme dát asi Inferno, zkusit.
Určitě.
Takže Inferno?
Yes.
Bola to správná odpověď, je to Bčko.
Kámo, já tebe, ty koc. To vlastně
no je 5 head, tyhle, normálně. Já bych dal Kobl zpátky. Bych chtěl já.
Nevím. Je to asi jedno, no. A Kobl byl docela nice, no.
Kobl byl cool.
I Kešku jsem měl rád.
Já Keky jsem měl taky rád, ale to by museli trošičku ještě pomět. I ten Kobl, ale obě dvě mapy bych klidně vrátil, no. A je jedno kterou. Ale Kobl radši než Cash. A místo které... Nevím, kámo.
Já bych dal pryč Mirage, kámo. Nebo Dust. Dust bych dal pryč.
Dust nebo Mirage, no, bych taky dal. Jedno z toho bych dal pryč. Dust nebo Mirage.
Když se našim věrnostním zákazníkům něco porouchá, nevadí. Reklamace do 1000 korun vyřešíme okamžitě. Elektrovort.cz.
Well, not great for Fnatic in the second map. The first one was a much better performance from them, and the comeback almost came through over on Vertigo, but ultimately Sinners did close it out while taking the dominant lead to kick things off. Now Overpass will be our final map of the best of 3 series. We didn't honestly think we'd go here considering how poorly Mirage went for them, Dwayne, but here we stand, and I've got to draw attention back to the conversation about Mezzi's calling, because honestly, if I take a look at the number of mistakes that were made there on that Vertigo, I have to say that's probably a point against him, because I feel like had they cleaned those up, Fnatic wouldn't have had as much trouble as they did in that second map.
Yeah, you've also got to remember though, Vertigo isn't a map that they play very often, so you are digging into the weaker end of the map pool from Fnatic, so you do need to keep that in mind when you look at that. But as an overall picture, you're probably right. There were a few rounds where they had early advantages, didn't quite close it out. For Sinners though, I think it came down to hero moments. We obviously saw the Forzy clutch to make sure that the map gets won. We saw Tom Case having 2 rounds in a row of really stepping up and being a difference maker, and it felt as if there was more X factor for Sinners.
Yeah, especially when the pressure was against them, right? You mentioned that whole issue about like trying to have the individual step up and play the clutch situations in that sort of sense. And yeah, it's definitely encouraging for them to be able to pull those out of the hat. I do feel like, however, a point against your earlier argument in favor of Fnatic is that Vertigo isn't the map they play. I mean, none of the maps they really play. Like again, the core has been completely revamped in that sense, and we're still feeling it out. Obviously, probably not a map they want to lean into in the near future. It wasn't really a map they looked at in the past either, but definitely not one that Mez is going to want to revisit all that often. A map that we have seen a bit more from this main core has been Overpass, the third and final one in the series. Yet to see a win from them on it, despite playing it twice in previous history, especially at the Pinnacle Cup Championship. That was against Heroic and Big, and they were also close, and 16-13 and 16-11. But those sound like the scorelines we just saw over on Vertigo as well, Blake.
It's not out of the realm of possibilities that Sinners upset here. It's definitely possible that they could actually win this series and go into the next game in the upper bracket and find themselves a spot in the playoffs. It's doable. It really is, because for both of these teams, we've got a big winning streak for Sinners. We've got a losing streak of 4 maps if you even include previous iterations. So to kind of keep that idea that this isn't a map where success has been found from Fnatic and a map where Sinners have done very well on recently, it's all up in the air for the final map of the taking.
Yeah, it really is, and obviously we have Fnatic down as pretty heavy favourites for this matchup on their firepower basis alone. Some of that firepower was missing over the course of that map, and of course I'm talking about Roy, obviously. Went from top fragging over on Mirage to being bottom fragger, and had like 4 kills throughout the vast majority of that map over there. And it's just kind of so shocking to me to see him have such a major dip in that second map. I feel like you're going to have to see him resurge to give Fnatic a better chance over on map 3 here.
And just knowing that he started to come into his own, but you probably mentioned it even at the time, was it too late? Because towards the end, he was almost getting up there right at the higher numbers, but he was down so low for pretty much the entire first half, maybe the first 5-6 rounds of the second. And when your best player on your team is having a poor performance like that and only stepping up right at the end, you know that you kind of need him a bit earlier.
Yeah, I feel like that definitely was a little too late in that sense, and he was able to usurp Mezzi in the frag positions by the end of the map. But had he been performing like that throughout the course of the map, I still feel like it would have been a 2-0. It's those little things you look at for Fnatic and think, well, the mistakes being made on the strategical line, the issues with their star player not showing up when they need him the most, those things, had they been fixed, and this would have been a simple case of a 2-0 for Fnatic to go to the playoffs. So the reality is that hasn't ended up being the case, so they've got to work on those things going into the final map of this best of 3. Overpass, what do we think about it? How do we feel like we weigh it up for the Sinners side?
Again, I mean, I made it pretty clear. You got a winning streak for Sinners, you got a losing streak for Fnatic. So for Sinners, I think it's just playing how they normally do. If they keep it simple, I don't really change too much from what they've done previously. They can get some more impact in from Forzy on that City side. And I think overall, if they play their own game, the chance of them coming out victorious is actually quite high.
Definitely feels like that way at this particular moment, but I want to look at key individuals to watch out for. Obviously, we've talked about Roy in great depth so far for Fnatic. Nico Odos was the man who stood out the most over on that Vertigo, but looking over towards the Sinner side, who do you think needs to be the standout element for this team?
Probably Forzy and Beestick, to be honest. They're the 2 guys that, typically speaking, do very well on Overpass, and even in the limited officials that we saw against Big and Heroic, Roy was always the guy that was putting up the consistency.
Now, definitely looking at Forzy most of all. Of course, had a fantastic map of Vertigo, top the board right there, and currently top of the board in the series for the Sinners side. Too shy of where Nico Odos is at right now on the kill counts, but definitely been an impactful player overall. To see a little bit more from them, just that little bit extra from his own part. Ironically, Beastic's actually fourth from the bottom, fourth from the top rather, on the board of their own right. Shock's been the man that's been taking over the majority of this series so far. So, yeah, a lot of onus on several different individuals for the Sinners side. Scraping it together might not be an option. Win conditions, Dwayne?
Definitely for Fnatic, it's got to come down to making Heap comfortable, because you have to remember, so far we've seen Heap on Mirage, we've seen him on Nuke, we've now seen him on Vertigo, we haven't seen him on Overpass. So with that in mind, we've got no history to pull from of what Heap is going to be like on a map like this.
Yeah, such little to really pull from in general, of course, for this squad. Heap definitely has a little bit of playing experience over on that Dignitas side. Obviously looking towards him as the newest element of this roster alongside the new additions of the Danes themselves. So much to consider in this matchup, so many things that could go one way or the other. Ninth round of the side choice aside, Dwag, and I imagine that CT is going to be the most important side, right?
Yeah, of course. We're never going to get sides picking T side here of Overpass. For Sinners, this is actually one of their most won CT sides in the entire pool when it comes to Overpass. It's one of their strongest ones. So definitely being able to get a good start on CT will be vital for their success.
It looks like it will be the T-side start for the boys over on the Fnatic side. All out towards that T-spawn, so they'll be on the attacking onus to kick things off. So the match about to go live, Dwayne. Final thoughts, anything you want to look out for the most?
Again, on Overpass, I want to see Sinners to be quite comfortable, play their own game. And for Fnatic, I just want to see how they can break this losing streak that they're a part of. I want to see a little bit more acceleration from them on T-side. And of course, I want to see more from Roy.
Absolutely. He's the guy you want to look out for the most here. He might be the difference maker that could win or lose this matchup for Fnatic. The final map of the best of three to see who is going to the playoffs. Sinners on the CT side with a kit over on Tomcase. And a fast play in for Fnatic's pistol bases out towards Short and Monster.
And when does the information get gained? Nico Odo surely with that first initial frag to come through from Zedko. It actually starts off with the CTs. They start raining in the frags and fall back with a man advantage.
Yeah, Zedko with a triple of frags, looking in for the quadra, might even just land it. Beastic steals it away at the last moment, and Forzy will come in to clean up the last. What a pistol for the Sinners, just as confident as Fnatic were over on the first pistol of the last map.
That is one hell of a statement, to really come in there like that. And for Fnatic, you could obviously see they want to try and take some short water control, probably lean into a B-side XE, and it's just the over-aggression. Two players around the short sandbags, peering into water. Zedko finds three, the flash over the top, Forzy swings out, Beastic and Con. A very successful pistol round by the Czechs.
Fnatic immediately down to the Glocks as a result of it. No force buy for no bomb plant. No casualties taken by Sinners in that last round either. Brilliant stuff from Zedko. Again, setting things up so fantastically for the Sinners to act and get things started on this map up here. They'll look to remove all pistols from play as well for the second round and all. Mezzi swinging out first, tagged up early, and the Mass T-side force will find Beastic at the very least, but Forzy pressing in from long will find 1 and 2 trades. Dink down against him, see if they can get that second responsive back to a 3-on-3 situation, but now the bomb's been dropped. Nico Otis will swing off the back of the reload and still not get Forzy.
Sinners making sure that they don't lose too much in that round. It is one player to drop, but you keep the M4s in play, make sure that they don't get dropped. And keep in mind as well, Jay, out of all the maps in the pool, this is one of the highest one for Sinners. 18 times played in the last 3 months, and 10 wins and 8 losses. There's a lot of history on Overpass.
A lot that they can pull from to certainly set this up. Thing about Sinners in our history, though, is the fact that they have got, again, the main issue for the drawing back point for this entire series is the fact that they haven't really taken on the high-level opposition on it. Still working in with the advantage at the current point in this matchup. The M4's out versus the AKs to the T-side line, and 2 of them will get removed from play immediately by Beastic and Connector. Heap and Mezzi just couldn't deal with them, and Crims gets tagged through the smoke.
Decent damage coming through towards that composition. Even Forzy jump spotting in and around that divider angle. Roy trying to see if he can catch a timing, find that refrag back onto A. This is Fnatic getting desperate in the default, and knowing that they're light on util, it's going to have to be a lot of dry faces.
Swing out and do some damage from Roy's part initially. Forzy tanking that, but continuing to extend forward here. Zedko and Beastic in a short. Beastic in particular fighting onto Crims. Forzy finds Nico Odos, and Fnatic are getting picked apart. This looks so similar to what Mirage looked like, except just reverse the roles.
Yeah, sometimes the early starts can really lead into a massive lead, and I guess I'd say we had similar signs on Vertigo, right? It was 1-7 down from Fnatic, so I think we have seen over the course of this entire best of 3 a lot of strong leads in the first maybe 8-9 rounds or so.
More strong leads for the Sinners at the moment. Fnatic will try and back into that with the half-buy investment for round 4. Right now, what they're bringing to the table against the Sinners side is so much less. Stacking outside of Monster again, they're going to look for the B-pop.
This AK is in a good position. No molly down towards the barrels. This could be a mow down. The Sinners have already got 3 on B, about to be a 4th.
Well, they're shocked with the kill found on Heap. Crims can get a response here, but they've got 2 players at water to deal with and more on the way. AK leaning in for Tom Case does get dinged down at 82 points of HP though, so not a lot of ding damage. And Zedko holds his nerve with the smoke being set up. The bomb will get planted or tapped once at the very least, trying to bait in more kills. They're going to work out well for at least one of those, but now they've got to secure the plant for certainty. Zedko's moved up though, and Mezzi will just stick it.
And now it comes down to the patience here for Sinners, just start working off one another. Mezzi has to hold a default, he can't reposition.
And they see that shadow as well, so I think they're well aware of where he is. Crims challenging Nico Otis in it short. Will try to protect against it. Mezzi finally sprayed down to the wallbang headshot, so advantage now for Sinners. And Crims will fall, leaving it all to Nico Otis on this Deagle. Backed up, smokes down to the bomb. Sick of the defuse, not even going to get off it. Beastic provides cover. And will remove the last player from play. 4-0 start for Sinners. Fnatic back on the guns.
They got tested in that round, I'll give them that much. We saw a pretty good monster pop in with the trades to get the bomb plant in. But as soon as you get into the post plant, you need players to start taking space. And it just felt there from Fnatic, it was very passive, wasn't it, Jay? Mezzi gets caught, he's kind of stuck in that default position. You've got Crims back out towards the short sandbags. Nico Odos defensive too. Without really taking that space and getting further aggressive, you're not putting any pressure down onto Sinners. So that's why they're able to clean up that retake fairly easily.
The guns will come back for the Fnatic side. The AWP and the AK is a standard. Again, investment with the bomb cut bonus. It's Forzy that wins another AWP v AWP battle against Nico Odos here.
He's farming. Him and Beastick are having a really good time in these opening few rounds. Even Heat towards Connectors trying to find a response back. Beastick has not given away the information. At least the HE does a lot of damage.
Heap's got the inkling he's out here, but he won't be able to find the frag definitively. He got back up in the wallbang sprays, and Heap's back's turn, thinking that Beastick had rotated back up towards top con. That wasn't the case. Another frag found. Incendiary down on Crims. That Molotov comes in way too late. They get the wallbang for it. Trades will come back and forth to a 3-on-2, making it 1 left for Crims against 3 of the Sinner side.
Things really getting out of order. And knowing that that bomb controls towards the top of Con and Party, you can just have Zedko play the time. Playing in around it doesn't really need to overfight at all.
They'll slowly rotate players back around towards the crossfire as Crims reveals his hand. Shock starts to make his way in from short, so now Crims is surrounded. Zedko just continues to hold dominion over the bomb. Rotations from Tom K should be able to look for him in that mid position. But surely Crims doesn't bake this. Surely he doesn't.
He's just running out of time. And there's not even really that opportunity of getting the bomb and going back over to a site. So the best that he can hope for is just picks.
Flash is in. Trying to face around against Zedko. He hears all those footsteps, going to wait for the moment to strike. And does lose his life to Crims. That's 1 pick back, but now walking into the crossfire in mid and knowing that he's just got to fall back and stay alive. Took way too long to get that bomb. Has the AWP to his hands at least. Ducked away. It's another kill on Tom Case. But Shock won't give him the frag he needs to find the round itself. So no clutch for the man. The AWP at least stays for the T side, and they can force around that.
That's a decent effort, at least, to put pressure down onto the last play. You want to try and drop him after time. You want to make sure that AWP doesn't get saved in. Not quite the case. Roy finding that 1 pick out towards long, but overall it was Beastick and Connector that made a big difference, and then Zedko. As soon as he drops that bomb, that's round done. That round is over from that point onwards. And remember, for Sinners, they actually played Overpass quite a fair bit in the close qualifier. They've played 3 best of 3s, Sampy, MOUZ, NXT, and BP5J. Overpass was the map pick for Sampy, and it was the 3rd map decider against BP5. Both times around, they had very good CT sides. 11 rounds against Sampy and 9 rounds against BP5 on that CT side. So we can expect them to be quite consistent in this first half.
Been solid as a rock so far. Fnatic need to find the consistency of their own right here. Tactical was just called in by that T-side line, and a moment again to talk things through with Kita. They've got to make something happen soon because they're running out of time, they're running out of chances. Sinners just stacking up so many in this first half as it stands, and the buyout will feature a Galil, of course. Again, Crims were limited on the money state, so he'll be passed off that weapon as the AWP goes in the hands of Nico Odos. But nothing is seen early in the round.
Tomcase going to get that boost in towards the short pipe and actually driving Crims away. Forzy's going to be the first one to fall. That's an important kill coming in and around the bathrooms.
Shock leans in over at Monster, try catch Crims off. The smoke starts to clear. Check the corner. Yes, he will, and he'll win the fight for it. Tank all the HP damage, but gets it to a 4-on-4.
That's insane. That is such an unlikely duel to come through, but it's a way back. It evens up the playing field, and now for Sinners, you've got a slight over-aggressive play towards the long position. Beastic trying to gather some information. They're stacking up B right now.
As Fnatic start making their way forward, they'll realise that there's no one directly on the site. It's only really Shock held back passive, and on 8 points of health, he's easy to deal with. Play coming into the backstab, though. They could push a man out from the bathrooms and backstab in from Connector. Zedko on the site, however, backs away in towards water. Shock will start to take the position and gets another headshot for it. Finally does get overwhelmed, but Zedko unknown as Tomcase gets trailing back to a 2K of his own right. A 1 versus 2 for Nico Odos. Bomb plant can come down in the open. Beastic's not in a position to deny it. Now the AWP ready to clutch it, needs to catch off the coach up towards heaven, flick back, turn towards short, unawares of where he is! Oh, he got a Q, and he got a flick to the rounds.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch coming through for Nico Odos just as the coach sets it up, just as Tomcase feels as if he's made enough in that round to continue the streak. The info play, the shot from Mezzi towards Divider. The two players out towards short water just holding for so much time. Tomcase getting a double towards bridge, but Nico Odos the flick back towards the short sandbag, straight onto B-Stick. What a lovely clutch to come in.
That was so sick. That was so sick for Nico Odos. And already the nade stacks have done their damage. Zedko tagged the 36 already. Right back on the short control, try and take map control away from Fnatic early on into the rounds. Re-established themselves on the Sinners side because, I mean, really, that was a round they shouldn't have lost.
They'll be disappointed in that 2v1. They set themselves up well for it. But now it's about focusing the attention down on a round like this, Jay, because there is instant reset potential for both teams. Take a moment to look at the money. It is ruined in the reserve for both Sinners and for Fnatic.
A pivotal round to swing back towards the favour of one or the other. Forzy lands on Nico Odos, so it's a start out for the Sinners side again. Crims will grab that AWP, now try to utilise it of his own right. Go down onto Tomcase will be the limiting factor of the Sinners side. But at least they have that advantage to make it up.
I'm getting a good vibe here from Forzy on Overpass, Jay. He has been mad consistent with that AWP, and now with the bait and switch set up at long.
Tomcase leaning in, Crims' head seen, Roy close, flashbang doesn't connect towards him, but still the kill comes forward for the AK. The AWP is going to wait forward, see where Crims is, drop that AWP for a second time, turn away from the flash. It was actually a nade coming in for them, and now the swing still gets Forzy a triple. Mezzi with a Mat 10 finally trades it, and now Heat looks to act in from the mid control. Beastic on backside, backups right close towards behind him, and Heat will get the trade back to a 2-on-2.
Oh, they can deny the bomb for going down. Heat
Oh!
with the Galildo deals at Zedko, and now Shock one's through the smoke.
7 seconds left, he's got to kill at the perfect time. Sees Heap's shoulder, he's got to force forward, he's got to hold the clutch for the 3K, but Shock gets 2 of his own, and Sinners are right back in control.
Oh, Heap did so much. That kill towards the top of connector player was an absolute beauty, but it's just not enough. The bomb gets dropped, the time is low. Forzy with the AWP though, man. His triple to play out for the long position. He is hitting some bangers right now.
Beautiful stuff. Another tactical will be called in, this time for the Sinners side. And we've just seen both sides elevate their game towards something else here on this map up. But right now, Sinners are the ones pulling ahead. 6-1, forced buy-in from Fnatic. I guess you could argue kind of the force buy-in from Sinners. They won the round, so by technicality it's not. But just look at what they've got to work with.
Well, we had the conversation. Both teams didn't have any money in the reserve. So the fact that it comes down to a 1vx and only one player stays alive, you know you're in for hurt on the economy set. So now for Fnatic, they know we can press this. We can try and force it back, but both teams are in the same position.
Bash in, Zedco SMG just riddles Heat with bullets. Kicks things off for the kill once again for the Sinners. And how many times have they gone aggressive towards short and found the start in the round?
They found a lot of success there, and it's come down to good utility usage. Oh, they're going to double pump. They're going to boost up again.
K is given the mantle of the boost. Utility in hand. Nico Otis' head is seen. He gets removed from play. Chance available. The flashbangs keeping players blind. They will also remove Shock back from the pillar position. But B-Stick in at water. Removes Roy. It's all left to Messi in a 1 versus 3. Gets B-Stick. Is aware that Zedco should be around. He's seeing that flash is going to confirm it. But the spray is not good enough. It wasn't accurate to the kill. 14 HP. Zedco is alive and Sinners find their 7th. And this is looking very similar to how Vertigo went down.
See, you said, Jay, that both teams have elevated their gameplay. I don't know if that's true, because Fnatic, they're giving away so many opening man advantages. We've just spoken about that short water aggression and how successful it's been. And for Fnatic, yeah, you had a mental clutch that came through from Nico Erdos of a 1v2, in which both of us kind of said, oh, well, you probably shouldn't have won that. They shouldn't have given that away. That's the only round that Fnatic have won.
Been confidence from Sinners outside of that. And now with that victory in the previous round, they've only got Deagles on Fnatic, a half buy investment. Max loss bonus is still flowing in for them, so they've got economy to work with. They need to actually score something here. It's 7-1.
Now, this is the first time in which Sinners have probably had some breathing room, right, Jay? Because we've always had Fnatic just continuously buying, trying to keep the pressure on with the economy state, and now that it's finally been broken, in theory, this should be one of the easier rounds from Sinners so far yet, and knowing that even Messi's been spotted, this is a lot of information being gathered around the fountain control.
Aussie sat back in at long. Hoping for aggression to come through from the T side, but so little has been gained. It is so quiet across overpass.
It's all a matter of timing on this walk forward towards Monster. The MP9's in a good position, I'll give him that much.
Backed up by an AK as well. Flash evaded, kill found for Messi regardless, and Crims will double up with their Deagle. Finally, something going right for Fnatic.
And they've got to close the round, though. It's still not over. The bomb has not got into the site just yet, and CTs are getting into position.
They've been stored on these actual bomb plants for the time being, and putting a bit of commonality over the course of this series. They get it down in the end, now force out the retake from Tom Case and Co. He'll charge things forward and get Messi, but Nico Otis with a quick swing. B-Stick with 2 to line up, only gets 1 frag for it. And Forzy left to save the M4.
Crims making the hero play of a double entry outside of Monster. You saw the way that Shock was playing close with that MP9 towards the Monster wall. He just gets overexposed completely. And then even towards the barrels position with that AK. There's not really much being found. The anchor players being rolled over. And then even Tom Case on B-Stick on rotation. Only managed 1 apiece, no multi-frags. Fnatic find their 2nd. And of course, a few weapons to be saved.
At long last. It wasn't down to a clutch this time, it was down to a Deco steal. Again, Crim's doing so much great work, charging forward against Shock, and somehow landed that flick towards Zedco the same. The buyback for Sinners will be crippled for it. Again, both teams struggling with their economy. The Sinners don't have the loss bonus to fall back on.
And I think we're both waiting for that convincing round from Fnatic. Because again, they won the clutch, they've now got an eco steal. We haven't really seen a convincing rifle v rifle round come through successfully for them. And knowing that they're up against this sort of a buy, you have to imagine for Sinners, it's going to be a bit more risky. They're going to be really pressing for an opening man advantage again.
Holding position for now, passive on the Fnatic camp. Sinners will wait in their common default defensive positions as well. A boost up for Forzy. Could be something over on that boost position. But they're going to hide for it. Only peek up when they need to.
Even Shock playing out towards Grill, just hoping that he could spot some feet, get a 1-for-1 frag. really needs to multi if at all possible, because remember, that M4, as soon as he dies, is going to be exposed in the open. They won't be able to recover it.
Sees where Crims is. Crims with a swing and the kill found against one of the two rifles for the Sinners. Flashes and smoke sent down from both sides. Zedko evading contact by virtue of his smoke towards the gap. Mezzi, however, finds the kill and Zedko creeps ahead of it, but doesn't get much more than damage. Crims and Mezzi solo HP, but still getting the frags. And Fnatic have found their rhythm.
And maybe the rhythm of Crims, right? He was the guy that made a double entry in that last round. Think about the impact he finds here. The first kill onto the M4 towards that grill position just opened up so much space from the monster side.
Trying to claw things back on the part of Fnatic. Nicolas' AWP trying to look for the final pick onto Tom Case. There is players working their way in to try and hunt him down, but he does get away with another good exit. Not quite the double and the triple. So the AK gets regained by the T side, and Fnatic find 3. There should be a harsher eco for Sinners coming in now.
I can't imagine much. I'd like to see a Zeus come out, if at all possible, Jay. Give me one of those towards Connector. And for Fnatic, it's all about stabilizing, bringing back the deficit. Because as of right now, they've finally reached that target of breaking the economy on their opposition.
4 rounds to make up and all. USPs and P2K, of course, you mentioned harsher eco, so no real weapon to work with. Stacking towards long could catch Roy and Mezzi off guard. They're about to peek together as well. See what's really going on, and line up the spray towards the 3K, or 4K actually for Mezzi. Fnatic able to only lose 1 weapon, so stacking up the economy, building it back. That's one thing they've been pretty good at doing, is building economy when they start to find a success. Keeping Sinners on the resets. No resets in this round. M4's now back out.
I haven't seen much AWPing coming through from Forzy either, in the idea that the money state has just never really been there. There's actually been quite a few rifle rounds previously, Jay, where he's just always on the M4 instead.
He's still doing well, though. He's on 10 frags. There's 1 behind Beastick, the top fragger at 11. And having those 2 players on your side have obviously had their impact in the 7 rounds that Sinners have won so far. Fnatic looking to claw some of that momentum back. Beastick not seeing the edge of the smoke. Heap's going to walk right behind him and get the kill to kick off the round.
Very cheeky for Heap to work in and around that util, but Zenko out towards a short pipe has got to try and escape and make sure he doesn't get traded at all. Oh, he's going to double dip into the AWPer. That is a mistake.
And Nikodos ready for it just about. Took some damage though, so he wasn't 100% prepared. The kill is found, and Fnatic have the man advantage regardless. They'll slow down the round once again. The next engagement seems to come out towards long. Forzy with the frag on Roy evens up the standing again.
A great info play to deal with the lurker, and now give the heads-up play to the 2B players that it's probably going to be the hit. Even Shock playing out towards a barrels position. Tom Case in and around the site too.
Oh, Forzy with a swing on Mezzi, that's a mistake. AWP does get found though, closer to the corner than Shock was. And now leaving it all on Tom Case as the man of the defensive towards the A site. Coming in from the bank stairs. Mezzi's already at APC. Incendiaries are driving back. The bomb should be secured here in the plot.
How quickly does Shock get into position? They've got to try crossfire of one another. Tom Case undetected right now.
Leaning in to try and look for Mezzi. I think he might have been spotted. No, Mezzi falls back, and the backstab starts to prepare itself. Heap caught off, damaged a little bit. Incendiaries coming in. Shock tried to throw one, but didn't end up doing so. Tom Case now on the site without a kit, without smoke, 2 flashes, and a 1v2 clutch to try and win. He'll lean in, see where Heap is, burst fire, but not land the kill shots, not land the time, and not land the round.
Yeah, just get out of there. Save the M4 towards a long position. Not really much you could have gained from that point onwards. A decent attempt. Shock just gets caught with the util out rather than continuing to dry face and to draw in the jiggle. It feels as if he gets the util out, he might have a better chance. Very good opening pick coming through from Heap. And for Zenko, it's ballsy, right? You get that kill, you force it back to a 4v4, and then he just re-aggresses. Makes the situation more uncomfortable when he gets traded by Nico Odos.
Great efforts there from the Fnatic side so far to bring things back again. Parallels to be drawn to the last map. Try and make a decent T side half and lean to the CT side, where on paper things should get better. M4's in for Tom Case. And again, a hero rifle round for the Sinners here.
just trying their best to make anything happen in a round like this. Nade stack out towards a boost position, not going to grant anything. Heap is a lot more further back passive.
They went to swing forward in the end and get a kill towards Beastie, but Tom Case with a quick responsive. The AWP and Nico Odos tried to get a wall bang as well. Didn't quite work out for him. It's Crims finding the entry towards the B side. Shot picked up, Zedco close. Deagle misses, Crims another good frag, and Tom Case also get Molotov back out of position. We'll try look for that pill, but just won't even find it. Forzy now left towards the A site with absolutely no chance of this retake again.
Fnatic really clawing their way back into the game, and especially when we saw the start at 7-1, you start feeling as if Sinners were going to start running away with it, perhaps get to double digits, really put their foot down in the first half, but it's dried up. And I think it really shows how important the swing of momentum rounds of breaking the economy really was. We had a few rounds, probably around number 8 or number 9, where both teams just had nothing in the reserve, and now we're starting to see the ramifications of that for Sinners.
Fnatic really mounting up now. Number 6 to the T side board. Again, it was a hero weapon round for the Sinners side, so they can afford the buyback in the next one. Fnatic, again, have been on the comeback for a while.
It all takes one round at a time, start building up the streak, get more involved in the game. And just knowing that we had this series and then obviously the next one of Enterprise versus MOUZ NXT, I for sure thought the next series was going to be the more competitive one, and we're actually getting a fairly exciting best of 3.
Certainly so. I mean, certainly much more closer than what we initially expected. We had it written off from the word go. Thought Fnatic were going to claim this pretty easily, maybe in a 3-map series. But there has been a much closer affair from Sinners across the board, especially in maps 2 and 3. Heap trailing back on Zedco, bringing it to a 4-on-4 scenario.
Beastic trying to work with the Shadow. They peek together. Lovely line up there with a couple of kills. And now for Sinners, that's the response they're hoping for.
Yeah, back to a 4-on-2 towards their favor. Fnatic held the line, held the trades until that very moment. Now they have to play towards that A side where Beastic has backed away from the bathroom, so mid should be taken relatively easily. They still might hunt for the kills though. And Beastic still gets a triple, dropping the bomb deeper into the bathrooms. Leave us all alone.
Beastic just wasting so much time now. Nick Odos, we've seen him in a couple of clutch situations in the past, Jay. This is going to be a difficult one though, and already being seen by Shock. Now the information's been given up.
Try to swing, get something into it. But not going to happen. Beastic removes him. Deals the damage to bring in the half. The 8th round for the Sinner side.
Fnatic, that would have been a slight wake-up call. And again, to draw back to what we saw on map 1, especially, Jay, the one-sided nature. The Fnatic side that was outclassing in all accounts. And then obviously we saw what happened on Vertigo with the resurgence. We're now seeing here on Overpass. It does have a very odd feeling towards it, because typically speaking, if any time we get a super one-sided first map in the series, it kind of continues down that route.
Not in this case, though. Again, closer tees on that last map, and in this one, similar story. 8-6 for the Sinners, so we're guaranteed for them to have the half. Fnatic, I wonder if they can bring it back to 7 like they did on the previous one, and again, whether it would have been too little too late like it was over on Vertigo. Small tech pause before we do jump into that last round. Moments respite for both sides. Momentum break, perhaps. Maybe a moment to think over what this half has been like so far. You can see, obviously, Fnatic have committed to the full buy, so there's no question about it. It wasn't any question anyway, because it is round 15, but they're going to have no major limitations, doesn't look like.
And just knowing that for Sinners as well, when we look at Tom Case and the coach that we have down for the Sinners side in a playing position, this is actually his highest played map in the pool in the last 3 months, Jay. We've seen a lot of Overpass with him.
Yeah. Again, we've seen quite a fair amount from the team in general over on the Sinners side. A lot of it has led to that 4-map winning streak that you mentioned a little bit earlier on. So a bit of momentum to swing forward. All those results, though, again, lower tier of competition across the Sinner side. Speaking of competitions, there is a giveaway available, so you can participate in a competition here in Republic. Click the banner under the stream, and you can get your hands on a gaming chair, a Brightwater field-tested flip knife, and of course an AK-47 X-Ray BS. So,
okay.
All available for you Counter-Strike fans. I'm particularly looking at that knife, thinking that looks pretty.
Do you know
clean.
what?
It looks like my It looks a lot like my kitchen knives, mate. So I'm I can cook and kill in Counter-Strike. I'll take that if I can. I'm not going to enter the giveaway, though. That's all for you to get. M4s, AKs, single AWP setups for both sides. Here we go, round 15.
And more pacey this time around for Fnatic towards a short pipe, and the early nade damage both onto Mezzi and to Crims does do some chunk damage. Will it just be the pop into B? It's a lot quicker.
Set up close towards short already. A smoke down a monster might stall it. You can see suppression on B-Stick here and connector being marked by Mezzi. Might look for that frag. Crims' back's turned so perfectly. And now Mezzi's been seen and Zedko can deal with him. That's a short presence taken out all down to the monster push here. Shock, swings, gets Roy. Heat with one responsive. Tom Keys will be able to get him back all the same. And Nico Odos in a 1v4. Surely should be left for dead now.
Yeah, you got to imagine so. Players all around. The Beasts are actually trying to come through from Fnatic. Very good anchor holds and just positional advantage for Sinners.
See if he can make this clutch happen. 1v2 earlier in the map, now a 1v4 right here and now, and Forzy says no from the word go. 9-6 for the Sinners, a 3-round deficit as they hold the lead, and Fnatic, well, not ideal for them in their position, let's put it that way.
Já jdu první, počkej.
Pojď. Kámo, tak to nemáme šanci, tady to...
Ticho?
Kámo! Vyjebaný! Jak se respawnujete, tak to je easy, ne?
Je, jedám.
Co je?
Co je?
Skoč!
Vlastně poblokovat, kámo, vy jste...
Kámo, ale tak já nemám šanci, to se nedá dát.
Ale proč bys to neměl šanci dát? To jde.
Já jsem dal
Já jsem normálně spadl, tak já mu Tomka nedal ani past a já jsem spadl.
Kde tam může jít?
Co je tady za past? Co je tady za past, Duši?
Máme nějaký věrný.
Ty kreténe! Kámo,
Pojď rychle, dokud to využiju, dělej.
Šok je s***nej bejtr, kámo, šok je s***nej bejtr. Indro, kdo to tady?
Jsem tady.
Co je, laser? Už uhýbám tomu. Hej, co je? Vyje, Uši.
Já jsem spadnul a Tomka nic nepustil ani kámo, tak já jsem...
Projedem.
Jedám.
Hej, ale on mačká všechno furt, chápeš to?
To nemůžeš. Ale co máš jako... Tady ti to blokne, tady vytřej jaká p***na.
Díky.
Ty kreténe, ty vole, Tom Kejsi.
Kámo, Neo, ty máš zase to, mikrák z webky, podle mě.
Right?
Nevím.
Kámo!
Já zbejčím strašně oši.
Nestraj Tomka. Počkej.
A když to dal,
Kámo, tohle mám dát.
Počkejte, musíme se grupnout,
Jo, počkejme na sebe všichni.
Čekám na vás už.
A co se tady děje? To vybuchuje?
Jo.
Co to vybuchuje, tak...
No nic zoší, musím se obětovat.
Tom Kejsi.
Nice, ty vole. Počkej, tady on něco použil, počkej, ty kulomet, ty bacha. Kámo, to střílí. Pozor! Já mám 20 HP, kámo.
Kámo, au!
Pojď, dělej.
Oši, já jsem vyvěděl Tomka jako Nice, že máme tady jeden ten.
Hej, možná nechte mě jít první, já mám 20 HP, kámo.
Počkej.
Já jsem byl tak daleko, nebudu to hrát.
Přijděte i vy na Úsporný režim. V Elektrowordu nakupujte elektroniku pohodlně na splátky. Elektrovord.cz.
What a strong half from the Sinners. Another opening strong half from the Sinners side. We're now leaning into the second half, and Fnatic have at least brought the comeback in a certain capacity, but not nearly as close as it was in map 2, Dweg. What do we think? How do we feel this one playing out?
Well, I think for Fnatic, they'll be disappointed, knowing that they could have put their foot down so much quicker when it came to that first half. And it almost gives me similar parallels to Roy in the idea that we only sort of got him going right towards the end. You think back to that 1-7 deficit from Fnatic and thought, surely they could have got more out of that one. For Sinners, yes, it's not quite double digits, but it's still a very strong position to be in going to the second half.
A pistol round will tell all, or at least it could tell all. All to play for as of right now. Sinners in a fantastic spot and may maintain that spot with the victory right here and now. Glocks at a P250 passed off to Forzy as the raid boss man. USPs and regular Kevlar out for Fnatic. They've got a flash and a smoke in for Mezi, but once again, no kit for the CT side.
Yeah, B-Stack coming in, and rather than playing the spotter setup out towards Party, they've actually got a con play. So this means that if Sinners start gaining long control or anything towards bathrooms or banana, this would probably have to be a retake from Fnatic.
And likely so. Swings in, Zedco, gonna lead his Glock up and out into the bathroom's entrance, now up towards Long. Him and Tom Case backed up by one more man behind him, and Zedco, first player to face, seeing nothing on the backside. Flashes forward, blind off Mezi and suppress him with a smoke back at Dumpster.
Oh, I like this. So much map territory, and even the late lurk to come through from Party, but Roy reads it, even getting goosed in the process.
Oh, look at Tom Case facing so far forward. Mezi deals with him and with Zedco down at the bank basement. Shock now on the stairs. Will fall back. The same start to re-aggress, and Heap has him marked. It's Forzy, P250, the young star doing so well on the last map and middling in this one, middling in the pistol as Fnatic take it all.
It just came down to a stance where you plant open for bank, you want to try put that aggression down, and you're just getting absolutely railed by Mezi. You try to get in towards Dumpster, towards that bank position, and it's just not presenting at all. This is a great watch from Roy. The fact that he gets goosed and then finds the pick, and obviously the spin around from Mezi to find a couple of kills, and knowing that Forzy was the lurk, the one so far away from the bomb site, he can't be the one to close out the round.
A big pistol for Fnatic to take. Opportunity abound. Back into the game we go, back into the match. And we'll look to fight. Mount up some sort of offensive on the CT side, a comeback that needs to extend further than just the 6 they got in the previous. Of course, the bomb plant bonus for Sinners will try and resist the same. Galil's on 3, AK on 1, B-Stick with a deagle. So firepower aplenty.
And Forzy, does he clear out that close left-hand side position? They've gone for a contact into B. This is already fairly successful.
Oh, Zedco's also got a kill, as is Forzy. Oh, Lord, Fnatic. Swing out for another good pick. Nico shuts him down, but now they know where the last 2 CTs are out. They'll grab that bomb committed to the B site. Tom Case is going to wait back here. Nico Odos drops. What a disaster in the follow-up for the CT side.
What a grin I've got on my face, Jay. That was an unbelievable round. The fact that you've got map control being gained towards the Topicon, edging towards an aggressive play in the bathrooms, and then it's the walk contact. It's the deagle to start it off. It's Zedco with that AK to get the second entry onto the anchor of B, and then from that point onwards, we then see even Tom Case come into own. He cuts off one of the rotates of Nico Odos, and Messi's just got from Haas to save.
That couldn't have gone more worse. B-Stick's deagle started, Zedco and Tom Case just doing all that they could. Forzy got a pick of his own. Only player left is Shock to get the team ace for Sinners. Oh, Fnatic, that is just a... It's gonna sting. and they're going to feel that sting as this one plays out.
I think we need to look at it the other way, though, and the positive element there for Sinners, and just go, what a round. Yeah, obviously it's disappointing for Fnatic. You won pistol and you lose the next, but that came down to an incredible call on the contact, the positional advantage in the default to cut the rotates off. Fnatic just got slapped.
Definitely cuts both ways, I'll give you that. The outset for Fnatic is much worse thanks to that loss. The Deagles in, the FAMAS of course saved. Forcing best for this round because they don't really have much of a choice, honestly. Roy with 5-7. Down in connector to try and receive the T side. They won't challenge him.
And for Fnatic, I'm going to be honest here, Jay, and say if they don't win this round, I think they've lost the series. Because you're up 10-7 for the Sinners side, you win this, get a bit of confidence, you get 2 rounds in a row, then it's really just about closing.
I want to go so far as to say this particular round, maybe the next gun round in like, you know, round 20 or so. That's where I'll say Fnatic would have lost the series. And there's Nico Odos trying to win this particular round outright himself. Shock, first man to fall, down to the Eagle, a quick headshot, but no one out towards long of the A side to defend the oncoming onslaught of the Sinners.
A decent position in for Beastic to cut any of the CTs trying to come into that top of composition. Even the rotates have come in fairly quickly to the A side directly.
Nico Odos caught Beastic with the frag back of 4-on-4. Tom Case leaning in lanes against the likes of Crims. The M4 at Beastic is overrun by Roy at 4 versus 3. Fnatic now have control, but they have lost the A sides.
And this is looking promising, and now another kill gets presented.
Frag foul against Crim's part. He's low HP, so potential on the trade, but Roy chimes in against the likes of Zedco and doubles up towards Forzy. So they do win that force by a triple foul by Roy in particular. AKs and M4s recovered across the board. Fnatic chiming right back.
It changes the complexion of this map entirely. You've got a lot of weapons being saved in, 4 players stay alive, you've got a couple of AKs to work with as well. And just came down to the capitalization of Beastic towards the top of party, only getting 1. You saw that first pit for Nico Odos to connect our Shock, just getting domed. And then, of course, Roy with the trade frag. I'd say that's unfortunate for Tom Case. You're on the other side of the smoke and you just get completely spammed in by 5-7. And as soon as that kill really came in, it just limits the site players completely. And it meant that Roy on the backstab just had them, the vision completely distracted.
Now leaving nothing for the Sinners in that round. Of course, the bomb plant bonus to enable another rebuy back into round 19. Roy with the M4 swinging so far forward. You see Beastic below on the wall bang, gets the kill for it. Spotting Forzy as well as he swings out wide. A double up for Roy as Zedco trades meanwhile out towards that B site. But if they continue extending up here at Park, they're going to see that bomb. They might even win the round outright for that. Shock, however, chimes in to Nico Odos. A 3-on-2 situation.
Yeah, Sinners just trying to scramble the rotations in a round like this. The boost up coming through from Mezzi. And Tom Case walking through with the Deagle towards the site. Has done a lot of damage onto Mezzi in the 2v3.
Tom Case will at least be able to get a site access, but now Shock's going to rotate forward and grab that bomb. Will he commit to the fake? Will it just be Tom Case to play distraction while they really plant towards the A site? Being careful about this, but all 3 CTs are up in heaven right now.
Tom Case is pretty desperate for a fight to bring it back to an even playing field. Looking out towards Graffiti, not seeing anything. Has not really overpeaked towards heaven just yet.
Would have heard that drop down as well into the water. "35 seconds, and they are continuing to play forward. Expecting there to be something here, the CT side, some sort of game plan, some trick up their sleeves. Laser try catch Tom Case, but Shock, the high HP player, is on the site. Will go for the plant. Roy swings out, and now Shock with it all to do. Knows that one player is up in heaven, at least takes that face. Sees where Mezzi is as well. Doubles up, looks for the triple. Roy so low HP. Shock's looking the wrong way. And Fnatic, with a 4K to Roy's name, will find the 9th.
That's a close one. 2v3 on the post plant. You lose your teammate and Tom Case pretty quickly. And Shock trying his best to bring that back, to allow the clutch forward. Even with the bomb plant, they won't have another buy on the table. And it started with Roy's aggression out to the park control, allowing that multi-frag. Mezzi down on B to hold the advantage. Very back and forth with the trades overall, and Sinners came so close to recovering that completely.
Fnatic now within 1 of the lead. How close it got really for the T side though. As you mentioned, nearly recovered entirely, and for that, Fnatic will be hurting on the economy state. It won't be a buyback to try and force it for Sinews, but they have got Deagles, and Nico Rodos almost just got caught by one.
And this is where you start wondering, does the pressure and the confidence start dipping for a team like Sinners in this sort of position? Does Fnatic start coming into their own? Nico Rodos a little bit wide on this default position. Ooh, lovely shots.
Indeed they are. Zedko standing alone with an Eagle. Crims finds a return back to Tom Case. Shock and Zedko, last two players remaining. Shock in particular caught off towards that underpass position. And from here, it should just lead to Fnatic overwhelming the Sinners.
And now for Fnatic, starting to make a little bit of noise towards that top of con, so that's at least being heard. And Roy is starting to step up these last couple of rounds. Really come the second half, Jay, he started to put a lot more impact frags up on the board.
It's another kill right there and then. Obviously a player that was so missing in that last map. Striking alongside his Danish brethren in Nico Rodos in this one. Triple up for Nico Rodos in that last round. He was the bottom fragger prior to that round, but now just about taking over control. Usurping one man. Great AWPing shots against those pistols. The rifles are back in for Sinners now. As we go 10-all to the board, this next one could be pivotal to Fnatic.
And just continuing to gain that streak. The Sinners need to get themselves in a position to start firing back up. Haven't really seen a big triple or at least an entry play coming of a multi-frag in quite a while. I like the aggressive approach. Nade stack coming in. This is actually going to do some damage to Mezzy, but not kill him.
Just burst fire through towards the wallbang positions. The nades will tag him down to a little under 70 HP. That's about it. You mentioned not much was going to be done right there and then. A lot more done to Crimson on what I believe was a wallbang spray there. Molotov sent back. Heat forced to use the smoke to try to drive their attention away from him at the pillar and on towards that toxic barrels position.
Oh, caught out in the open though, trying to reposition. Look towards the short sandbags and Zenko catches him.
Bragg found a start. Crims is watching for more. Nico Rodos caught by Beastic next to a 5-on-3. Crims strong one, but is he aware of the second man? He surely should be, because Zedko was the player that got that kill. Tom Case absent in that one. Meanwhile, the walk forward from Roy does catch Forzy. 3-on-3. Now got to focus on the mid load that's coming forward. Action on both sides of the map. Who's going to strike first? It looks to be Crims. Sees the shoulder, gets Zedko, swings back on Shock, who trades to a 2-on-2 situation.
Oh, they've got A-side completely clear. The problem is, Jay, how does that bomb get there? Because with Roy being aggressive in and around party, if you come from T-Con or you come from Connector itself, surely he cuts the rotate.
I think the best player is to go for B from here, but there's already got a player aggressing Messi. Didn't see Shock, though. Makes a mistake, and may have just cost his team the round. Definitely will cost them the site here. Smokes down towards the short pipe. Roy making his way in towards water. 10 seconds. Got to cut off the likes of Shock, and that's exactly what he does. A frag found. No way for Beastie back into this round. Will grab that ball. Try to secure on, but he's a little bit out of the plant angle. A little bit out of the area. And will not secure the round. Fnatic take the lead.
Roy has been the difference maker. He has been the shake-up right now for Fnatic in this second half. Without him putting down the rounds, they would not have been able to get as far as they have. The streak continuing, and it came down to Zenko with a double entry. Beastic doing well over towards that B side. But this frag, Roy aggressing towards Park, Crims catching Zenko off towards that grill position. And then just when you think Mezzy gets caught, this is the play. The smoke goes down, but Roy still capitalizes. My goodness, he has really been the guy right now in Overpass. And if they win it, Jay, he has to be the MVP because of it.
And what did we say prior to this map starting? It was going to be down to him to do all the heavy lifting, to be the individual element to step up, because he was so poor over on that Vertigo. He was the reason that Fnatic fell apart there. Had he had more impact, it would have been a 2-0. He's having more impact now. It could still be a 2-1. 16 kills for him, behind Crims by 2 frags. Behind the top fragger at Beastic by 3. But the difference maker for Fnatic nonetheless. Sinners, hero AK half buy.
I try and get as much out of this one as possible. Nico Erdos going in for the aggressive connector peek. The AWP catches a glimpse of Shocks, but not quite the kill.
Leans in for the double up against him. Yeah, second dip against the frag. Turns out towards short enough for the CT force. Blind spray from the and they're just going to pop ahead of it. Walk behind one player, and Heap's going to turn around at the right moment. So 5-on-3 game by Fnatic. Sinners go for the long walk.
Just knowing that that bomb is still up towards a T-Cob position, you can start the long walk, but someone needs to go back over to get it. Fnatic, this streak is just starting to turn into something mental. 5 in a row now, Jay.
5 more to go before the victory comes in for Fnatic. Beastic still got that AK working into the mid-bathrooms position. The bomb's out towards T-Con. I don't think that it's not dropped in underpass, so it can be recovered pretty easily by Forzy. Mezzi waiting on top of Dumpster, waiting for the peak to come forward as the open Nico Odos.
Yeah, they've heard that though. They know that bomb's getting picked up, and now even the counter utility, they're trying to slow down the A play.
Lashes forward, backstab in. Tomcase with a great deagle on Nico Odos. Mezzi now up to task. Roy back turns on towards B-Stick. Forzy with a responsive. Tomcase now to get the entries. 26 seconds to the clock and they swing. They remove him. It's all Forzy with the AK in hand for a 1v3 clutch. But I think his chances are limited and I think he knows that. He'll save.
Yeah, nothing that he can find in this sort of round at all. Fnatic are going to get down towards 12. Forzy trying to throw himself at this. Wants to go down before the time expires, and he will do at least. And Crims with that AWP disallows any chance of that saved-in weapon. And now for Fnatic, they turn it into 6, and it just felt there for Sinners that it is a limited buy, and they get away with some damage. They need a round, though. They've got to end this.
Yeah, got to do something to change up the narrative. Sinners dictating the majority of this matchup, but now Fnatic are in control. Orp set in for Forzy and for Nico Odos. Nico Odos out towards long, sees one, flicks directly, connects it perfectly.
What a press of acceleration on the CT side to get aggressive towards that park position, and they don't even know about Roy. This is what makes the setup so cool.
Nico Odos pulling all distractions. Roy leans in, catches Forzy. Spray barely comes together. He should be aware of Beastic also at long here. Utility thrown down to block him. And no gaps in that smoke. Roy will continue watching T-Con. I wonder if there's a press forward from that long player. Meanwhile, Zedko's pressing forward towards the B side, but doesn't quite catch the shot against the CT players.
He's got to make something happen. They've got to find a refrag, and even Crims getting aggressive, looking towards that sandbags position. Roy eventually falls, but the damage has already been done. Sinners are in an awful position now.
Yeah, in theory, they could catch Nico Odos and press towards the A site, but he's just not missing his shots. A second frag for him in this round. B-Stick down, Bomb even out of position for Shock.
Fnatic really coming into their own on the CT side. And now Shock just doesn't know where to end up here. Time is limited, over towards B. It's Heat to deal with, but there's already the backstab, and Crims is going to cut him off. Nothing else that he can find. Still 3 players surviving, and an AK being recovered. The Sinners, this is so rough. After what we saw was a very strong first half.
They've had a single round in the second half so far. Fnatic taking the CT-sidedness of this map and applying it in full effect. Having the skills to do so as well. Fantastic shooting from Nico Odos. Crims, currently the top fragger of the server, 22 for him. And Tech 9 for the Sinners. Can't do much to resist this here. Flashing their way towards Monster. Blind sprays from Heat, already catching Tomcase. They're going to press the issue, though. Shock sprayed down. The same USPs pulled out. Rifles are completely blinded. So Beastic getting punished on that particular frag alongside Shock getting Heat. Mezzi left alone to the backside.
Now, this is looking really promising. Start gaining that side control. Try and get the bomb down. They're actually going to fire onto the M4 too.
The Shock extending way too far. Nico Odos drops the next man, trying to lock on the Forzy, but couldn't quite do it. Now he's the last player standing. His teammates are falling all around him. M4 in hand, no Kevlar, no util, but the bomb on his back and a rotate to A.
If he gets this to be more expensive, if he gets the bomb plant on A, that will just be insult to injury. Knowing that there really wasn't much invested into the round. Now, Fnatic are working together on this one, Jay. They're both making that info play towards Monster. They're going to have the realization pretty soon that B is clear and that they've got to start getting bodies up to A.
They pressed the issue initially, seeing nothing out towards Monster. Forzy's got a free bomb plant, so just take that and force out the retake from Fnatic.
How quickly do they get there? And where does Forzy reposition himself to? Because he doesn't have Kevlar, it's going to make it difficult for him in the duels, but he has to waste as much time as possible to make this winnable.
Yeah, just sit pretty for now, checking bank. Slow walking. Is he going to go for a counter rotate to B? Surely that would be a bit too big brain. Oh my god, he's going for it. Just as they've rotated away from the B site as well.
And they're going to hear the drop down though, and they can come quickly back into that connector control. Get over to that AWP. No, stick with the M4.
7 seconds. He'll just about make the plant open as well. Heaven wrap will not be received. He's watching short so desperately, and now will start to turn away from it. Tanks a bit of damage to that nade, only 5 points of HP. And watching connector, unawares of where they're coming from. Incendiary sent down towards wall to try and drive him back. Swing out towards the sandbags. The bomb's not planted for him though. It's covered off a little bit, smoke back. Got a swing, sees Roy, sprays him back. Looks for Mezzi in a one-on-one, taps it once, trying to force out a wide face. Forzy's got time. He's going in close with the knife. He's going to wait. Mezzi back on the bomb for a second time, but he wins that fight and should win the defuse.
Oh, that was such a good effort. Such a good effort on the Eco to almost win the 1v2. Forzy had the opportunity to pick that AWP up from the Heaven angle. Dropped by Nico Odos. He doesn't opt to do it. What a chance that could have been. What a steal that could have been, but it doesn't quite come through Fnatic. They could look at that one and say, geez, that was a sweater.
Definitely wiping it off their foreheads right now, considering how down to the wire that got. Derailing all the momentum for Fnatic and they lost that round. Sinners know what they just missed out on. But they also know what they gained. A ton of damage to the CT side, a chance to reset if they can gain round 25. A buyback thanks to that bomb plant bonus. And an AWP and Nico Odos leaning in, right for the picking, but also dangerous to the kill. And Zedko, oh my goodness, he's found another angle. No! A kill to find, but he checks it, and he gets the opening start.
Oh my goodness, he does so much right. So much right with the trigger discipline. He wants to get a multi-frag. Oh, I feel for Sinners, Jay. There's no way that happens.
And the damage just starts pouring in a connector. Forzy in shock, tagged shock, taken out by Roy. Tom Case now moving into the site itself, leaning in, spotting vision out towards B, but not seeing a CT he can trade.
And even Nico Odos has taken so much map control out towards T-Con. The bomb might get caught though.
It's alone in T-Con itself. He's evaded the ire of the CT AWP. Forzy's AWP. Act up the same, trying to challenge onto the man. 35 seconds. Time is ticking away on the Sinners.
Even Roy's in such a good position to force that bomb to drop. He can keep the eyes towards that monster position. And for Tom Case, he needs a double entry. He needs to open up B completely.
Roy watching. Flashes forward, swing in, spray doesn't land. Forzy and B-Stick, last two players staying, and Nico is going to go hunting for the AWP. Will lose his life, but there's nothing in this one for the Sinners side. They have to save the weapons. Fnatic are going to get to map and match point.
This streak has just gone so far out of control. When it seemed as if Sinners had a good start in the first half, came in towards the second, and kept it. It's such a close playing field, Jay. This is heartbreaking. To just think they haven't been able to manage anymore, because they've worked so hard in the series mentally to recover from a 3-16 pounding on map 1, with the way they showed themselves on map 2, with the way the first half was here on Overpass.
5 match points for Fnatic. Damage done very heavily to the T-side line. Some returned onto Heap, but he's the only player that got tagged. 3-4, now 1 dead on the part of the Sinners side, but at least that boost was against Nico Odos. Zedko falls quickly in trade.
A very good trade involved. Out towards that short water position, Fnatic just continue to press. And now for Sinners, they've got to work with the advantage they've got already, and that's the long control. And up here at Party, you can already see the rotates coming back, and Roy, oh, he's going to hear the footsteps, isn't he? He knows exactly what's going on.
Tom Case, low HP as well, could be flanked. Making noise initially. Roy might get baited. He's watching the wrong entryway, however, and will start to fall away. Still making zero noise, though, giving no further info back to the CT side.
3 on A, though. This is such a good read. Fnatic know the bomb's coming up from Deacon. Roy could just stay.
Pushing closer and closer, further forward towards it. M4 of Crims for Z. Swing and a hit. Finds the kill. Still got Mezzi in the corner in a 3-on-3 situation. The stack now working towards the backstab. Mezzi unchecked by Tom Case, perfect kill. Bomb dropped. B-Stick also seen. Smoke down against the Molotov. 4Z in a divider. Will land a trade back, but Mezzi's so quick to mark him. It's B-Stick left alone in the 1v2 to keep Sinners alive in this matchup. Less than 20 seconds to win that clutch as well. And creeping closer around towards Heap, trying to spot out Mezzi. Will catch that headshot. Where's the last man? Backside! Oh, he's got it! We play on!
Oh, mate, a B-Stick special just when they need it the most, just when they need a survival round. It comes down to the 1vx, it comes to not even trying to pick up the bomb. And the in-game leader could not have shown off better than a round like that.
What a huge round. B-Stick somehow finding the way to find the survival for Sinners. A tactical call by Fnatic here. And all that expense in the last few rounds, all that damage done to the economy, it will compound here. You'll see 2 rifles, a third one will get bought back. Heap's yet to invest. Mezzi's got 150 bucks. It's not looking great.
It's still okay though, and it's still a round that you can work with, because in theory, the way that Fnatic are trying to play this is we give ourselves a force in round 27, we eco round 28, we buy round 29, and then we've got sort of a half buy round 30. So you've got that one good rifle round, but you've also got a couple of rounds in which there's going to be limited upgrades, Jay. These rounds are still winnable.
Nico Otis' AWP still impactful though. Playing in towards that long control once again, expecting there to be a part play. Gonna evade it though, go out to Fountain and play towards the mid stairs.
He's been very consistent when he's aggressive towards long with the AWP on CT side. Royan from Con has not seen B-Stick. This could actually be a really big exploitation of the open map control.
Gotta focus on that connected position though. Shock backed up by Tom Case, might find the opening kill, might find the key point in the map for the T side line. He turns away at the wrong moment. Roy gets that kill, all before Z quick to respond.
And Nico Odos can still get aggressive. Yeah, that bomb's gonna get picked up and over towards A, but check out where it's gonna go, Jay. It's probably gonna come in T-Con.
Mentions that Nico Odos being watched and Forzy catches him. He extends too far. Now B-Stick trading places with Mezzi. 2 CTs hunt down Zedko. He gets 1 kill, only 1 kill though. And Mezzi has allowed heaven control to the T-side line. A 3-on-2, the Sinners, they have the B site.
They drop the bomb though. Check out where it is, down there towards that T-spawn area. Crimson's just got to try and waste time now.
He's all on his own to do so though. Mezzi's going to rotate back up. 28 seconds. And Forzie's got his eyes trained towards that M4's position. If he waits, Mezzi gets that frag, and that might be enough, but time is of the essence. Sinners are going to try and act here.
Oh, Forzi needs this shot. This could be one of the most important shots from him in the entire game.
Here's footsteps to his right, Forzie's back, turn to his left. Great kill, but they've got the bomb for it. B-Stick with a responsive, Mezzi's grabbed an M4, but you're right, they've taken too long. Fnatic have done it. 16-11, they're going to take this series and book their spot, book their place in the Republic playoffs.
Oh, that hurts. That really hurts. That's the round. Oh, man. When they had the A site open, you can see Zedko with the bomb. He's just panicking, knows he has to take a fight. And as soon as both the 2 CTs aggress towards that monster position, they drop the bomb. And for Crims, he stays alive for enough time, weighs so much distraction, and then Mezzi just survives in Con.
Yeah, and that's all you need to do. Just keep one man alive. Let that clock run too low. Sinners took far too long. They didn't realize, I guess, how long they really had left on that timer, and ultimately concede this whole series off the back of the lack of that. And how unfortunate is that for the Sinners, right? Because you take a look at what they did so far in this series. Had a stellar map over there on Vertigo. Did so well up until the very end of Overpass. They almost had this series in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you got to remember that beginning section and even mid-section of the second half, it was poor. Sinners know they could have been so much better than that. They had a good half on the first, to start it, right? They were up 9-6, then they were up 10-8 as well, but they couldn't gather more out of that. And that streak from Fnatic, I think it was about 8 in a row at one point. You can't be giving that many rounds away.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, it wasn't a clean result for Fnatic, even though it felt like it was going to be off the back of that first map. Remember, we were saying going into Vertigo that in spite of it being the pick of the Sinners side, it was still going to be a tough task because of how poorly they did on that opener, on that first map. So seeing how Fnatic let it go from that level of confidence now to being a 3-map bonanza and nearly going all the way towards the overtime there, at that sort of sense, you're looking at like a very shaky ground now for Fnatic. And yes, they will be in the playoffs, but the challenges are only going to get tougher from here. And considering that we're trying to feel out this team and where they stand, what does this result do for that conversation?
The result's probably good in the idea that you still carry away in the upper bracket, but the conversation's probably not ideal. Realistically speaking, you should come into a game like Sinners and slap them around. And I think for the Czech Republican side, they can look at this and say, geez, we kept this competitive. We don't even have a fifth at the moment. Our fifth got taken. Our fifth's over towards OG. We've just got our coach helping us out. He's just trying to stand in, make sure that we can play out the last officials until the player break, until we can make the right decision. The fact that they put up as competitive of a performance with all those circumstances and continue to surprise in Republic, I'm impressed by them.
And no, we were saying, like, look, the only real good result they're going to get here is going to be up against that Finest side. A bit of an upset. Finest weren't playing to form on that day, a bad day in the office, so that should be the one sitter for Sinners, and then from there it should fall apart. But honestly, given how good they went against Fnatic right here and now, again, with the pound-for-pound comparison being far better for the former squad, I could see an opportunity where Sinners could still work into the lower bracket. I could still see a bit of a run for them going on outwards from here. They've only got 2 more matches to go, and I think they will be up against that Forza side in the lower bracket position. So for me, I could see probably not a victory right there and then, but it could also still be a very respectable position for them as a result. And yes, that will confirm them up against that Forza camp. So that match could be spicy, especially if Sinners bring to the table on that series what they did in this one.
I don't think they'll be the favourites, but I think they can definitely keep it close. And I think this is always what it's been with Sinners in both games, whether it be up against the Sinners or up against Fnatic. They've never been the favourite. They've always been the plucky underdog, but they've proved us time and time again, Jay, that they are here to fight, that they are here to try and get map victories and to keep them competitive. And they'll know themselves, if we just had a slightly better performance in that second half of Overpass, we could have already been in the playoffs.
Indeed. Well, Fnatic did get the victory, and they will be in the playoffs. They've also got to play out their place and match to decide whether they'll be in the quarters or the semi-finals. I'm just waiting on Crims to come and join us so we can talk to him about that particular position. But right now, the outlook is looking great for Fnatic. Obviously, last season's champions looking like they're going to be on for a decent run to make that happen. They will be in the playoffs. So I'm looking at that. I'm looking at this position right here, and I'm thinking to myself that, well, right now they're on track, at least when it comes to the placements, for meeting that standard.
And just knowing that last time around, it was a bit of a breeze. I think the only 3-mapper affair was in that grand final against Eternal Fire. All the others were 2-0s. It does prove and maybe send a message that this time around, that come Season 3, the competition's a little bit tougher.
Indeed it is. Well, a very different Fnatic, of course, in this competition, but a very similar player from that last season to play here. Crims is joining us right now in the commentary box to discuss everything about his team, about that victory, and about their current status in Republic. Welcome, my friend. Congratulations on the victory. Probably a much more harder-fought series than one maybe many of us were expecting. You guys had a really dominant affair on Mirage, but come over Overpasser and Vertigo, obviously, things kind of fell apart for you. Why do you think that was?
I mean, they hit their shots pretty good, and I think we got a bit of stressed, like I say, individuals, and like we took some unnecessary risks on both CT and T side, I would say. So, I mean, then we fought back and got some CT rounds in them, but we for sure made some individual mistakes.
I've got to ask about Heap, because obviously, on official basis, we've only seen him play very little, and now he's kind of getting tested on different maps in the pool. Do you know where his comfortability lies the best, or is that still maybe a search for the team?
I think it's still a search, I guess. Like, he's been thrown in like these hard situations, like being Vertigo isn't the most nicest position, I would say. Like, if people know how to execute and like search up well, it's really tough, and we haven't really had the time as well to figure out like all the small stuff with flashes, of course the basic flashes, but we haven't had so much time together. So, but he's finding it slow and steady.
Well, look, for you guys, obviously, Fnatic are in a big rebuilding process. And the other day, we got to speak to Roy about how his integration has been with this roster. Now, you've been with Fnatic for a very long time. So I wanted to kind of ask a similar thing from your perspective. What's it been like fitting in these new players to your team?
Super funny, actually. Like, both Roy, Nico, and Heap, both like super serious guys, motivated, they're hungry, and it brings a spark to myself as well, right? Because I've been playing for such a long time, and I'm kind of see myself as an old boomer now. But I've been playing for a while, so it's just been really funny to be like strive for something again since with the last lineup we had like I don't know how many stand-ins and stuff like that. So it's super funny to play again.
Awesome. Well, you guys are having a fun time right now here in this tournament. Of course, you're moving on to the upper bracket finals and into the playoffs. So final question for you, Crims, very quickly, though. What's the expectation for you? How far do you see yourself going in Republic?
Gonna win the whole thing, of course.
Back for 2 in a row, I see. Well, I wish you the best of luck in that. For now, though, congratulations on the victory, and thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thank you.
Awesome. There it is, Dwayne. A victory for Fnatic, maybe not as confident as we thought it would be, but ultimately a win's a win, and that is the bottom line. Still confidence from Crimson Co to try and win the whole trophy. Do we think they can do it, Dwayne?
Again, the level of competition in this event is very strong. And looking at some of the teams that have made their way forward from Group A, there are some dominant teams. So for Fnatic, last time around, I think they were a lot more of a heavier favorite to win the event than they are this time. So to have the idea from the get-go after 2 officials to say they're going to win it, I think it's too early to call, for my eyes at least.
Or seeing whether or not their next official prove to be anything of value to make that decision later on. Right now, they are among the teams that have qualified for the playoffs, probably the most notable squad of them all. So we'll see how far they can go against their opponents of the next series. Enterprise are taking on MOUZ NXT in our second semi-final of the day. So as we head towards the break, we'll bring you that matchup.
It was Hellraisers, no? Or not?
Wait.
Oh no, it was Liquid against Hellraisers. Yeah, it was the last match was Liquid versus Hellraisers, should be. Or no, it was Hellraisers. I think it's Hellraisers. It was like the old major with Markarov. I think it's Hellraisers. What do you think?
I have no idea, like, if he played a major with Hellraisers. Like, I know he played for sure for them.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did. With Hellraisers first, then with Liquid.
Wait, are you sure? I'd say Liquid, but if you think...
I think it's not Liquid, because the Liquid, it was... He qualified to quarterfinal with Hellraisers. I think they ended because he had the trophy with Hellraisers in the profile. I think it's actually B.
Alright, it's on you.
It's gonna be my mistake. I think it did with Kucher, like in older Hellraisers.
It could be. I have no recollection of that, but yeah.
Yeah, let's go for B. Final answer.
Final answer B. He's right. You got it.
Nice, thanks. Nice.
It was
you
the
got
lineup you mentioned. Question number 2. In what year was HLTV.org website founded?
I think there was a significant thing. It was 20 years old HLTV. I think it's A. Because do you have an idea, Blitz? Because there was a significant. There was, I think, the 20 years HLTV this year.
Yeah, like I think it's A because like there was HLTV for 1.6 and like it's not 2010.
I think B is A or C, because B is too early.
Yeah.
D is too late.
Yeah.
So I think it's A because there was 20 years of HLTV. That's
yeah. Let's go with A.
Yeah, so go for A.
So final answer A.
Yeah.
Is right.
Nice.
It was Envious.
Envious. Yeah, Envious. It was Envious.
It was for C.
That lineup was so hyped.
Yeah, good job.
It's probably C, right? The first one.
This is.
I think it's C because like all the maps are 1.6 except Overpass, so I think it's C.
Yeah, like Inferno it was for sure.
Because
I'm thinking about Mirage, like I remember the very old Overpass, you know, like
I remember
the very old one, but I'm not sure if that was.
Yeah, I remember Mirage from 1.6. I played. It was called Triple Mill. It was Triple Mill.
It has to be overpass.
It has to be overpass. It makes only sense.
Good job. It's overpass. Good job. In first two majors there were only 5 maps, and Cobblestone and Overpass was added.
2021.
I think 11th place. I think it's 11th place
like
because
8 or 11.
I think he was out of top 10. I think he was out of top 10 or not. Like.
Wait, let me think. Okay, if you can remember who was like the first ones. So the first ones like Simple, Zeu, Shiro. Like if we can like try to get it to top 8, we might know if it's top 8 or 11. You know?
Okay, so it's
like,
gonna be like Nico, Simple, Zyvo, Electronic.
Hobbit. I think Hobbit also was Electronic. I'm pretty sure he has to be 11. Like he has.
I think I have feeling it's 11th. I have feeling.
He has to be 11.
I think it's 11th.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go for 11. It. Just risk it. Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, go. For
5 minus a B.
Yeah.
He's right.
Yeah, I had feeling it's B.
Yeah. Like it was too many good players that were like.
Yeah, and he had like not good season with Destroyers and NIP.
Oh, this is like from Play with Prem account during Danger Zone launch event. It's A.
So 5 minus A.
Yeah.
I trust him. I have no idea. It's really expensive. I know it's really expensive.
It has to be expensive, but
I think it's gonna be ultra rare because it's factory new. It's probably like, you know.
Since it's factory new, I want to say like it's more than 1,800.
Yeah, are you sure?
Or wait, no.
It's too much. It's too much for big skin, I think.
And you also have to use more, you know, like to increase your chances. So I don't think only one is 1,800. You know what I mean?
This is the average price from Steam Market out of last year. Or
okay. I want to say CRD. Like really, I want to say CRD. It's not ARB. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so good.
So
do flip a coin or what?
Okay. Actually, let's flip a coin. I'm gonna find the app on the website. Okay, flip a coin.
Okay, heads is C, tails is D.
Tails is D. Okay, it was heads. It's heads.
Heads, it's C then.
Okay.
So
final answer C.
Go for C, I guess.
He's wrong.
Yeah, I told you it should have been B because there was a lot of people wanted it to say. I don't know. You screw me like everybody does. Everybody screws me over.
Why M4A4 Howl became contraband skin?
Copyright issues, right? So it's D. I think it's D. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is pretty easy. 3 out of 4 breads are photoshopped. Which one of these 4 is in real game, in real screenshot?
I think it's 1. Wait, this is actually a good one. I have no idea.
Yeah, this is why Eric keeps telling me to go long because I need to check the bread. You know, I understand now. It makes sense. All of them. I actually think it's 2.
Which one is real? 2, you say?
I would say 2.
You think they will put the empty basket there?
Yeah, because because there is a bottle. So there is a bottle and the food. Why would be why would be there only the bottle?
Okay.
Like I would say 2 because 3 is like in the bad angle. So I have feeling it's 2. Actually, I don't know. Like you can screw me over again if you want.
Okay, let's go with 2.
Let's go 2. Okay, let's go with 2.
So finally, it's bread number 2.
Yeah, I guess. It's 3. It's the other one. Nah. I want to remove Mirage. I don't want to add anything. Just remove Mirage and just play A map. Anything. AWP India. Just don't play Mirage. No, it's the obvious one to scan, I guess, for me.
I'd bring back Cobblestone or Cash. Cobblestone or Cash for sure.
Which version of Cash?
Oh, not the new one, the previous one. The normal, the OG one.
Funny because everybody said that bring back old Cash version and minus Vertigo, so minus Mirage is new one.
I don't like it. It's just like the pace of the map. It's like different every match, and like I don't like it personally. I don't like it. I mean, I not even like don't like it. I hate it. I hate it. Like it's the worst. It's the worst.
Oj, to passion.
Chcete se také cítit výjimečně? Pořiďte si naší věrnostní kartu. Z každého nákupu vám na ní vrátíme 1% zpět. Elektrovort.cz.
And welcome back to Republic Season 3. We're getting into our second match of the day, our second of the upper bracket semi-finals in Group B. We move from Fnatic and Sinners to Enterprise and MOUZ NXT. Two squads that have definitely had their moments in the sun in very different perspectives and conditions. And right now they'll look to have their moment in the sun to go to the playoffs here of the tournament. I'm the Untitled Chapter. I'm joined by Dweg as per usual. In this one, I think we had this down yesterday as our match to watch out for, just because it could go so many different ways, right?
Yeah, there's not a clear favourite, without a doubt. For Enterprise, I think they're on some very decent form right now. They're getting into more wins, deeper runs, the more success. And for MOUZ NXT, we just don't see them very often in best-of-3 contexts.
Yeah, they're often sitting in that Academy League, so we have a lot more to pull from for the Enterprise side. So we'll start there talking about this particular squad. I remember when I think of Enterprise, I often think of the tail end of 2021 when they had their real big resurgence, right? That big run of tournaments where they went to LANs, they went to A-tier events, and they did okay to all right, and didn't really have like a definitive like dark horse run, but they still had their own moment in the sun. As of late, they've been competing in a lot lesser tier tournaments, so as a result, I'm not sure where to weigh this squad up. Like, how do you read these guys?
Well, there was a portion of time this year where Enterprise had won 10 out of 35 best-of-3s, Jay. That's about the March, April time. Since adding Stinks and Han, they've won 12 out of 16. So I think that's already a massive upgrade to what's happened since recent roster changes.
Yeah, making all those moves that didn't really... I mean, initially it felt like it didn't make a whole lot of sense, but I guess in the grand scale of things, it has kind of worked out. Last time I saw them, they had a Miltsy on the roster, and he's no longer part of this particular team, so I'm wondering how the new addition is going to sort of affect things in Stinks and Han. So for MOUZ NXT, they've also been making changes. Obviously, they've made the call-ups from those towards that main sort of squad. Obviously, we talk about JDC and Toolsy and what they were able to do. MHL and JimFat are the two players that are in since that point here, and how have we seen what they've been able to do?
I think for JimFat, we obviously know that he's one of the youngest players ever on HLTV. I think his first HLTV official was when he was 12 years old. Now currently sitting at 15, and he's been a solid rifler in for the MOUZ NXT side. MHL was always a guy that we'd known of for the last couple of years, so he's probably the most known player before joining MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, because to compete in the Polish scene, if memory serves me correctly, among some of those tier 2 Polish squads. I'm not certain what names come to mind per se at the moment, not off the back of my head. Obviously, you know, you mentioned AGO, that's a good shout, actually. Yeah, there you go. I was thinking more of the other teams like Illuminar, but I don't think he played for them. He might have done at one point. But you know, like, again, the bottom line is that he's like the main staple element of this new edition of the roster, and entering a very established team that have a lot of reputability around it. Again, MOUZ NXT, probably one of the best academy sides we have at the moment.
Yeah, of course. They've proved it not only in the Academy Leagues itself, but outside of that. We saw at the Pinnacle Cup 3 event, they were able to make the playoffs. But the problem is, right, is that we don't see them often enough. So even getting a read on them is going to be very difficult. Vertigo being banned out. Overpass is typically a ban too. For the map picks of Enterprise, Inferno or Mirage is probably where they go.
Well, there's Inferno immediately brought out by the Enterprise side. MOUZ probably going to lean into probably a Mirage themselves, or Nuke, actually. That's also be a decent opportunity for them. I guess probably not wanting to go towards that strong map for the likes of Enterprise. They played it quite a lot in the recency, so had that experience of their own right. Mirage will be left as the final map in the series instead. So I think very nice and common middle ground. And I see a nice grin on your face there, Dweg. I think you have the same feeling that I do about what could happen if we go to map 3.
Yeah, Mirage is a great map because both teams love it. So that's why, to have it as a decider, I'd always prefer the best map in the pool to go to that third, because then it sort of builds up quite a lot to end out the series. I don't think either team can 2-0 in this series. I think it definitely is going to that third map, and I'm sort of lost a little bit in this veto on who comes out on top just because Mirage is picked so much for both of these teams.
Yeah, I do take a look at the first map of Inferno, and I feel like that's a strong map for Enterprise. And even though Nuke is all right for them, I do feel like that MOUZ have the jump on them in that sort of sense. We talk about how this series can go in multiple different directions, and many of them, many options in which this could work out. But I think we're both in agreement on 2-1 as the series result. The question is, in the direction of who, Dwayne?
That is a very good question. I might just have to give it to Enterprise because they've played more best of threes. In the last 3 months, we've only seen MOUZ NXT play a total of 26 maps, Jay. 5 best of threes. That's not really many.
Yeah, they have been very absent, spending a lot of time in the training room. Because you can imagine that for MOUZ as the organization, they are looking to bring these guys up to the main roster if they're good enough. An opportunity to give them a chance in the Tier 1 space, and whether or not they actually end up doing that is yet to be seen. But obviously, not a lot of results as a result of that, focusing on their game, focusing on their development. Maybe some in-playing match time will be able to focus on that and obviously boost the opportunity right here and now. A good placement in REPUBLEAGUE would go a long way to proving their point to the MOUZ side. Pistol round now going live for our second semi-final of the day. MOUZ in the CT start. Enterprise off to the T side with the Glocks. 2 Julies in play for MOUZ.
Very quick out of the gates to try and get some of that banana control. And again, this is a map in the pool for Enterprise, which is very strong, Jay. One of their best ones. So keep an eye out for a strong T-side from them. Bait and switch set up for MHL, waiting for the contact to come through from Xerxen to then put the HG down to the half wall.
And a damage wombo combo there for the nade. Got Han leaning in on the Enterprise side, just trying to make a prod forward against them, but so far so little. It's really been gained at the moment. MHL with the perfect angle against Han, but they're going to wait for contact.
And we could say that Han was one of the most exciting players to come out of last year, because remember, before joining Fiend, we didn't really know much about him.
Came in real good as a result of that. That whole roster obviously had their own moments as one of the top-end teams of Tier 2 and the leaders of Bulgaria. Opportunity now to go to an international side for the likes of Han, see what you can do in the Enterprise camp. Smokes down towards that long position as the EP main set four start to make their way in. Mangus strikes onto Shane, removing him from play. Now Shui on the site itself can only get that one good frag on the Sting. Splits with an instant responsive, and Han can strike out towards long and a 4-on-2. MHL responds towards him, but a bomb goes down.
Yeah, surely MOUZ NXT go for this now. I thought it might have just been a save call, but 2v3, they've actually given themselves a way in. They've still got a flash to work with. They've got to drive the fight out to Mini Pit in the open.
Yeah, the concern for Enterprise is going to be that HP disadvantage they've got on Elive and Blitz. MHL trying to swing forward and grab one of those players. Blitz, of course, out towards the mid-pit position. Flashback forward. Elive not seen just yet. Blitz takes face. Elive gets a kill, holds back against MHL and doubles up anyway. HPB down. It's a pistol taken by the T side.
Beautiful start coming through from Enterprise, and it comes out of Mangus's real entry towards that apartment's position. You can see the way that he picks up the Julies, dives down into the side directly, and for the A players in general, Jay, just not quite getting enough. Not enough multi-frags into the mix. Even the Elive up close and personal with that Glock towards the back of the side, making sure that that round gets secured and the Enterprise gets started.
Opening things up immediately, and MOUZ forced back on the Deagles. Forced invest, of course, for the CT forces, as you would expect. Leaning in for Shui's part, but Blitz immediately domes him in twice with the Galil.
Beautiful start to be able to allow the opening man advantage to get gained. And now Enterprise can put a little bit more presence into the bracket stake. For MOUZ NXT, they're desperate for a refag.
And lean forward, Hans Galil. Trying to watch out as Stinks keeps his eyes set out towards that cubby corner. A slow walk into the long position. The CTs have decided to stack the site itself.
Very quick long take, even Stinks to that Mach 10. Good position to be in. HG is decent onto the Elive, and now even MHL towards the site. Another one of these HGs, beautiful util.
Shane actually gets 2 Deagle shots for it. Maintains a 3-on-3, but peeking into Blitz will cost him his life. So 3v2 instead for Enterprise's favor. MOUZ might descend in towards this anyway. Jimfat and Xerxen coming in from the rotation positions over on long side. Jimfat in particular gets a frag, and now a Galil to play with.
Xerxen trying to draw out the fight. This is looking really promising. Now the pressure builds up on Mangus to make sure he closes.
Yeah, he's on a Mach 10 as well, with the rifles on the wrong players. The guns, the firepower there for the low HP man, but still caught with U2 in his hands. Jimfat will fall, and Xerxen desperate for some 1-digs. Half the time ticked away on the defuse. Can't quite find the players, and they won't give him up the wrangle he needs, so he'll fall back. Maybe look to grab a weapon, but certainly not look to grab the round.
And kind of disappointing from MOUZ NXT. We saw both of those HGs chunking down towards a moto position, but not the round coming through. Xerxin picks up the Galil. I wonder if MOUZ NXT actually force buy again. Oh, it doesn't even save the weapon. Okay, they probably won't now. If he saved in, maybe there was an opportunity to do so. Good hold by Blitz in the site. And it's interesting, right? Because there was a portion of time, I would say, maybe up until last year, where all the Romanian players just never left the scene. And now for the last 18 months or so, it feels like quite a lot of them are going. Zello moved over, Sound2, Regali, Blitz. It's now almost a shift that the Romanian players are trying to go international.
The shift as well for the Enterprise organization as a whole, because previously they were like a Czech Republican and Slovakian mixed squad.
Absolutely.
And now they've got instances of not only Romania, but also Bulgaria in there. Still the Czech core of Mangus and Stinks. Eli also from Slovakia. So still got those roots in, but for the most part, the team is pretty European.
A similar situation as Finest, really, you'd say.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Except they still have the core three of Sweden, so it kind of counts as a Swedish team, so make of that what you will. Beagle's in the early frag, and Xerxin has already found that pick on the T-side line. Stinks has walked all the way around against the stack. Jimfat is watching it, but won't be able to get much out of this one. Burst fire onto 2. And MHL and Shui, not much left in the round.
Yeah, I can't imagine so. They at least hold the B-stack in play, but Enterprise have had a pretty good job of overwhelming the site directly. Shui trying his best to hold on to get a kill, not to be. I guess Stinks is also a player that we can maybe dive into a conversation of. Very unfamiliar of him, if I'm going to be honest. 22 years old, came over from the Fury side. But when we talk about pro teams in and around that sort of region, he hasn't really had a crazy amount of experience.
And that's ultimately the problem with trying to weigh up a player like him, right? Because we don't really, like, obviously, if we talk about someone like JDC or Torzi moving up from the MOUZ Academy side to the main MOUZ squad, then we obviously have the information to pull from the Tier 2 space, because MOUZ compete in tournaments like REPUBLEAGUE, like Academy League, like any other Tier 2 cup that we have in the online space. So we have a knowledge of what he's been able to do, and we can make an assessment as whether he can make it in the Tier 1 space. Not the same for Stinks, though, coming from a very unknown area and also working into the Tier 2 line. So this match will be a proving moment for him, obviously proving himself already against Imperial earlier on in the tournament. But a victory right here would put Enterprise in a fantastic position for REPUBLEAGUE.
He's a strong player on Inferno, too. Enterprise know that. Start working the default up towards the top of Banana. MOUZ NXT are very passive in the majority of these rounds. Even the AWP trying to get baited, put that long smoke down. Thought for a moment there was going to be a charge out with the MAC-10s. We might still get it. It should be a pacey round.
Incendiary setting the drive common positions away. Nades back to do damage to Stinks. Minimally done, though, for the CT side. Very little overall. No kills found in the early part. 48 seconds, and they're going to commit to the B execution.
They're drawing so much util. Even Xerxin's got that smoke ready to go down towards that new box when the molly comes in.
Counter smoke from Xerxin, perfectly placed. Still, Enterprise are going to charge ahead of it before it blooms. First MAC-10 out for Stinks, dealt with by Jimfat, of course, on the boost up. Doubles up to Eli. And seeing more players wrapping that corner, gets damage on towards Blitz, but him and Han trying back into the 3-on-3.
They're just brute forcing their way forward into the site take, even losing a couple of bodies in early. And now for Mangus and Han, they're going to have to be the two to step up in the post plant. Counter boost, perhaps.
Oh, great nade landing just beyond that smoke. MHL boosting Shui up. And dishing out the damage to take Han down. Blitz is still low. Mangus again gonna have to be the heavy lifter. Blitz to offer himself up. Give up the chance, but the jump face round the corner for Shui gets the kill together and gets the round together for MOUZ.
That's an interesting play to come out towards a construction position. They make it work. They try to put a lot of pressure on, go quite quick into the matter rather than slowing it down, get the retake successful, allow their first round to get picked up, and of course that AWP stays in play with a couple of AKs. Good initial hold coming through from Jimfat and from his teammate. But it really came down to Shui on the boost up, and then of course the couple of kills that came through from the construction position.
Very well placed from those two individuals on the CT side. Again, the AWP flick and the M4, I don't want to call it bunny hop, but jump around the corner. Unorthodox strategies, but it works well against the Enterprise side. They lose their first in the game. The bomb plant bonus enables the buyback, though. AWP's immediately in for Han, and the AK's crossed the rest of the board.
Yeah, AWPing on T side will be interesting to see what Han can bring out. Typically speaking, don't see a crazy amount of AWPing on T side, especially on a map like Inferno. Shane pressing the issue in towards the apartments itself. Not really that keen on taking banana control this time around for Enterprise.
Lean in for Mangus. Taking that apartments position for the time being. Not much resistance from MOUZ. They're so far passive on that A site.
It's all about the distraction. And something that Enterprise are very good at, Jay, on T side in mid rounds is consistently adapting where they want to end up, and it draws more utility. Makes it really difficult for them to read, and we're seeing so much prodding between banana mid, just consistently changing it up.
We're not yielding results to the frags at the moment. Just the defaults in for Enterprise trying to work off the map control, and they're tanking damage for it. The Molotovs and the HEs coming from MOUZ have done quite a fair amount.
And that re-smoke comes through at a pretty decent time, less than 40 seconds on the clock. No one's going to be on a quick rotation. This time around for Enterprise, rather than just pop flashing through it, they actually want to stall.
Wait for the smoke to clear and then put counter smokes back here. Smoke on towards the coffins and cross. Zertion with the opener of the round at last. 20 seconds though for the execute itself. Blitz will get one. Jimfat still hiding behind second. Trailing away from an expected flash. Gets a double up. Doesn't know where Mangus is. The USP will tap towards him and try and escape to harder cover, but unable to stay alive forever. Bomb plant could be denied. The AWP doesn't go for it, but the kill on Han will distract Mangus enough for Shui to get those doubles and get the second for MOUZ.
A good pressure being applied by the two poles there of both Shane and Shui. They're in a angle where they want to try and encroach into the site. And Han, where do you reposition? Mangus is trying to get the bomb down towards the standard default position. You think, okay, do I reposition to the back of Fountain? Do I try and look out towards a construction position? Do I look towards CT? And both of those guys just peaked together a couple of rounds in a row now for MOUZ NXT.
Stringing back some against the Enterprise side. Of course, no bomb plant for them. No longer continue the investments, so the Eagles, Glocks, P250s and Han. MHL finding Blitz to kick things off with the AWP here in mid. Mangus and the retake his position and try and hold on to something of some sort of trade potential here in the tags up against Suri. The kill's found against him regardless.
MHL thinking about a reface or any further taps to continue going down towards that mid portion. Mangus trying to see if he can find a trade. That's actually pretty well done.
Headshot connection, MHL to fall. Something back for the Enterprise side. Mangus also heard they're tagged up in the apartments. Meanwhile, a walkout from Banana from Zertion should cut off any further options for the T side. Han is still fighting. Still trying to make it manageable. A 2v3 situation for Enterprise, and Mangus on the boiler position, of course, smoked off. Still trying to look for an angle. Will he pop forward to this? He's thinking about it. But as Han backs away, you might want to rethink his angle.
Think about bringing some B pressure over. All about doing as much damage in as possible. And even Jimfat's rotated into a position in which he could defend B from CT. Time is still dwindling, and Mangus is just trying to make something happen.
Grabbing the AWP. Some flashes down from the CT side, and AK now on Han. Mangus. Seeing the shoulder bait here towards Cubby. Just about popping out. Han will be seen. Spray through, drop that bomb. Leave the AWP left alone to save the weapon, and it's probably the best call for Mangus here.
It's actually a pretty good round. You get away with a couple of kills and a free AWP on an eco. The only thing that Mangus has got to hope for now that he stays alive. Oh, okay, he might just do it.
Close. Way too close.
He's got it.
Yeah, he'll stay. He'll stay. He'll be fine. It's all Gucci. 3-0 for the MOUZ board. The AWP at least stays, like you mentioned, a pretty decent round for Enterprise. There wasn't much being dragged forward there. Free AWP, I don't know if they could have bought it. They won't have to, though.
Yeah, MHL is an interesting story as well, because obviously his breakout team was playing on AGO after being picked up from absolutely nowhere. And then I think he took a bit of a break to finish up with schooling, and then he came back to AGO for a second time. And then I think they found themselves in a position where they took him to a couple of lands, but then they wanted to kind of rebuild the whole project, so he decided to move away, go over to this MOUZ NXT roster, because he was definitely a hot prospect for a couple of years that everyone had his eye on.
Even standings at the moment on this board. A lot of prospects in the servers trying to see if they can break that deadlock. The next round will take the lead, obviously. Enterprise have the full guns out to try and do so. MOUZ going to face the full resistance of the EP squad. how much resistance can we really say has been posted up so far? MOUZ has done a pretty decent job at dealing with these last few rounds. Brought out the rifles and brought the thunder for the match.
And continue to put those nades down towards that bottom of banana position. Double boiler setup. This is unorthodox.
Shane, Shui. Two shushes in this round, in this matchup. Seeing Mangus trying to bait them out, forces both players to fire back and deals with one of them. Shui forced to trade back and it continues to extend. They're not expecting this, so he gets a double up and gets the man advantage for the CT side.
Oh, this is so aggressive. Even Sting's trying to run through the long smoke. The E-Live on the other side, catching with the bomb, desperate for the trade frag. So much damage being done, but fights everywhere.
Wow.
That is a chaotic round. First of all, for Mangus, I can't believe he even found one there. I just thought MOUZ and NXT were going to fall back. The fact that Shui just aggresses forward looks for even more in that round.
Yeah, he made the difference by far and away. Facing forward when he thought he was compromised, when he thought he couldn't do anything out there. A triple in apps, removing all players from play. Enterprise didn't even suspect that he might force around the corner and look forward from the bedroom. Beauty of a sequence from him in a round that gets MOUZ back in the lead here.
And why would you expect that? You've already gained the first initial trade and you just want to fall back instead? Continue to press, even double dipping in for a little bit more. And now for MOUZ NXT, really start coming into their own on the city side of Inferno. We know that in the last 3 months, they haven't played much of it, Jay. 1 win and 2 loss, that's it.
Lean forward for the T side again, up towards brackets. Utility thrown down with the smokes out. Suppression involved, but TKs and sprays. The rifles will trump the pistols as you would expect, or do you? Damage done, return on the Enterprise. Count and Jim fat straight for the smoke. We'll remove the penultimate player from play, so Mangus left alone. That nade takes him down. No choice in the matchup, he's got to die.
And MOUZ NXT putting quite a foothold down on their CT side, and for Enterprise, they now start wondering to themselves, what's the change-up? One thing they've obviously got to keep an eye out for is these aggressive plays. MOUZ NXT and the rifle rounds have loved to really press the issue towards both Banana and that apartment standpoint, especially in and around brackets. And knowing that the economy is farming up too, this is a very good opportunity for the European squad to answer back against MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, 5 in a row so far for the CT, so they're going to have to find an answer back soon. E-Live burning to less than 50. Zershing going to hunt for the individual himself. Wrap that corner load. He's blinded that flashbang. Blind sprays back from Blitz. Will be able to turn towards Zershing's position and bring him back to a 4-on-4. Chaotic start to this round.
Haven't seen much from Zershin, and he's probably the guy to watch out for the MOUZ NXT. Their best player by a country mile. Getting that initial trade, prodding the issue towards the half wall. Even Shane over towards the left-hand side, dealing with Mangus. What an off angle.
Great start. Follow up, of course, for the MOUZ side. Regain control of the situation. Force the Enterprise to make a move, and they're going to move towards the B side.
Now, Jimfat's alone over at B. Even that rotation's going to take a little bit of time from Shui, so you'd have to imagine wasting time for Jimfat's going to be important.
Lean in with the nades, and he will get a kill on the first and the second. Might not even need to waste time, just get the whole round together yourself. Bomb plant on Han, the nade landed right at his feet. He'll secure the plant bonus with a 1v3 clutch with flanks coming in from all angles. Surely he doesn't last, and yeah, MHL sees him and puts him down in an instant.
Good stuff coming through from Jimfat, and if I recall correctly, Jay, we saw some glimpses of him, especially in the finish scene. Played on teams like IQ, SJ, and Conqueror. Definitely had that building blocks against Sergey's brother. Trying to see if he can mount up and get some more support in the tier 2 scene and have an opportunity in playing on a class team like a MOUZ NXT.
Six to 3 as of right now for MOUZ. 6 in a row for this NXT squad. Enterprise still trying to break that streak. Still forcing the issue, buying into the rifles as much as humanly possible. Can't quite find that breaking point, it seems. MHL, the AWP set in towards mid, given the breathing room and punishes E-Live to start. Might even get a second kill as well at that next position. It's Han that gets caught, and MHL will double up.
It's a bit dry, isn't it, from Enterprise towards mid? Not even really punishing that AWP. I'm surprised MHL was even looking for more, Jay.
Yeah, leaning forward. Manga's going to be evaded. Oh, Quick scope, suspecting he might have been there, and had he stuck around, that would have been a kill against Mangus's part. Triple for the AWP, and what has been so far a flawless round for MOUZ.
This is a heavy surprise in which MOUZ NXT are putting a lot of pounding pressure on the likes of Enterprise in their best map in the pool. Down to a 3v5, time is limited. It's another regroup out towards B, but it feels like Jimfat and especially Xertion over towards B have consistently found the right play, and look at this, they know it's B.
Wow, the perfect timing as they turned away from the mid control. Stinks will try to count for it, and Shui will fall. They've seen that bomb. Now they can hard rotate back to that B site with a smoke execution inbound. They will play behind those smokes, but they don't need to have the vision to get the kills. Blind from Xertion, catching Stinks at the right moment, flashes into the site, will allow the boost to come forward, and Xertion will be dealt with by Blitz. But still a 3-on-2 for MOUZ. They're going to go for this retake as Mangus is reduced. It's all left on the last man of Blitz. Gets his double up. Now needs to get a quadra in the clutch. Could line them up. The taps forward towards Shane, but MHL's Orc will find his 4th kill and find the 7th in a row for MOUZ.
Up to the birthday boy to try and see if he can get the clutch together, but I don't think he'll be too happy about that one, Jay. Not quite holding off towards that new box position, and MOUZ NXT are really turning this into a strong streak, and we're just seeing it, the mid control is so dry, no util, the trading game has not been there, and even Shui that's just running down from the bottom of mid, catching that ball, knowing what's going on.
Would have been a nice birthday gift for Blitz had they left that round to go, but I don't think MOUZ are concerned with that. Focus on the bigger gift of the series victory itself here. Tactical pause for Enterprise, the second one utilised. Speaking of utilisation, we can take a look at utility damage and see how far and away MOUZ are better than the Enterprise camp. And it doesn't shock me too much that they would be a little bit more coordinated with the utility placements for the MOUZ side, because they are working with a lot of background resources that can improve their game. But for Enterprise to be as low as they really have been, like, and in just not just utility, but also in general in this matchup, that is very concerning for me.
No, not really. I mean, it's City-side Inferno, right? And when you think about how many banana takes we've had coming through from Enterprise with the nade-in chunk damage, that's expected on a map like Inferno. I think what would be cool to look at is that stat a little bit later into the game, once we actually get into the second half, and then we can maybe have a little bit more comparable entities to look at, Jay, on how strong the util is.
Are on the back foot regardless for Enterprise, and on their map pick, if this continues to get out of control, then they're going to have a very hard time about where Nuke could go. 7-3. MOUZ NXT. Play around those defaults as standard. Into the defaults, particularly for Mangus. Into the apartments he'll look.
I'm loving these spots of information from MOUZ NXT. Just prodding around, getting a flash forward, just kind of getting a clue on what's going on. Not seeing much towards the brackets. It could be a misread, but MHL's hearing so many footsteps.
They've gone aggressive here in brackets and mid so many times, but not on this occasion. It's Shui instead to attack from long, deal with Stinks and Blitz, overwhelming this 5v3 scenario.
This is disappointing. This is a poor performance on T-side from Enterprise and a well thought out CT basis from MOUZ NXT. The multi-frags, the info plays, and now the crunch down towards A is going to be so difficult to break open.
Smoke set to suppress nades from Xertion. Will try to stop anyone from moving for Enterprise. E-Live. Prod and see nothing. Not even much banana control has been taken. Focusing entirely on the A side with just under 30 seconds for the hit.
Just knowing the idea that the crossfire is locked, that Shane is keeping eyes on the apartments. That's going to be a save. They're backing off. They're not going to get anything out of this one. 8 on the board now for MOUZ NXT. And just keep in mind of the stats here for Enterprise in the last 3 months. 17 times played of Inferno, 11 wins, 7 losses. And on their T side, Jay, they average a round win percentage of 53.2. So in theory, we're looking at 8, maybe 9 rounds on an average on that sort of basis. I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that.
Well, not unless they step it up. And again, to contrast the history on this map for Enterprise with the history that you brought up for the likes of MOUZ. Played it 3 times, lost it twice. Once against Imperial, once against OG Academy to be more specific. But clearly their history against Czech rosters has been pretty fantastic, because their one victory was against the Sinners. during the close qualifier of this season of Republic. So maybe that's something to, in the playstyle, to look at in a bit more depth, that MOUZ know what they're doing with Enterprise. Trying to utilize these saved AKs in part of the force by gapping that smoke that Shane could actually isolate. Han will force forward and Shane will get damaged up. Mangus with a swing back as well. Blind firing, those stray bullets don't land and they just can't catch a break here.
He's a lucky man. I don't know how he's got out of that one alive. Surely one or two of those bullets were going to be the final connection. Xertion being forced up towards that half-wall position, just prodding around. Wants to try and take the contact and fall back. Probably relay the info for Jimfat to rotate back to B and have two there.
That one man on that B-side defense. Mangus getting out of app's going to try and support the execution. The M4 of Xertion makes noise. Flash is sent over, turned away from, gets away with damage, but not a kill to Elive.
It's a good timing. As soon as I hear that sound cue, that's the go. That's the play to go into the B-side quickly onto the XE. And now for MOUZ NXT to set themselves up for the retake. It is going to take them a little while to get into position.
If they even want to go for this here, I mean, still got players that are slow prodding at the mid position. I don't think they want to go for this, yeah. Up by a man, 5-on-4 for the post plant, and MOUZ know that it's going to be a difficult retake on that B site, as is notoriously the case, and down by a player, it might not be worth it. It does mean that their round streak ends and Enterprise will have their fourth. But they have quite a fair amount of cash. Would have liked to see them go for it, honestly.
And exit frags could still be quite beneficial, Jay. You've got a lot of CTs down here towards the bottom of Banana, so expect them to fight.
Crossfire locked. Jim Fat with a kill. Shui with another one. And look at Shui just forcing forward. They do give up the ghost on one particular pick, but Enterprise walk away with 3 players as the MOUZ NXT. And again, money in the banks for the CT side. They can reinvest with the 2-drop weapons.
And we know that for MOUZ NXT in the last 3 months, they've only played 5 best-of-3s. They've won 4 and lost 1. And I've been quite impressed by their close qualifier run. The fact that they took on Sprout in the first round, got a 2-0 there, took on Sinners, got another 2-0. And then, of course, beating Forza to get that 2-1 victory shows so far that they haven't dropped a series.
Third tactical utilized by the Enterprise side right here. All in the first half, they've called these 3 attacks, and it's still not very concerting. MOUZ beating the squad into submission more times than they'd like to remember. They need to find a counterplay towards that. They just found that one right there to break the streak. But how easy would it be for MOUZ to clap right back?
Just knowing, even for someone like Mangus, we think back to that Imperial series, put up 76 frags, averaged a 1.24 rating across that best-of-3. Haven't seen much from him on T-side. It's been Blitz leading example, and a lot of those have been trade frags on those B-side XCs. And MOUZ NXT, they're hungry to start a streak again.
They might well do so in all. Taps on, Orb of MHL watching. Got Blitz. Press up towards the position, the smoke down towards long, should be able to force them back. 2 smokes coming in with flashes as well. Actually a smoke towards the archers, so MHL forced to utilize the smoke of his own right, block any vision in towards long.
Enterprise not even having a lurk down towards that banana position, and that's allowing MOUZ NXT to take it. MHL even connecting while blind.
Yeah, flashbang landing a bit too late. I think he saw a little bit of vision, so blind firing connected it pretty well. Educated guessing in that sense. It's Shane that falls towards Han on the trade, so a 4-on-4. MHL still firing back. Seeing one player crossing, Shui can deal with him, but Elive just blind fires around the corner, gets it to a 3-on-3. Back up as a ride. A flanking down from Xertion. We'll see the player up at the balcony, but he dives out the way as Elive responds. They've seen that drop down for Mangus, and MHL will look for the frag that sets the retake in, but I don't think they have their hearts in it, MOUZ.
Nah, you gotta back off here. Hold on to your weapons. Nothing's being presented. The only real way into the site and into the round victory, Jay, was Xertion. That backstab coming through from the short position. And what an important couple of kills the Elive has found in a round like this.
Yeah, Stinks making a decent frag happen, and then Shimfat and MHL sticks around too long. MOUZ weren't going to go for that retake. We're hoping for more exits, but ultimately got exited upon. They still have cash here, so despite all those players falling, the buy-up will still be afforded. I think it started off so well for MHL here with this shot. From there on, everything fell apart.
And that training game into the site directly, and then obviously that spin around. Not really much breathing room for the Elive to work with in that pick. Gets it done anyway. And for Enterprise, this could be the first time in a while that we actually see continued success from them in the first half.
A few rounds in a row now, MOUZ losing their streak and struggling to get it back, struggling to get anything of any sort of fashion here. Smokes up, nades on, the execution set towards the A side, comes in real quick here. App spot perhaps, Shui ahead of the hay bales, we're able to get that one frag on towards Stinks, so shuts down the early SMG. Rifles already dropping out towards Pit, unaccounted for. Mangus able to hold distraction as Blitz gets that trade, doubles up the same. Zershin trying to hold on to the site itself as Blitz swings and sees where he is. Backup has arrived for the backstab and everything, and Eli will get isolated, so a 3-on-3 situation.
Hard's waiting for that rotate to come through from the mid position. The NWP is struggling, but the shot comes through onto Jimfat.
I have no idea how Han's alive, but he is. Zershin tagged up lower and lower. Mangus takes face, and Zershin will get overwhelmed. So MHL Zorb, for the most stellar player in the matchup, it's not going to happen. Blitz puts him back to pain, and Enterprise finds 6.
How has Han managed that? The fact that he's been seen, the fact that he's already getting tagged up, that should be an easy kill for the M4. And instead, Han holds off.
Blitz was the real star of the round for me, however. Entries on the site, overwhelming every CT he saw. And of course, closing it out for Blitz's part. And Enterprise are now 2 away from equalizing. Can get one more in the T-side half here. And with the buy being where it is for MOUZ, you can imagine it's likely to get it.
Gotta imagine so. Enterprise just know an opening pick could really disrupt the entire round here for MOUZ NXT. And for Zershin too, could this be the round in which he finds his high impact again? Very quiet in the first half, haven't seen much from him at all, and he's the one that's got the best weapon.
Did okay on the site defensive, his backstabs have been a little bit sus. Running out towards the B site though in this particular case, at the cross will make his way back and forward. Smoke down to suppress anyone from Enterprise that might want to go for an early execution. The boost up might see Eli, but he doesn't go whole hog here.
It's about gathering as much info as possible, deal with that first player and fall back, play defensive. There's even a third man on rotate. They're going to stack up B.
I have an inkling on what's going on here. The one-man out boiler being the lurker for the Enterprise side. The main T side force about to go for the execution. MHL has caught Mangus, and that should be enough info. The utility thrown down. Zershin boosted. Eli doesn't expect it. Harbour trying to adjust towards the man, and Zershin will get back out of dodge. Stinks comes forward with a decent trade. Shui with the SMG responds in kind. A 3-on-2 being gained. Pistols trying to fire back towards them, and MHL was closed in the backstab. A blind kill from Shane leaves it all on Blitz's AK. 1v3 situation, unawares of that backstab, and MOUZ walk away with a good steal to close the half. 9-6 up.
We go now?
Yeah, if you die, you die, bro. Okay, who first?
Wait.
Oh!
Sorry.
Stop it! Stop it!
It's filled!
What? Guys, you have to wait. You don't have to jump like peppers.
Oh my god.
Wait, what is this? What is this? I don't like this, guys.
Did he click it already? Oh.
Wait, how is this?
No pops.
He got bracket, guys.
Whoa. Yeah. He got
No.
Oh.
Easy,
Easy, guys.
Ah, you scared, huh? You scared, huh? Come on, jump. First over, get a nice.
Oh, what the
Nice movement, Jimmy.
I got stuck. Guys, I cannot come in. Need help.
I'm... Oh my...
Oh my god.
I'm too good for this game, bro.
Stop it! Like stop it! Come on, nuke here.
No, what the? Go away!
Go, 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 go!
Bye-bye.
Go!
No, we should wait, I think,
No.
right?
Oh.
I will wait for
No,
them.
why should we wait? Why should we wait? Dory, I have a plan. No!
What is this? Can I go now? What do you mean I died there?
Guys,
Oops.
what to do?
Okay.
I get the other guy.
What killed me? Oh, you are selfish.
My movement is so good that I'm afraid of jumping.
I actually played KZ Maxen before this, so that's unfair. As it's unfair, wait for me. Wait for the captain, please. No, captain, bye.
Wait for the captain.
No! What is this?
Jump there, and we have to jump there, right? No. He can't click 2 times. Oh man! What am I doing?
Když se našim věrnostním zákazníkům něco porouchá, nevadí. Reklamace do 1000 korun vyřešíme okamžitě. Elektrovort.cz.
All looks good for MOUZ for now, but only by a single, it's a 3-round deficit, in fact. Enterprise did all that they could to try and turn it towards their favour as they enter the CT half. Who are we looking at the most, Dweg?
Oh, we're looking at Han. I am getting excited about this one. CT side, he is a powerhouse. Averages a 1.31 rating on Inferno in the last 3 months. That's 9 maps played since coming through to the lineup. So watch out for him, Jay. As soon as he gets that big green out, he's going to be an impact man.
Well, no big rifles for the interim. The pistol round will just feature the Glocks and the USPs. No upgrades, utility on MHL's part. And no diffuse kits over for Enterprise. Seeing a serious lack of kits over the course of the pistols today, Dweg. And damage being done to Stinks to kick things off. Just a slight tag on towards them. Zertian leading into the apartments.
And they're leaving Blitz as the single B player with 4 and A. And for MOUZ NXT, they're actually quite spread across the map as of right now. You've got both Shane and Zertian trying to work their way into that apartment set. You've also got Shuey a little bit further back in the second mid, even MHL and Jimfat towards the bottom of Banana position. If they can draw some of this util forward, especially from Blitz, that will help them later into the rounds.
Blitz is just watching as the only contact player towards the B site for now. Put that smoke down, HG, in case he needs to do some damage probably later on when they take aggression all the way up towards the top of Banana. That's assuming MOUZ even face him. They're going to go out towards the A stack.
They've got to read this setup, though, especially if they go long, because Han's in the cubby corner.
Smokes up to the site. Han in that cubby corner will take a fight, but it's Shane with the kill. Stinks with a responsive, a 4-on-4, and Eli has no idea how far they've extended. Stinks got to bail him out. Headshots to be gained by the CT player in the back wall, and he gets them both. Bomb dropped and all. Shane, 1-on-4.
Great establishment with the crossfire being set there from Enterprise. Shane tried his best to isolate the individuals and doing a pretty good job so far.
Eli's low as well. If he gets Mangus to the headshot, this could work well for him. Flashbang turned away from. Doesn't see Eli yet. Jump face, wrap the corner. Shots ringing out from the pit position. Eli's head's been seen. So is Mangus. He needs that kill right now in 12 seconds. He hasn't got the time for it. Mangus will find the pick that closes the round, gets Enterprise the pistol.
Even with that initial stance towards long, you saw the way that they cleared that cubby corner, made sure that Han was going to drop. And then without Stinks' assistance, I think the Eli was a dead man. That was such a great pick to come through to look towards the top of the graveyard, because it meant the Eli could just stay alive.
Huh, Eli alive. I like that one.
I didn't mean to make that happen, but it just did.
I did hear the stammer in your voice as you realised the pun you're about to make. It was like, I don't want to say this, do I? Well, you said it now. Mangus, M4 out towards Keo, missing the jump face out towards that bracket position. Does catch those 2 players in the end, overwhelming the pistols to the force buy from MOUZ NXT. And no bomb plant bonus, so no true buy in this one. Blitz gets the SMG frag onto MHL. Han finds Shui. And Jimfat is in a 1v5, which surely he doesn't win.
This looks a lot more confident coming through from Enterprise, not losing a single player. And knowing that MOUZ NXT force invest there, you've got to be gutted, because there's not even any success being found. Mangus obviously positioned himself in a way to get towards the top of Keo and then over to Porch. But even when it's a 5-on-3, I'm thinking, yeah, Mangus is just going to step down, probably fall back, play the numbers game. They were so aggressive. They wanted to keep fighting for the entire round.
They did all they could to try and pull that off, but wasn't quite able to get it all together. SMGs, the M4, the FAMAS now out for Enterprise. Against the pistols, the MOUZ side, and the initial facing in for Mangus will be able to catch Jim Fat, Eli with Shane. Stinks also onto Xerxin. So all aboard falling apart here for MOUZ. At least there could be one kill for Shui, and indeed he does catch off Stinks. So MHL to grab that one weapon, see what they can do with it.
And MOUZ NXT just trying to see if they can keep it as expensive as possible and just continue to draw the hungry fighters that they've got here from Enterprise. MHL and Shui. Plenty of time to work with, so they can slow it right down, and they've managed another pick.
Seeing the beginnings and the layout of potentially what could be a decent recovery here for MOUZ, and saw that in the pistol for a moment. Wasn't able to complete it though. Again, they've got a player that's low on what is a slight man advantage for the CT forces. Blitz also tagged in this one, so might be a bit more of a concern. The Incendiary drives him back into the hands of the CT player in mid, and that's Mangus with the double. A triple overall of the round. An even scoreline standing for Enterprise as MOUZ get their first set of weapons.
Yeah, both the Eli and Mangus being the two OGs of this Enterprise side, being here from January of last year, so about a year and a half. And quite a few roster changes since that point. Blitz being added a few months ago, and then of course Stinks and Han being the new tour additions. And I think we definitely know that roster changes were going to be coming through, knowing how weak Enterprise were from the start of this year. It was only a matter of time until they had a change up.
Now change things up here in this matchup. Again, guns coming forward from MOUZ. Shui aggressive, seen on the jump. Face Blitz wraps that corner, and Shui still deals with him. 5 HP though, susceptible to trade, and Eli knows it. Jumps around the corner, only needs one bullet to land. A stray one's good enough. It's a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Han's usually still staying around quite aggressively towards that top of Banana. Will eventually be forced off angle, while Xerxin tries to create some space and more map territory being gained over towards A. He is by himself by the moment. His teammate of Shane's just behind him.
Spread out on the defaults here. Han hopes for a boost up or a jump phase. Xerxin does extend out towards long, and that leads to his demise. A double swing from Mangus and Eli. It's the kills to regain the advantage for Enterprise.
And check out now that they've got the man advantage, how much more passive Han is at B. He knows he doesn't need to get aggressive at all. Play it back, take a shot, and just retreat, because even if they play it retake heavy, it's not a bad situation to be in.
Could easily play into that B site pretty well enough, and even Han's got potential to land the frags himself, so it's not quite like it's the worst situation in the world. And you're excited for his AWP and to see what he can do here, so maybe he might have a bit more faith on the Enterprise side themselves. Boosted up top of the coffins. First face from Shane gives up the ghost. The 4-on-2 now for the Enterprise side. Mangus might get driven back himself. The M4 just firing away. And return fire from Jim Fat trying to predict where he is. It's like the one place in the smoke where you can hide and evade the AWP, but not evade Mangus, leaving all MHL. 10 seconds to survive.
Just trying to hold on to this AWP. I don't think it's going to happen, if I'm going to be honest, Jane. Down towards the bottom of Banana. Stinks is starting to swing around. That's a decent pick. But now they're going to start charging through from the half wall, and MHL falls after time. You hate to see that, but it's a good sign for Enterprise.
Yeah, he didn't have much of a choice. He did have to push forward on that one, because the AWP would have been hunted and pinned in a corner. Probably would have been worse. One bait shot, and the kill on the second player that would have swung. A great round for Enterprise, and well, they had a lot of faith in Han. He delivered pretty perfectly. 10 to their board, they have the lead.
And even remember back to those Fiend days. What was the best map in the pool for the Bulgarians? It was always Inferno. So this is a guy for the last 18 months or so, Jay, or the last year, has had a lot of success on a map like this.
Was that Mirage? That was one of their best maps, or the best map?
Yeah, Mirage and Inferno. Inferno was probably more consistent than Mirage over the course of the entire time span.
There was a period of time when Mirage, you couldn't beat them on it, though.
Yeah, that was true.
Well, that was down to the AWP potential of Han on that map, of course. Maybe we'll see that in the near future. We've got to map 3, of course, in this particular series, so... Enterprise right now on the right foot to put it up to that position. Of course, the rifles against the pistols in this particular round. The force invest for MOUZ. No more of a half buy than anything else. Just MHL down to the $100, and Han and Blitz dealing with all that they can here towards long. Dropping the bomb, and pretty much winning the round for it.
Pretty insane to think that this was a 7-3 scoreline at one point for MOUZ NXT. They haven't really capitalized too much further from that point onwards, and that is scary signs to continue here on map 1. Even Blitz just farming up the eco frags, does eventually drop. Han posted with the AWP up onto the long angle. Got teammates all around.
Yeah, all cleaned up on the T side line, a couple of exits. A couple of bits of damage being done to Enterprise, but for the most part, they are riding high at 5 in a row in this half. Again, half investment to lead towards the gun buy in the next for the MOUZ cap. Let's see what they can try and do here. Rifles, of course, for Enterprise will be in a standard. It'd be nice if they had the extra AKs, but they have only 2. That's more than fine. Okay, Leo win for MHL being the weakest weapon in this round.
Early Molly going up towards that half-wall position, try and see if they can prod towards that banana take. There is 2 over there, and even Han's relocated that AWP, trying to go in for a brackets peak.
Incendiary sent down, sprays through from Mangus. Smokes on against the Incendiary, starting up there. Enterprise blocked vision here in Absertion. Won't be able to peek either, not like it matters though. MOUZ's default only plays towards the mid and brackets area.
Interesting that they're leaving the solo B player of Blitz and to rotate the E-Live at least back and forth as being that entity that can stack up for an A. Han is just waiting for the further util to come in. He's still got so much on his pouch.
Shots ring in. Jim Fat thinking of making a move forward ahead of that smoke. It's going to be clearing in a few moments' time. Xertion hoping for a pick out towards that short position would be pretty fantastic. Stinks turned away from any util thrown down. Incendiary for Harley even gets him a bit of extra support. Ooh, Jim Fat walks right past him. He thinks he might not have even been there. Spray's doing damage. Mangus can finish off Xertion. Double up. Look for the triple kill, in fact. Drop that bomb. Quadra found. Yes, he is. What a play from him.
Great stuff from the big man. We love that. Get me more of that. Get me more of Mangus. Because when you think about that setup, it's a bait, obviously. Han's playing out on Moto. He puts the Incendiary forward. He's completely flashed. And the cubby corner just doesn't get checked. As soon as Stinks finds what happens? All the brackets players are focusing towards long. They're focusing on that cubby for the trade. And it allows Mangus to slightly over-aggress, get towards Porch, turn around, back up towards that balcony position. That is a tidy quadra kill.
Tidy close to the round. Enterprise continuing their own streak. MOUZ had a bit of a streak of their own in the last half. Took Enterprise a very long time to shut it down. Now 6 in a row for the CTs. And MOUZ are yet to score in the second half.
Yet to get a bomb plant, actually, Jay. So that's even more insult to injury. This has not been competitive at all. And Enterprise, they've just got everything behind them. They've got a decent amount of money in the bank. They've got the AWP in play. They're consistently keeping AKs alive too.
Shots out from Han. Trying to find the pick on Jim Fan. That's exactly what he gets. Pistols v rifles though, so Enterprise expecting the victory right here. I think the 13th round and try and just mount up the victory row against the MOUZ side. Smoke set up towards that long control. Shane, closest player in apps.
Very clever here from Enterprise, just to hang back. Don't get too greedy in the man advantage. You know that you're only up against a half buy. Start prodding their way in towards a short exit. This could be quick.
Sprays through M4, gets that one kill. Xertion with a trade back, making it a 3-on-3. Actually, these Deagles step up for MOUZ. And Enterprise has E-Live and Blitz left alone.
A difficult position to be in. Even need to clear this boiler side angle. MOUZ NXT could just slow the clock, just waste the time.
Shane's Deagle taps on Blitz, tagged in the leg. Not quite an effective kill there for that particular pistol. The rifles from Xertion and MHL, however, are on the site defense. One smoked off. MHL hiding back in the back corner. Blitz trying to check for it, but Xertion has a gap to work with. E-Live with one frag. Needs 2 more. Gets MHL down low, but doesn't get the pick on him. And MOUZ find an important steal.
That's a steal that comes out of nowhere. And I want to know how Xertion was able to do that. He finds 4 with the Deagle J on a quick wrap play into A from short.
What a sequence there from Xerxin.
Oh, okay.
Unbelievable. That was fantastic.
That was pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah,
That's
pretty
it?
good.
Just pretty good?
Yeah, pretty good.
Man alive. Beautiful shooting, and now MOUZ are going to springboard that into a follow-up round. At least it seems like it. 2 kills from Shui and Jimfat, and immediately the B side's lost, so Enterprise was calling the save.
Go for the quick adaption on the T side. Very pacey up towards the top of Banana, and even Shane cuts off one of those rotates, clearing out the bedroom position. I do like that from MOUZ NXT. Just when they've won a steal, they think, okay, let's put the pressure on. Let's try something that we haven't really done on T side, and that's pace. It's been very slow and methodical over the course of this second half. Maybe that was the change-up they needed.
That pace definitely has caught Enterprise off guard. The Eagles or Rifles, MOUZ have found their way into the T side from going from no bomb plants at all to gaining all the control back. Doing wonder work out here. 11 to their board, 1 away from equalizing again.
Surely they hold on to these weapons. Even though this player's down towards second mid, they're not going to enter towards the door, or are they? No, doesn't seem like it.
I'm getting a bit twitchy out there, but it's all good.
I was a little bit, because they were close to one another.
Wasn't certain if he was going to be protected, but he was. Those 2 guns can stay in for Enterprise here. Looks like it's going to be a force around as well if they can drop a rifle there. Elive's got it. SMG for Mango. Stinks can also buy down. So they will just about scrape together the investment. As MOUZ, they look for this next one. One that could actually get them back in the lead.
It's the breaking point round, even the boost up towards the top of the sandbag.
Oh!
Back in for MHL. The Elive's going to fall. What a start to the round that is.
Perfect headshot to the high HP player. Blitz got caught by the leg. If that was the kill against him, then fair enough. But that is a big sequence to start, and it leaves Enterprise on a serious back foot, down by 1 man. But that's not the only advantage here, and the execution might come in quick for it.
I think Hard has to swing out wide. I think he's got to make a play. Knowing that they're down by 1, knowing that Blitz is on low HP, this puts so much more pressure on the AWP to make something magical. You can't play it standard in a round like this.
Smoke to cross will come in. Molotov's back towards the back of New Box. Shui and Jimfat tank that nade to the face hard with the AWP. Frag trying to look for that second blitz. Gonna get tagged down very heavily. Jimfat closes out with that frag. Han doubling up, desperate to get the triple. Knows the Xerxin's out there somewhere. The flick's not landing though, and Jimfat's made his way closer and closer. Shoulder bait, gets more control. Han still stands and fights, but doesn't last forever. It stinks alone. 35 seconds and 2 T-side players on very different angles of the crossfire. I think they're aware of where he is. Flash in, Xerxin's seen him now. Swings out for the frag, and the round for MOUZ.
Incredible flash. That util point was perfect, because as soon as they catch him blind, the info's already come out, and Hard really did do his best. We said that he needed something big, and he finds 3J from that quad position. Here's the shot again. I just started off everything, and the pressure just continued. MOUZ NXT threw everything at making sure Hard dropped.
Some beautiful players coming out from MOUZ here. Deagle 3Ks, AWP headshots, blind behind walls, and suppressed by smokes, what have you. It's all compounded to Enterprise now left towards just the pistols on a deco round.
And knowing the fact that MOUZ NXT can strike here, if they strike in map 1, I think it's a 2-0. I think they clean it up on Nuke. So they know it's for the taking. It's 12 to 12. We're up against an eco. Let's settle ourselves down, because we could really strike in this series.
It's like we said in the pre-game, right? This map pick of Enterprise should be won by them. The Nuke map pick of MOUZ should be won by them. We go to that third of Mirage where things get real interesting. But if MOUZ can get the next 4 rounds that they need, then, well, as you mentioned, 2-0 on the table for them. And they'll be in the playoffs of Republic. Or for MHL, swinging up first and foremost. Eli's got the smoke at the ready, but will not use it just yet here. It's a resmoke from the player on the site itself.
And they want to try and stall for time. Rotated Han over, so they've got 3 on B as of right now. And for MOUZ NXT, they're still up against a couple of bits of util, Jay. They might have to cancel, and indeed they are. They're going back to A.
Eli swinging out, Smoke's involved, and have got Stinks backed up. Shane leaning forward, Deagle trying to get that first kill, doesn't quite do so. Mangus can provide some damage out towards that long control, but back to turn, no headshots gained. He will gain the sight for it instead. Enterprise could go for it again. It's a upgrade pistol eco round. They won't lose much, but they don't have their hearts in it again.
It's the armor that really they're thinking about. Keep that in play, make sure you don't waste the investment. And for MOUZ NXT, that's a very good mid-round call, because I'll tell you, Jay, they go into the B side, things get a bit funky. Things probably get out of order, because there is a lot of players there, and they had another re-smoke. So you would have just been pop flashing yourself through a smoke, and no one wants to be in that position. So the relocation and the site take towards A was a damn good decision.
It puts them up in the lead now. MOUZ to 13. Enterprise not getting one since their 6-round streak on this CT half, a dominant 6-round streak. You kind of wonder where it's gone since that point. Economy well and true to the favor of MOUZ. Enterprise, of course, buying down as you would expect. XM for the likes of Stinks. I imagine he plays out to Banana, right?
Yeah, plays it out towards Boiler. The apartments maybe really minimalize the distance. Oh, the nades are good though. Look at that. Triple nades with the incendiary. That does a world of damage.
Enterprise got a few tricks up their own sleeves here. Nades return from MOUZ to do some damage, but no one's dead on the CT forces. Mangus trying to prod back at the edge of the brackets entrance. Hold back at brackets long. But waiting for a mistake, waiting for a move forward. MHL will not give it to him. Felt like he might have given up the ghost out towards that boiler position, and the shotgun is right there against the AWPer.
I like that Mangus has fallen back. Play the crossfire. That was a very risky position to be in, as aggressive as he was. And now for MOUZ NXT, it slows down. And just knowing how strong the economy is, Enterprise know they've got to string rounds together in a row if they really want to break it.
Auto shotgun taps on the first and the second. 2 bucks fired, 2 frags gained. AK now in his hands. And from there, the round should fall in favour of Enterprise.
Yeah, there is an entry coming down towards A, but MHL gets caught off towards Boiler. And now for Xerxes, he's just got to back himself.
On for the clutch, bomb on his back. Khan on sight though, Deagle standing for the headshot. 13 all lulled into a full sense of security, knowing that AWP was right there. The pistol pulled out for the decent frag and equalised standing for Enterprise here.
Oh, what a sequence coming through from that XM out towards the balcony position. Xerxes trying to do his best to bring it back, but then even Mangus making it uncomfortable for the AWPer. The D coming through from Hahn to close down that round. And for Enterprise, giving themselves all M4s and that AWP, they don't keep the XM involved.
Upgrade to the rifle is appropriate. Guns out for the firepower. MOUZ more careful about treading in their ground on the apartments. Not Shane that's already gained that control with 1 man back towards quad. That's going to be the main victim of that swing if it does come through. For now, it's just a lurk over there. The main force is at Banana.
It might even be a retake towards Banana. Blitz is going to go.
So close to a shoe as well. Flash in, here's the boost up, not aware where they're going to be. Gets that 1 kill damage to the second. The AWP of Hahn accounted for by MHL. A 4-on-3 situation.
Oh, Stink's getting aggressive over towards A. Deals with 1 at least. And now with that bomb control down towards Banana, MOUZ NXT have still got the coverage to slow it down, but Jimfat's been seen.
Eli's been seen the same. Jimfat did not go for that second face. He knows that if he went for it, he'd be a dead man. And it all goes quiet and slow again as the rotation towards A ensues.
Mangus has got util, smoke and molly. This could slow it down on the apartment's contact or in from brackets itself.
No flash to allow the Apps player to pop out here. They'll put the smoke in instead. And the motor I can assume MHL Orb scope sees Mangus. Mangus with a kill back, and the crossfire locks. Jimfat can break one side of it. Now they've got to turn it towards that apartment's player. Xerxes struggling with a spray, but comes up good in the end. The bomb makes its way safely in from Apps and out towards the A site. It is Eli in the 1v2 clutch.
And we saw Enterprise winning 7 clutches against Imperial in their best of 3. Can they add another one to the tally? The Eli in the 1v2, definitely doable.
Top of the box, back of the site, back to the back corner of the site. Xerxin watching from the long entrance, I believe in that cubby corner, that bomb slightly opened up for him so he can still protect it. Eli with the nade, however, will indicate where he's coming from. Incendiary's down and out towards that pit position. The smoke to the site will cover off a bit of vision. Swung out to mini pit, see nothing still, waste time. Jimfat hearing the footsteps. Not at the common pre-fire positions. Eli can still get that kill with Xerxin with a quick swing and a quick trade to regain control for MOUZ.
Xerxin is slowly getting more involved into this map. Again, we normally look at him as being the strike player and one of their best riflers on MOUZ NXT. Got off to a slow start at the first half, slowly getting back into it on the T side. Very good display from MOUZ NXT towards the top of Banana to trade out successfully. And of course, just trapped down. Mangus in that porch position. He was trying to waste time, but he just couldn't fight between the two.
Enterprise call in their last tactical timeout, a right time to use it. Final true gun buy of this game, assuming they lose it. Very important round to take for MOUZ. It could mean map points. And like you mentioned, losing Inferno could lead to disaster for Enterprise.
We know they're strong on the back foot though, Jay. And think back to that Imperial game. They came back from 10-15 down on the city side of Overpass to win that best of 3. Even though they're down by 1, even though the pressure's on, sometimes this is where they're at their best.
It's in the area, Serhan backing up the AWP. Watching and waiting for Xerxin and Shui to swing. Could line up, but Han just connects that one shot.
Just get out of there, reposition straight away, and Stings might get caught off guard on the reposition. Him and Hard are actually grouped together.
Shot ringing out for the AWP as that flashbang sends them to split apart. Kill not found. No follow up in this round. Shots from now. The T-side AWP will start ringing in, and Eli be challenged out here towards Speedway. MHL does find Mangus, and the M4 AK battle goes the way of the AK. A slight shoulder peeking out. Now Han's in trouble. He's got to get at this shot.
Oh, it's a distraction, and they're starting to regroup towards B, or will they? They might actually cancel off for this. The fact that their Speedway player's gone down, a lot of utility over towards A, and Blitz has not rotated back to B.
They're thinking about it, though. Han's on the way in, the AWP to cross. Smokes down, the Jimfat can lock out the cross himself. Indeed, it will go down. That's supposed to be utilised here on the post plant. Harmony position towards Coffins would have been heard. The spray blinded by Blitz catches one player with damage, and they know it has to be the B play here.
Quick play in towards Banana. Double AWPs on the retake. This is going to be a tough one for Enterprise.
What Han and Stings can do. Blind shots coming in through the windows, through the coffins. MHL firing back past the walls. Blitz waits for his chance. MHL gives himself up to Stinks. That's the advantage now for Enterprise, and Blitz continues pressing the issue, looking for Jimfat back at Dark. Shane waiting, and the headshot's been seen by Jimfat. How did he spot him? Blitz will be questioning that. Shane's waiting for a spray back against Stinks. Hard no to Jimfat's angle. That's the double up, and the round held, the map point held by MOUZ.
God, Jimfat, how has he done that? How has he managed to close out that round? The kill towards a coffins and pool position. And then the waste of time. Enterprise thought they had the early advantage. What a shot from MHL over to that pit control. They catch off the Speedway, wrap around, and it's a man advantage from this point onwards, Jay.
Beautiful stuff from him. You mentioned how young he is, how not so much new he is to this scene. That youth and skill coming up to play for here on the MOUZ side, and well, it's 2 rounds for Enterprise to make up to go to overtime, and look at the buy they've got to do it with.
It's rough. There's no other way of putting it. And for Enterprise, it means that the call here in the mid-round has got to be so vital to stack up the right side. MOUZ NXT have got a couple of players prodding around this Banana control, but it's the bomb and the majority in towards A.
Backed up for MHL's part. Flashes thrown over towards that A peak. Mangus on Keo. The only M4's got to do mass work with this.
He's been good here before, though. We've seen that before. Turn away from the flash. They actually haven't committed just yet.
Stinks held back behind the broken wall. Han and Mangus and Stinks come up good with the Deagle especially. And MHL's left alone, his main force fallen out to the A-site execution. The AWP was holding back, and now left to clutch it in the 1-on-5. At least lands that first. AK pulled out against the rest of them though. Backstab also inbound towards that banana position. Only a matter of time before MHL's a dead man. He live struggles and does get picked up. MHL still doing work though. 1v2 now for him.
Oh, so winnable. Get that flash out. Try and see if he can catch the CT's repositioning. Smoke going down. Needs to draw the fight onto Han.
Switching out to the M4. 3 HP for this clutch. 10 seconds left as well. Got to win the fight, so it's not going to happen. Han finds the angle at the edge of the smoke and wins out. The 14th for Enterprise. Round 30 for overtime, Dweg. What are we thinking?
Well, the buy's not going to be perfect, I'll tell you that much. The money is definitely not sailing. That is a very good counter anti-pop play in from the Enterprise side. You can see MOUZ NXT just want to dive it out of the gates towards that balcony position. The Deagle from Stinks, haven't really seen too much from him over the course of this map, but that's an important couple. And there it is. You got the rifles, you got the AWP, but it's a Deagle for Xerxen.
Damage done to Jim Fat and Shui. Incendiary sent out towards that half-wall position, the sandbags. Jim Fat evading the Molotovs. Early damage sustained by MOUZ. Enterprise hold their own as the AWP of MHL is desperate to get that opening start.
And just knowing Han doesn't even have an AWP in this round means that Enterprise don't quite have their big man. B contact, a little bit more aggressive. Even MHL was just on the contact looking towards spawn.
Over a minute to go, and they left quite a lot of map control, which the teams are just going to walk into. Blitz and Elive. Crossfire held, Shui's seen, damage to be done. Molotov sent back when Smoke's also in position. And we're going to check flower pots. Hasn't been used that much so far. Shui's going to get past pretty safely, but the spray is good for that one frag. Elive backs up those Blitz, gets a double. Mangus with one of his own, and Xerxen's alone with the Deagle, so it looks like we play on here for Inferno. Unless the most magical clutch comes in right here and now, I don't think Xerxen's going to do anything. And indeed, Blitz with a triple, it's Enterprise to overtime.
I'm really surprised that MOUZ wasn't able to close out there, Jay. You think about the idea that they're up 15-13, had a couple of rounds to do it, it doesn't quite happen. And instead, the comeback train continues onwards. What a hold from Blitz, out towards New Box, the transfer too, and just to complete it off. He's got to be happy about that one, but more happy when the map victory comes through.
Gotta go quite away before we get to that point, though. 15 all even standings for this OT. And of course, no clear definitive favourites in this particular context. So, who do we think's played out the stronger game so far?
I'd say it's actually pretty 50-50. I don't think... We've obviously seen some good CT sides. And I think for Enterprise, we probably saw them on the back foot more so. So we'd probably say MOUZ and XG, just in that idea that it really came down to a good start in the second half, even just to drive the comeback through.
It took all out of them to try and get that comeback, of course. Enterprise had some great moments, especially at the first start of the half. To pull off that 6 rounds in a row, and MOUZ felt like they were going to be out of it. And to think as well, that imagine what would have happened if they shut that streak down earlier. Where could we be for the MOUZ side now?
That's always the what-ifs and the ones that you ponder on when you look back. And now into OT, you ponder on the previous game. MOUZ NXT versus Forza, upper bracket quarterfinals, 116 rounds. Overtimes galore, didn't see Inferno. But they're used to this, Jay. They've been in here, in this place before.
That was the first OT in which they were able to win it against that Forza camp. It was a 19-17 scoreline to close the series and put their spot in this particular matchup. So maybe this could be a similar story right here. This is going to be interesting, to say the least. Both sides have a lot going for them. For me, I'm kind of looking at MOUZ having the higher potential to win out this this OT, though. They've just been on the front foot that little bit longer. They can just get a good start in this OT. I think they'll be fine.
And we saw that even for MOUZ NXT in their first game in the closed qualifier against Sprout, they had a 28-25 on Vertigo. So far in the Republic run, they've had a lot of overtimes. Definitely familiar with that sort of territory. Enterprise don't bring out double orbs to the start of the city side. We see sometimes when the money's good that Eli tries to bring it out. Ops against it, actually.
11-4 swing from Angus, gets his 1 kill, not quite his second. Xerxtion responds in kind. 4-on-4 situation, and Han's ready for more against the AWP. MHL lands the frag, and lands the follow-up to get the man advantage, but doesn't keep it forever. Shui trading a 3-on-3 situation. Now Xerxtion out into the side, sees Eli, but doesn't get the good shot towards him.
Even with the flash assist coming through, it now comes down to both Jimfat and Shui to see if they can put pressure on the last guy. Even Stinks, who's out towards long, isn't in a position to trade.
Shui trying to find Eli on his lonesome. Backed up, he looks the wrong way. Thinking that Eli might have been further back, but no. Now Jimfat alone for the clutch. This young man's been impressive so far in this game, and he'll dish out the damage to Stinks, but take a dink to return.
11 HP. It's a tough one. Got to draw some further fights, and even Blitz is making noise.
In fact, we know nothing about him. Doesn't know where Eli's gone to and just gets overwhelmed in the end. HP disadvantage definitely hurt him. Had that shot not come through blind, and maybe it could have been a clutch, but that's a reality that we can only dream about. 16 to the board of Enterprise, they have the lead.
I even saw from Mangus's perspective, getting that idea of the aggressive apartment set. 1-for-1 trade for both him and that AWP. It was really until the E-Live stepped up towards the site directly. Remember, Stinks was playing long, so the E-Live was really the only A player. He holds off towards that default position, jumps up to that cold zero box, and continues to multi-frag and waste time.
Guns brought back from MOUZ, as you would expect here. The AK is trying to prod back at the CT line. Mangus, however, aggressive in apps again. Shane revealing position, and the pre-fire drives him back. Mangus not opting for the kill, just opting to stall the timer.
Yeah, Shane does that on purpose, just jiggles to get the idea on the aggressive apartment state. Now, Han was playing Boiler in the last round. He's actually opted to do it again. This time around, a slightly different angle towards the left-hand side. And even the nade damage onto Jimfat and MHL, that's over towards the banana position.
Shots for the AWP, driving Eli back. Han's AWP himself set in. Smokes on a suppress as Xerxtion leans forward. Shane, similar story into Boiler. Han's gonna back off.
And they're making a lot of noise with this. Leave the late lurk towards the top of B. Other than that, it's gonna be Mangus to strike and catch the info.
Yeah, that incendiary didn't extend all the way out behind Quad itself, just out ahead of it. Driving that AWP back, flashes in as Blitz follows suit, and Shui will fall. A 5-on-3 situation gained, and Shane just can't get anything. Tight gap there between the apartments and the side. Now MHL swings, Mangus is core. Stinks is also going to get overwhelmed by the AWP, so a 3-on-2. The CT still have the advantage, and there is a player close, but the bomb can go down at least.
Han's coming in quickly with the AWP. The HP numbers are low, and now Enterprise can slow this right down on the retake.
MHL, what you got for us? First contact with a short aggression from Han. Jimfat has no idea how much in danger he is. That bomb plant towards the back wall, the nades coming in towards MHL's position, and eventually a blind bullet will land towards him, so Enterprise connect 2.
Hello? Calling MOUZ NXT? Are you here? What's going on? This is 2 rounds in a row now for Enterprise. And now in OTJ, these rounds have been fairly convincing.
They really have been. Some fight back moments from MOUZ, MHL in particular with the AWP, but just Jimfat looking the wrong way. Leaving it all open for them to enter back and get the retake. But I'm surprised that MOUZ haven't taken a tactical here. I mean, I think they've still got a few left.
Yeah, very true.
Could have had a moment to have a chat with his team and just re-put them back into a confident stance, because just look at how good they were throughout regulation.
And now for Enterprise, just fueling their way forward. Another aggressive approach. Great counter utility there. It's just going to cancel for a moment. Shui's taking a lot of damage running through that incendiary.
Couldn't make the decision between falling back and putting a counter smoke there. Mangus and Stinks now have a HP advantage to work with here on the site. Defensive fast plays inbound from MOUZ NXT, and Mangus deals with Xerxtion. Stinks on the crossfire, drops that bomb. Jimfat also facing, but MHL and Shane get a couple of trades. Blitz back in from mid, deals with one. Mangus still on site, gets a double though, and Shane's alone towards this clutch again in a 1 versus 3, and into the hands of Han. He'll fall deftly to his sleep. 15-18, Enterprise have map points.
Mangus is really showing up over the course of this entire map. More so on the CT side is where we've probably seen him at his strength. Out here, just multi-fragging, setting up the crossfire with the M4. MHL's best bet is to try and fight that over rotation. Even hard, good flick to come through to Shane to end the round. And you just wonder, is it even possible to recover it from this sort of position? One more to go for Enterprise, and they win their map pick.
And when MOUZ were on that point as well to start things off, you would have thought that would have been their way into this series. You were talking about the idea of a 2-0 had they won Inferno. Enterprise recognized that threat clearly. They've done everything they can to stop that from being a thing. Orb tagged up for MHL, double orb set up for MOUZ. They need to utilize it to effect.
And from 13-15 down as well, Jay. 5 rounds in a row coming through from Enterprise. It would be the cherry on top to make it a 6th, to close the map in style and slow it right down into the brackets position, out to the apartments too. The bomb is still towards T-spawn at the bottom of Banana.
Gonna get picked up and committed. The question is to which site, to the B or A plays. Enterprise mostly leaning into A at the moment. But no casualties have been found, so there's no direct commit yet.
I think it's a B play, mate. That bomb is still in T-spawn. You got a couple of players towards long. I think it has to be a wrap B.
It's going out towards second mid, so that indicates otherwise here, and Enterprise start walking up. Stinks going past the arches. 30 seconds with the bomb just about making its way towards brackets. They do extend around the arch position, and they have got MHL's AWP watching from Library, but still getting trumped by an AK-47. Shane and Shui with it all to do. Shane overwhelmed. Shui pushed into the corner, quite literally gets the first, not the second, and this should be done from here.
Yeah, what a round. I love the pace. They slow it right down, Jay. MOUZ NXT get uncomfortable, and the double long pick. Blitz going through from Arch, stings towards Mini Pit, and now it's about the post plan.
For a moment, it felt like Enterprise would lose their own map pick. But now they've got full control. Zershin fighting hard to bring something back here, dealing with 2. But Jimfat falls, Mangus will find a second, and it'll be 19-15 for Enterprise, taking Inferno, taking their map start in this series.
It wasn't an easy one, I'll give him that much, but they get the job done. And for MOUZ NXT, they had 2 map points, Jay. They had 15-13, 15-14. They don't close it through. I think they've missed a big opportunity.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, right? We're talking about a series which could have easily gone 2-0 had this MOUZ side managed to take this map. And considering how close they were to getting this map under wraps, it had to be a grind back from Enterprise 2 rounds in a row to get to that overtime. But as soon as they got that streak started, they didn't let it go throughout regulation and throughout that overtime itself. Again, a flawless overtime for the Enterprise boys. Now we move over to MOUZ's own home territory. Inferno was the pick of the Enterprise side. Now it's Nuke up next. Let's see how far they can go after the break.
FaZe?
Oh. It's Navi.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Yeah, it's right.
2002.
2002.
Yeah, because it's 20 years anniversary was on HT. Yes, I remember that, I was gonna say. Yeah, it was 2002.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. I think it was in Minosity. It was in Minosity. Because they, after this, the Australis went to win 4 in a row. I believe.
It was, I remember the stage. It was like really,
yeah,
they were like separated.
Yes, it was versus each other with booths. Yeah, it was like a booth.
Yes, everyone had their own booth.
It's Luminosity then.
Luminosity.
I'm pretty
Final
sure.
answer.
Yes.
Okay. You're right.
I remember that.
Actually, yeah, after this, Australis dominated the scene. First 2 majors, okay, so Train 100% is in there, right? Or...
Okay, Nuke Mirage does 2 Train, right? Can you repeat the question?
Nuke Overpass does 2 Train.
Nuke overpass, Dust 2 train.
Okay, I think
I think overpass was there, train was there, Dust 2.
Was Dust 2 there? Dust 2 though, not Dust. Dust 2. That's a trick, I think, because.
No.
Or was always Dust 2 in CS:GO?
It's Dust 2.
Okay,
I don't think Nuke was there.
No, Nuke, bro, no way, right?
I don't think Nuke was there, no.
Bro, Train.
It's like in first.
Was Train really there though? Train at 2013? Train? No way.
Wait.
No way, Train, Camille, I think. I think that's 100% not there. If it's there, then I'm terrible.
Train, Nuke. It's between Train and Nuke.
But there's two, like... okay, okay, it's Train and Nuke, okay. I will say Train, but you can say whatever you want. You will decide, but in my opinion, it's Train.
But it's your fault if we lose.
Okay, fine. Let's go.
Let's go. Final answer D.
Yes.
It was overpass.
Okay, you did not got it.
We just spent like 5 minutes to eat.
Was it 8?
He was 11th. He was 11th.
Okay, I think
like
it was outside of 10 because
he was 11th,
it was like the first time he was outside of like top 10 in a long time.
Yeah, but he made it for sure. He made top 20, so he's 11th.
It's 8th or 11th. I think 11th.
I think 11th too. Let's go see then.
Let's go see. You're right.
Oh, yes! Millionaires! Is this in the game?
Yeah, definitely.
I've never seen it in my life, man. What? Okay, I would say, in my opinion, it's not B. I have a feeling it's a name of a skin. I think it's actually. I don't think it's C. I don't think it's B. I think it's between A and D. I don't think it's A. Then let's do D. Let's go D. Let's go D. Anyway, we want it's a guess.
So final answer D.
Yeah.
It's B.
Okay.
Sorry. What is that name? Who thought of that?
Bro, I'm gonna buy the skin out just to be just to be safe for next time.
Has to be D, right?
No. It went up in price insanely, Kamel, like a lot.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's D or B. It's not A and it's not C, I think. Wait, Factory New though, Kamel. I think.
Do you really think it's more than 1,200 euros?
No, I think it's B.
What is the next? I think it's A. I don't know.
Okay, what do you want to do?
It's Factory New.
What do you want to do? Because I was wrong twice.
Rock, paper, scissors.
But will they really do 600 to 800 like the thing? How does that make any sense?
Yes, because it varies. I don't know.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors then. Rock, paper, scissors for A or B.
Wait.
Shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah. Okay.
Okay, B.
So
B?
Final answer B.
Oh my god, it's a troll answer, Dory. 420, do you not see it? I just realized now. Oh my god.
Is it B, Kamil? What do you think?
No.
I mean, it's a jungle, okay? It's a jungle. Then...
Okay, Siberia, no.
No, yeah. Wait.
Mongolia, no.
Okay.
South Africa or Central America? Central America?
Central, but that's really specific. It makes me want to press it. What do you think?
Wait.
I think it's between C and B, right?
Yeah. And I'm not.
Which one? You choose now. I'm not gonna say anything anymore. You should decide.
Yeah, okay, listen. But the question is, most likely. So they don't even know themselves. Okay, let's go B, South Africa.
Yeah, let's go B. Nothing to lose.
It's Central America.
No.
It was twice we were 50-50 and we messed up.
Yeah, it's after the whole map. It's did after Aztec archaeology, and they were located in America.
Okay.
The bike, the ramp, and C. All three.
Yes.
Done.
Bike, ramp, and C.
Yeah, you're right. It was pretty fast.
Yeah, just give me maps, man. I personally would say Cash, but not a new one now, with how it is. It's the same with Cobble for me, but I like Cash more than Cobble, so I would pick Cash.
I think for me it's between 3 maps. It's Train, Cobble, and Cash. Like you said, the old one, not the new one. But I think I would have to go with... I mean, Train has been here for quite some time and it's been gone for not really that long. Cash was one of my favorite maps. I'm gonna go with Cash.
Okay, thank you. And which would you remove to replace it?
Dust 2 or Vertigo. Oh. I would remove Dust 2 or Vertigo. Actually, I would remove Vertigo, man.
Man, Overpass. It's a 10-man team or a 10-man map.
Yeah.
True. Like it's too big.
Toda shootouts. Thank you very much everyone for the support. We love you. We hope that you keep watching us, and thank you very much for being here for us.
Yeah, thank you. Dory, say dziękujemy.
Dziękuję. Dobrze.
Dziękuję. Do widzenia.
Dobrze, dobrze.
Kurczak na butli.
Kurczak na butli, kochancze.
Přijděte i vy na úsporný režim. V Elektrowordu nakupujte elektroniku pohodlně na splátky. Elektrovord.cz.
Well, so far, so good for MOUZ on this series, but not quite good enough to get the map pick itself. 19-15 was the final result for the Enterprise side as they take their own map pick. But the reason why I say so far, so good for MOUZ is because having been so close to getting that map on the wraps, you can imagine moving into their own map pick, they might be able to take Nuke pretty confidently. Dwayne, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Nuke is a good map. They like picking it at best of threes. They're on a bit of a winning streak of it right now. They've beaten some class teams on this map. So I've got the idea that this should be a victory to come through from MOUZ, but on the other side, from time to time, maybe not consistently, we do get the odd good performance of Enterprise on Nuke.
I doubt this will be one of those occasions, though, because you take a look at the teams they often beat on Nuke, and it's like Entropic Prague, EC Brugge, Operation Save Spot, who are not a very good team whatsoever because they have an English flag next to them. Lil Mix, obviously, is a bit more of a respectable sort of squad. But, you know, like, when you take on squads like the Sinners, for example, and for, like, the Apex squad, that's where things really fall apart. So, mate, I don't know where you put MOUZ and NXT. I wouldn't put them down towards those levels in the victories that the Enterprise side often take, especially when you consider the fact that, look, they're on a 5-map winning streak on this map. They do really well, having all those like main sort of staple squads like the OG Academy side, like beating Sinners, like beating Force. Like all these things seem to compound to me that this map is going to be one of the more confident ones in the series for MOUZ.
And you wonder whether the competition being a little bit lacking, the idea that out of the 5 winning streak maps, 3 of which have been Academy teams. So that level of competition isn't going to be as high as a side like Enterprise. We can have a good battle on our hands. And I think knowing the fact of how Inferno went down, definitely won't be a speed run. This will be another competitive map in the series.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be close. I don't think it's going to be overtime close, though. I do feel like MOUZ are going to have the edge on this one to be able to make it probably close to like a 16-10 sort of kind of scoreline, especially if the CT side, or rather the T side, goes pretty well for them, which I imagine that with the experience that they've had on this map, it could well do so. In general, they have a pretty balanced sort of half basis, a slight bias towards the CT side, as you would expect, obviously. But I feel like they have a better chance to do well on their T halves. So as they will start things off because it was their map pick on the T side, this will be the half where I think it might get decided.
And even for Han, I don't think they unleashed the beast in that first map, Jay. I thought we saw some glimpses. We saw an okay performance, but I don't think we really saw him at his absolute peak. And in the last 3 months, Jay, this is his highest rating in the pool, 1.50 on record for Enterprise.
Certainly a great thing to add to an average. I mean, I've seen 1.6 on individual maps, but if you're talking about an average rating, that definitely is something stellar. So you want to watch out for him as this one goes on for the Enterprise side. Julie's in for the birthday boy at Blitz. USPs across the board for the rest of the CT pistol. Set up MOUZ quickly working towards the outside. Shui diving in. Zerstian firing onto a player up towards heaven. MOUZ wasting absolutely no time trying to get this map started.
They're very quick out of the gates to get themselves some locker control, and Mangus is giving a lot of respect. So is the Elive. Han recognizing the play towards outside, but now ramp is opened up completely.
Now, Shu with a double stabilizing that last shot just in time. Harm backed up towards Old Toxic. Stinks does find Shane in the lobby control. So a 3-on-3. MOUZ rethink the strategy. Get up towards the A side because they've got a player on the backside already. Shui with another double, a quadra in this round so far as Han is left alone to the clutch.
And he was the one that rotated down towards that B side, so it's going to take him even longer to come back up to ramp, over towards that heaven position to try and see if he can work the clutch of the 1v2. Got to kid his feet.
Not one of those pouch now. Seeing the bomb, expecting the site, but just doesn't know where they're going to attack from. Peeking out towards Squeaky Door right about now. The USP will try to take a fight on towards the mics of Shui, but Shui will get the ace instead. A hell of a start for him, a hell of a start for MOUZ.
Highest rated player for MOUZ NXT on Nuke in the last 3 months, and just entering out of the gate. He was the guy that took full control down towards that locker's position, making sure that it was very uneasy for Enterprise to be able to get a foothold into that round. And to start an ace as the beginning round of your map pick, that does spark a lot of confidence.
Yeah, well controlled, well gained, well set on the MOUZ side. Enterprise, of course, forcing the buyback as you would expect. The Eagles, Mag 7 and SMG. Gap in that smoke that Elive can try and utilize against Xerxin will do a decent amount of damage to the man, but no opening frag drawn out by that mistake.
For Enterprise on the force back, you're pretty desperate to recovering one of these weapons and get it in play. I do like the idea that the shotguns come out, and for Stinks, remember when he had the XM on the city side playing the balcony, he was pretty successful.
Indeed, that is true. No success in this case for now. Very early doors, of course, to get success. We'll see what he can do with the shotgun as he takes the close range quarters combat, pushing all the way up and into the hut position, hearing the footsteps around him in lobby. Jimfat's going to fall back, and he'll start to take control of that part of the map.
Only one player down towards lower. Han getting forced out to the open and mistiming. Must not have been comped over of how quickly they exploited that ramp control. Now I think it's a save. I don't think the CTs are going to go for this.
Yeah, it seems likely here. Blitz might get out one extra frag on Xerxin and get that Mac 10 as the bomb does go down. That might change the situation here, but not by a massive amount. Stinks is holding back at the ramp entrance. Mangus at Decon does not press to the doorway, and eventually they do fall back and save.
Now, you're in a spot where you don't have a kit. Players on rotate weren't that quick, and even your first site defender down at BF Hard just got forced out to the open, didn't realize how quickly ramp was being taken. Enterprise not getting the force buy victory. You can say, though, that you can almost look at the next round as being a force buy, maybe not victory, but a force buy round, because look at how many people they're keeping alive.
It's one of those force buy technicalities here, because Enterprise will have what basically looks like a force buy setup without actually force buying into the round itself. I call that a force buy bonus twig. So
okay, I like that.
We'll go with that. Force buy bonus round for Enterprise. No need to invest here. A Mac 10 escape with, so kind of it's a bit, it's like a slight upgrade upon what they had before.
It's an extra, and it's something that can help them ever so slightly. They'll invest in a little bit of util, because you don't want to spend that much money, but you also want to try and give yourself a bit more of a chance of doing some further economical damage and keeping this round as winnable as possible. And for MOUZ NXT, they'll know that this third round will not be a walk in the park.
No, definitely not. Flash is in, Eli peeking, Blitz has the SMG as Jimfat makes his way up into position. Top of mini position, the smokes and Molotov sent down by Shane. Sent very far out towards that heaven position, but it works out well enough for them to work their way towards the outside control of the MOUZ NXT side. Slight gap in that smoke that Elive's going to exploit. Jimfat first to fall.
Han quickly on rotate down to that lower position, and the Elive still hanging around, wanting to work on that gap again.
MOUZ have fallen away from it, but Elive is not. Reaggressing as the smoke starts to clear, and Xerxin thinking he might have escaped right here. He swings, in fact, for the headshot. That's 2 kills with a Mac 10, and suddenly this bonus round seems like it's got some weight to it.
It really does. This is looking super promising because they're taking the lobby control. Now, they don't know about the player towards T-Roof, and they haven't dropped the bomb just yet, but they're working a 5-on-3.
The firepower advantage still sits with MOUZ, but they've got to apply these AKs to decency, and it's just not happening. Blitz's SMG now chimes in towards Shane. Shuey and MHL left for dead towards outside. Surely they don't do anything from here.
You can't imagine so. This is such a tough position to be in. Hold your weapons, bring it into the next round. I think that's... Did they go for it? It might try the 2v5. It's so risky, though.
20 seconds. MHL leaning in, doesn't see anything up at the top of the rafters. Shuey makes his way around. Stinks, catches the Mag 7 shot and grabs a free AK for it. Eli with the Mac 10 frag onto MHL gets even further cash out of the SMGs, and all 5 players are alive for Enterprise. That is a stellar round from them.
Mate, they got absolutely railed. Honestly, there's a gap in that main smoke. The SMG, look at this fight! Just the wide swing, instant headshot by the Mac 10. And then the lobby play, the crunch to come through to deal with the player up to T-Roof. That is an absolute slammer of a round that has really come out of nowhere. Everyone stays alive.
When you think the swing frag was impressive, I think the frag up towards the top of roof was impressive, honestly.
Yeah, that was decent.
Regardless of what's impressive and what's not, the bottom line is the byline. All 5 players alive for Enterprise, so all 5 guns can come forward, saving on the Galils and the AKs, providing a little bit extra cash relief from Stinks and Han, and that's a good thing for Stinks because he just went down as the first casualty in the round itself.
Very clever there from Shuey. Just work with the slight jiggle pig. Han with the incendiary back towards the hut position, trying to get back over towards that rifle. And now Mangus is going to receive some damage towards Ram.
Oh. MHL took a ding for it. Blitz can follow suit onto Shuey, trade it right back to a 4-on-4 situation. As now Han presses in with the AK in towards that lobby angle, over at the pit, hut position rather. Jimfat have to wait for the smokes to clear here over at Squeaky. Taking their time towards it, it just went down.
Even the Eli have been so successful around this main position. Players all around, Han and Mangus just crunching forward. This is looking deadly.
And Xertion swings, Shane with the frag, Mangus trades to a 3-on-3, Shane responding back to 3-on-2, Jimfat makes it down left to Han, up in the Tetris position, but doesn't know where Xertion is, and will be responded towards, so MOUZ reinstate their position.
I really didn't think that was going to happen. Do you have to think about the setup, the fact that you've got Han aggressive in hut, Mangus coming through from ramp, you've got the E-Live that was playing out towards that main position and a blitz on the site directly. You had a lot of players establishing a crossfire, and somehow MOUZ NXT have been able to brute force it apart. That frag, obviously, back towards lobby was really important by Shane. And then Xertion knew that Han was somewhere around those Tetris positions, but I don't think he actually saw him behind the smoke.
Look at the damage done to Han so early into this round. Blitz is the first casualty. Xertion wasting no time to kick things off. The MOUZ swing out from Shuey is dealt with by Stinks in the back sight, and he's ready to swing for even more. Jimfat caught for damage. He gets away with a decent kill and is trades back from the AWPer of Han instead. 3-on-3, Mangus lobby crunch dealt with. Han does finally drop an E-Live. Gap in that smoke does burn one player. I don't think he got seen either. He certainly has been seen now as Shane closes the round.
Now, MOUZ NXT putting a lot of util down towards Han's position out towards main. You can see the triple molly or the triple HE and the molly that did a lot of tank damage. And what is kind of interesting, right, is obviously Han's been able to find a lot of success on Enterprise's nuke in recent history. But there was a portion of time, I remember when we used to speak to Bubble quite a lot in some of the post-match interviews, Jay, where he was always saying Han's uncomfortable on nuke. And that's why Red Star used to AWP quite a lot on nuke when we remember back to their city sides.
Well, early doors does not indicate much comfortability for Han. He's got 4 frags, so it's not like he's the worst numbers in the world. Obviously struggling to deal with the quick take of A on that last round. Smoked off from that mini position and just not given any real opportunity to breathe. Enterprise now reduced to the pistols, so there won't even be a chance for the York to strike here and try and change that narrative. Maybe in the near future, but for now, MOUZ should be able to steamroll through.
And just knowing Enterprise had that opportunity for the steal round to continue to farm up to get more rounds in a row. Instead, it has been anything but that. They've seen him eventually. It's all right, mate.
It was a little bit leery for a moment. It's left Jimfat at 19 HP. But all coming together for MOUZ, and they do find the steamroll. Not much left in it for the Enterprise camp. But Deagle for Eli, maybe look for an exit. Maybe Han could catch Jimfat in the right place at the right time. But you're really not looking at a round here for Enterprise.
No, not at all. Even Shane playing out towards that main position. The Alive might be able to get a slight backstab. Try and hope to drop a single player. The Deagle. Ooh. Yeah, it's alright.
That's
go next round.
unfortunate.
GG, go next.
Yeah. It's always GG go next.
Yeah.
Hopefully not GG go next series or next map for Enterprise.
Of course, yes. Just the next round.
Just the next round. MOUZ working well so far with this T side. Enterprise had their looking for only a solitary moment. Ever since then, it has all been this Academy team. Rifles in for both sides. Enterprise have their buyback. AWP now back out for Han. Let's see if we can prove us wrong.
I love the way that they've kept the MAC-10. Just the idea that there's a lack ahead Kevlar to come through from Enterprise. This could actually be a really good idea. And even Han just getting sprayed down in towards that Venge position. Shane just dropping.
Still no luck for the AWP. Up close and personal towards it. And of course that AWP now out of CT recovery position, so they can't get it back. Sit there in the vent control for Shane. We buy our way back in for MOUZ to get towards that B side. Lobby crunch will start to be set up here by Enterprise. Stinks already in over at the hot position. Blitz out towards Squeaky, gets his 2 kills. Stinks follows suit. Enterprise will find victories in other ways, it seems.
Of course they will. Didn't even need the ramp players. Both out from hard and Squeaky. More success is being found. What a round by Blitz.
What a capitulation for MOUZ. Wasn't like they exploited the MAC-10 or anything. He's the last player left in this 1-on-4. You could still find a decent headshots to the helmetless players like Mangus did right there. Frag found, now M4 picked up. An attack in from the ramp entrance.
They're going to be difficult here for Xerxon. How does he try and play it? Just misdirect ever so slightly. Enterprise being quite settled in the lobby control with the bomb in hand. Even using Blitz towards outside, and it seems like it's just going to be a save. Bring that M3 with S and Helmet into the next round. Enterprise with the lobby crunch. Working very well. Good stuff from Blitz.
Xerxon's got $5,000 though. I would have liked to have seen him try his hand at this retake, just because the money's still pretty decent for the T side. Although an exit frag makes it a little bit more of a easy pill to swallow in that sense. Because now the economy is going to be wrecked for the Enterprise side, so sticking around like that definitely has aided things. 2 players are still alive, which means Enterprise will win the round outright. Let's see what the buy will look like for the CTs here. The York will get passed off to Han. See exactly how he was overwhelmed at the start of the round itself. Caught in the vents on rotate. But again, well placed there from the lobby crunch.
It seemed as if he wanted to get down towards the lower, maybe reposition out towards the secret control. Ends up getting caught on the ladder, tries to get the knife out to the kill. Doesn't quite happen. Enterprise find their second. They want to try and find some more consistency in this first half though. String rounds together.
CT thumbs up like, I'm dead, but it's okay. My team won the round, it's fine. That's me every round in a pug. It's the rounds where we win, but we don't always win them, so. I'm gonna ignore that whole description.
I'm just not even gonna say anything.
Back on just get back on track with the match. E-Live in at credit cards. It's Han that strikes first on MHL. Xerxon with a trade back and swings to the responsive. Doubles up. 4v3 again for MOUZ on NXT.
That's a proper strong bait and switch too for Enterprise. Take the AWP to get the contact, opening man advantage, and then swing the M4 to come through. But instead, it's actually Xerxon that just multi-frags. Mangus repositioning, and they don't know that Xerxon is above him.
Yeah, Mangus without a single inkling of this. Although as time goes on, he might start to realize that ended up being the case here. Without having control, without vision onto it. Because there is one player that is watching that instinct, so he's expecting there to be some sort of backstab blitz. Will get overwhelmed as Xerxon does start swinging. Jimfat does get caught, and a great smoke down as well from Stinks' support. Doubles up to the kill count, so a 2 versus 2 as Shane trades and doubles up towards Blitz himself as an individual. Mangus now left alone to the clutch.
1v2, swing out from heaven. No one's watching it right now. This could be a very good chance onto the first, but the bomb could just drop in the vents.
Yeah, that's exactly what he'll do. He'll know that he escaped the eye of the M4 and will slowly drop in, make very little noise. I think Mangus got a read, and yeah, he'll hear the squeaky door. He knows what's going on.
Get down there quickly. He's got an incendiary to work with, just wants to fight.
Takes the face, the incendiary comes out to force Shane out to the open. Doesn't win it though. The AK headshot's perfect with love from Shane.
I can't believe he's won that. I really don't. When you think about how quick the rotate is from Mangus, that he puts the incendiary down behind the default silo, it's not enough. Decent startup.
Jesus. Khan getting that opening frag and being traded on two back from MOUZ. It's going to suck for him. What a round from Shane, though. 3 kills. One of which was that stellar responsive back out towards that B site, but 2 on the A-bomb site itself to set up the whole round in the first place. Now it's pistols out with the hero M4 for Enterprise. Zershin prodding out towards the outside. Diagonal smokes in to try and get them to cross towards Secret. One man's already down there. The HP advantage is pretty even.
Enterprise can be happy with the way that these rounds are going. I just don't think they're happy about the way that they're ending, Jay. They have struggled to close some of these rounds, and that obviously does not dictate very well with the scoreline at 6-2. Especially when MOUZ NXT are on T side. You've got to really be closing those opportunities. And knowing for Mangus, he wins that round, they've got to buy. Knowing that he loses the 1v1 clutch, now they've got to eco.
Smokes and Molotov sent down here. Pressuring out towards the appropriate positions to try and stop these CT rotations. The T's will be able to gain the B site. Eli will be the first man to fall here, and Shane trades it right back to the 5-on-3. Mangus also responds, and the plant will be secured.
You've got to think for Enterprise, keep that M4 in play. Everybody else might dive down to see if anything is possible. MHL coming up from that secret position, trying to see if he can spot towards outside.
Now hold on to these weapons. They can protect themselves against Zershin and MHL, who are so close. The AK is watching. Hoping and holding with flashes forwards. Han being hunted here. Don't know if he'll get away alive with this one. Oh, Blitz actually goes up with the bomb, so yes, damage will be done to the Enterprise side.
And they gain a free AK, it's not bad. You bring in just a single M4, you come out with another rifle. Zershin definitely feeling as if he's a bit more controlled coming here on Nuke than he was in the first map. And you'd have to say, out of all the breakout Israeli players, he was kind of the one that was the last to do so. I think you had Anakez being one of the first, then you sort of got Spinks and you got Flames in the mix. But Zershin, I think he played with the Oompa Loompas in a couple of the ESA Cash Cups and a few events here or there. Played on KPI as well, and then found a spot on MOUZ NXT.
Spotter's working well for him. Working well for the MOUZ side as of right now here, obviously. In the lead, decimating Eli to kick things off. This round going stunningly well for them so far. Burst fire from Stinks, though. Trades back on MHL, a 4-on-4 situation.
Haven't really been able to capitalize, though. 2 players down towards the lower bomb site on rotation. For MOUZ NXT, it does feel as if it's going to be the lower crunch. Out towards ramp and down to Secret. Now, as of right now, there actually isn't even a ramp player for Enterprise.
And Molotov's up with flashes forward. Stinks watching and waiting, turning away. Swing forward as Shane does win another fight, so MOUZ regain the advantage.
Well, this is not looking good. Out to the double doors. Han's got to try and strike. Drop that bomb if it's all possible.
Oh, Shui didn't see him, so the headshot is landed. The bomb is indeed dropped. Mangus gets the advantage back for the CT side, and everyone starts falling. It's Shane again to clutch this. 2 kills to his name. On for the quadra if he holds it. Smokes and flashes back down to suppress him. He's got to move forward.
Needs to group up with his teammate. Han knows that Shane's down onto the other side. There is still plenty of time to work with. 30 seconds left and the bomb in close control. He can slow this right down.
22 seconds. Molotovs on the incendiaries. Flashes forward. Shane bursting desperately so, and the kill from Blitz is found. Connecting the 3rd round for Enterprise at last. Can I just say, by the way, I love how we can spot those every single time. I wouldn't have the wherewithal to identify every one of those as the match rolls on. So shout out to the Observer team. You are far more observant than I would ever be.
It's entertaining how often the actual models fall like that. It's not exactly as if it's happened once in an entire series. It happens multiple times and a half.
Do we know why it does that? Like, is there a specific,
I've got no idea.
Does the ragdoll just, like, work in a way that makes it curl up? Or, like, is it just, like, a preset every time a body dies? I don't understand. I don't understand. Valve, contact me. Let me know. This is going to weigh on my mind for the rest of the week. And sprays through the AKs, trying to find the opening frags out towards the A site, but nothing will be gained against the CT forces. Mangus is aggressed in against Shane. The Deagle spotted. The headshot not quite found just yet, although Mangus knows that he's there.
Even the E-Live's hearing a lot of this information come through from the ramp players. Knows that that's definitely opened up. Mangus has got to be careful about over-aggressing just because they know that there are mass players towards this area.
Finally finds his man, but doesn't connect the headshot. The M4's not good enough for it. T-side is playing in and around that ramp position. Eli is desperately watching for someone to swing out from hell, but they won't give him what he wants. MOUZ continue the B campaign.
I do like the spot of information that the E-Live is playing back passive in spawn. It just means that the idea of that encroaching, aggressive play to ramp to hell, up to heaven cannot be a possibility. They're going to walk towards the outside completely dry and get down into secret, though.
Plant secured, open the door, spray through Shui, 16 HP. And the door shut once again, but he's still alive here. MOUZ hold the 5-on-5 situation. Xerxin finally breaks the deadlock. The Molotov comes in to try to drive them back, but Blitz there with the trade. MHL wasn't seen here. Oh, this could get real interesting. How far do they extend without checking Han? Also being heard. Two-player backstab. MHL's got them both. Spray connects it so wonderfully, and that should be the round that Mangus is still fighting. Knows where Jimfat is, tags him low. MHL swings out for the triple, and Eli has nowhere to go.
Oh, this is so disappointing. So many low HP players. It could still be expensive. The E-Live going to do his absolute best to recover one of those AKs, bring it into the next round. Enterprise, though, just got wrapped in. What a play from MHL. The trigger discipline, the fact that he doesn't make any noise, and just multi-frags down towards the double doors outside of the vents.
Big plays from MHL here. Difference maker in the round. So much damage was done by Enterprise as well to the HP, so it could have easily gone their way, had a few more bullets connecting. Instead, it's 8 to the board of the T side. And I mentioned before, Dweg, the T side was what you want to be most concerned about if you're Enterprise. MOUZ just won it. And I feel like that might already seal the deal on where this map goes.
Yeah, probably. You could say this map's kind of already over. Enterprise's way into this map and nuke is obviously the first half, and it hasn't quite worked out the way they would have liked. Aggressive play from Hut does work through with the eco. At least it's a start.
And here a rifle to do something. Another AK for Blitz to work with. Kevlar on his own part smokes in. Dive down as Stinks gets tagged to 51 HP. Xerxin will get Hana, return back to an even man standing. AK swing, Blitz caught, E-Live. Still left here towards the vent, so he's not being detected. Shui's not going to extend that either. He can find a counter flank of his own right. It depends on how Jimfab takes this place, and instead, E-Live gets the kill.
And now it's about time stalling. They don't know about the Deagle either. The E-Live is being able to reposition again. Mangus strikes with one, back to a 2v2.
And he's got an AK in his hands. Working against the T-side line. The bomb is on the back of the T-side players, so they can make their way upstairs and get that bomb plant instead.
Smart call. Put the molly down towards the vents. Just force the over-rotation into secret instead. Shui's expecting a play from main. He is on low HP. MHL's got to stand up again.
Well, rather than sitting around in vents and waiting for the Molotov to clear, they will step themselves up towards some sort of outside play. Mangus is already pushed in, and Stinks has grabbed the second AK. So 4 rifles in play for this round in this 2-on-2 scenario. And MHL will find Stinks for it. Mangus left alone here, knowing that he has no further chance, knowing that he has to save.
Very good fundamentals in from MOUZ NXT. Very similar signs to what we saw on Fnatic's T-side of Mirage, of just running a lot of defaults, playing off one another, the trading game being good. Obviously, Shane's having a very good game right now. Xerxin too. Trying to put pressure down onto that last player. Make sure that AK falls towards the CT spawn. Mangus needs both of these kills, and it just doesn't come at all. What a hunt from MOUZ NXT.
Continuing to extend their lead, continuing to give Enterprise no breathing room there. Decent effort when you consider it was a hero rifle basis, and that hero rifle did quite a fair amount. Ultimately not enough for Enterprise to gain the round itself. Round 13 should see a reinvest from Enterprise at the very most, so we'll see the guns returning for them. But MOUZ continuing to extend. Every round after this point is going to be a bonus going into the CT side.
And for Enterprise, this has been a wake-up call to think how competitive their map was, to think that they're now on the city side of Nuke, and it's anything but that. Xerxan trying to work towards the outside. He's getting spammed up quite heavily.
Down to 18 points of health. Eli catching Shui. Xerxan in at credit card is going to have to be wary about how he takes his face. He's aware of at least 2 CT players, one close and one watching his position. It's Han landing the AWP frag onto Shane. That brings it to a 5-on-3 for the Enterprise side. Jim Fat, one response, so that returns things to a decent standing.
Oh, Xerxan outside, might be able to catch off the Eli, but no, the wraparound. The spin comes through, and now Jim Fat falls. MHL's the last one.
Yeah, 1-on-4 situation for him to try and clutch. Surely he won't be able to pull it off. And now that damage from the previous round will lead to the eco basis for MOUZ. Probably double eco status on a couple of players, actually. But you've got to consider the round 14 is up next. So round 15 might see no real investment for MOUZ. Or at least not a decent investment here.
And this is actually a very good position for Enterprise to be in, to punish the economy game, to know there's only a handful of rounds left to end out this first half. You could really get a streak going. Give yourself some more positivity, yet to really see anyone strike on that double digits marker other than the E-Live that just got there on this round. It has been taking a long time to even get into that sort of position. Doesn't seem like there's going to be too much of a hunt towards that AWP. There is Stinks starting to slow walk outside, but not far enough into MHL. Oh, there's another one.
Saying hi, Dwag.
Hey, high five? You reckon he's waving, or you reckon he's out there for a high five?
No, I reckon he's waving at you. You should wave back.
Yeah. I'm doing it right now, Jay. Can you tell?
No, I can't actually. I don't see your cam, so you know, I'm gonna assume that you're telling the truth. Plenty of truth here in this map up for the MOUZ side, and the truth being that they are in full control, likely to take it. Enterprise. AK is the M4, the AWP out for them, desperate to get anything against this MOUZ camp.
Now they know the economy is not great, but you don't want to force buy. You want to at least give yourself a decent round come 15th. MHL with the AWP could also make some magic happen. They've got a couple of upgrades, a few digs. Let's see if they find anything with it.
Holding their position as the AWP of Han watches. Smoke set as Shane lands the opener. Eli, first man to drop.
That's a start. Now even shooting through the skylights, indicating a fake towards that topside play. Mangus has got to get careful that he falls back, because the last thing he wants to do is hang around. He gets legged up by the AWP, actually.
He gets the kill against him, though. MHL the drop in a 4-on-4 situation. Might be easy for the Pistols to get the tray back against him later. But for now, they've done a lot more than one might bargain for.
Oh, even Blitz heard that bomb going down towards the vents, would have seen it too. Mangus is the only player close towards lower right now.
Dives down with that bomb. Han swings upon Jim Fat, reads him pretty well. And this eco gets a bomb plant bonus cash investment into the next round. So we should be seeing a decent buyback for round 15, but the team is still fighting for it. Shane picking up a decent pickback. They're down on the B site where the bomb's gone, however. The teams need to make their way up towards this. Incendio is sent back, and now Enterprise make their way in.
Hang on a moment, Jay. This is so winnable. They've just got to waste a lot of time, and even the AWP could be posted. Now the smoke goes down. They've got a molly for the bomb.
Oh, that's perfect as well. That might just be enough. Opening up the double doors. Shane in the corner, undetected, swings out for one. Stinks with a responsive back. The flashbang forward. Shui, P2, Glock pulled out. Oh, he gets the frag for it. And now one man left. Oh, the quick scope straight through with the double kill, with the casualty against him, but a round stolen by MOUZ.
Oh my goodness, no, not that one. All they've got is an AWP, 2 digs, and some Glocks, Jay. Oh no, that's the last thing that Enterprise want to happen. So much time being wasted down to that lower bomb site. And then it's just the spam. In for the smoke at the single door.
The Glock did everything. The AWP was just there to close. Unbelievable. Enterprise, Yeah, I feel like Luke's already done here, Dwayne. MOUZ's CT side is coming up after this 15th, and at least Blitz can start against Zershin. The XM for Stinks gets one good frag. Shane trades it and gets an instant headshot to respond. Han's off up at heaven, now going to be accounted for as he drops in, gets an AWP sequence of his own right to close with a triple and at least bring in 5 for Enterprise. But is that enough for the T side? We'll find out after the break.
Hold A still. Stop.
No. Oh no, he's timing on the right. Move right.
Hold A, shoot. Nice.
I hit him. I was just
Right.
I legit hit him.
He doesn't.
You hit him, man.
Oh no.
To the right.
Run.
Nice, you got him. Made it. Yeah, have a knife out. Take, shoot.
Run.
No.
Close right, not here. He's not here.
Stop, you hit him, but you don't go forward. Far to the right.
Yeah, you aim and he now shoot. Right side, for the right side.
Get behind him.
Use knife. Right side, right click. For in front, left side. Right, he's into corner on the side. Now we are in the corner and he's behind the keys on the bottom. And you are aiming split a lot high. Down. Yeah, like, don't move now. And down.
Hold E.
Down and towards right side little. Oh, defusing. Yeah. Oh, it's fine. Just run right side. Just run.
Left to the right.
Okay, let's do something.
Right.
He's short.
Shoot.
Oh, he's short. He's next to.
Hold A.
He's no. He.
To the left.
Oh, he's
To the left.
just shoot.
He's
It's behind him. You are along? He's on the long. Yeah, shoot.
Okay.
Too late.
He's in boiler.
Too late.
He's behind.
Right side. He's on the right side. Shoot, yeah. Nice. Final. More left. You
He's
are
behind.
going. Left. Oh, you are top now. You are top. You are long.
Wait, don't move. Why did you move?
Heaven.
I'm
You
sorry,
are
I'm fine.
saving now.
I thought.
Just imagine you are jumping. Oh, he's left side. He's planting next to pillar.
I think.
No, don't shoot.
Yeah, stay like. Shoot. Oh, you faked
He's
again.
behind you. Yeah, you shoot. Yeah, bit right. More right, for the right.
That's fine. Right. Move to the left and shoot. Hold A and shoot. Nice.
Nice.
Fake.
Chcete se také cítit výjimečně? Pořiďte si naší věrnostní kartu. Z každého nákupu vám na ní vrátíme 1% zpět. Elektrovort.cz.
Well, Dwight, you started off this map excited to see how well Han could do over on the Enterprise side, but really the form has been led by Shane. 20 kills in the first half as MOUZ take 10 going into their CT half. This guy has been on fire.
And what a turnaround. To think that he was the lowest fragger in server on map 1, 16 kills and 21 deaths, average a 0.85 rating on map 1. He has come into map 2 and he looks like a new beast. He has been at the forefront for so much success, and now coming into the second half, MOUZ NXT should be able to run away with this.
Yeah, pistols pulled out for the force forward on Zershin, looking for the opening couple of kills. It's actually Blitz and Stinks that kick things off, but Jimfat and MHL will trade all the same to a 3-on-3 that doesn't last long. Eli continuing the outside campaign with his teammates will now burst open the windows of the locker rooms, and MHL will try find the flank against them here, working outside of hell. Eli being spotted, tapped up for damage, but no kill for MHL. Sees the other two. Blitz will get fragged back, and now it's all to Jimfat to clutch.
They might not expect Jimfat to be in here so quickly. Blitz has no idea that he's here, and now the last two T players are just going to dive into the bomb site, make sure they get that bomb down.
Smart call for Jimfat to go ahead and grab that defuse kit as well. Now might need the time. No further util in for him. He'll be checking out for the likes of Han, taking damage off the drop-off, so all sorts of full damage being done to the man. Will that be enough for Enterprise here? It's a slow walk up. Checking around that corner, tapping that bomb once. Forced the T's to peek against it. Han Counter flash forward, the squeaky door opened up once, take face, Elive seen, but Jimfat can't land the kill shot, and they're opening and closing the door itself, just stalling for time. Jimfat now on the 5-second stick, they're gonna face him in from 2 angles now. Elive seeing that no one's on the bomb, tap forward, gets the shot, but doesn't get the round itself. It will be a pistol for Enterprise.
Incredibly well played in that 2v1, and even Hard's gonna try and see if he can fight out this last entity. Doesn't quite happen, but it's the damage that gets done, and it's the time stalling. The fact that Blitz realizes, okay, I'm a dead man, just dive into the side, get that bomb plant, and just wasting so much of that squeaky presence. Every time the door gets open, Han's gonna close it, and for MOUZ NXT, there just really wasn't much of a way back into that. It was a very aggressive round outside from Enterprise.
And it worked well for that aggressive face. The T side starting things off on the right foot. Enterprise doing all they can to try and bring things back here. Scout set for MHL, be watching and waiting for whatever we can receive. A pass is forced by, of course, for the MOUZ side. Jimfat caught first and foremost, though. Towards the outside, big gap in that smoke that the CTs could have exploited. Enterprise are the ones that are credited with the kill, but eventually MHL will find a trade.
Lucky utility towards outside, and eventually the punishment comes in. With all these MAC-10s in mind, you got to start thinking to yourself, how are they going to start working them together? You've already got a player down into the vents of the Elive. It could just be the ramp take to lower.
Slowly to decide whether they're going to go with it for Enterprise. Mag 7 leaning as Stinks will start to push forward. Shui on the way from that Deagle face. 60 seconds left. The burst fire continues. They're going to walk right past this Deagle right here. Are they watching that orange box? They certainly would be now, because Han gets tagged in the back. Not quite dead. The M4 of MHL can't get much success himself. The 4-on-2, making it 1 as Elive dives into the vents, and Shane is all that remains. Mag 7 might get that one good frag. Does struggle to get it in the end. We'll find a MAC 10 now turn on towards Mangus, who gets an immediate response.
That is a massive shame, because that is actually a round-winning play if it comes through. If that Deagle towards the back of Orange at ramp is able to disallow Han, maybe drop the bomb, make it very uncomfortable, and in fact, it's just a whiff, isn't it? It's just nothing being found. And there's been a couple of sequences in which the Deagles have struggled in situations like that. Now for Enterprise, they've got some breathing room these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, MAC 10s and the rifles are standard, as you would expect, to come through and force even more breathing room out against the pistols. Mangus will get that double up easy for the MOUZ. Will take one back. Shane, frag of the Deagle, not quite the same follow-ups on Mangus on Elive. Taps toward the Blitz, the Molotov sending Xertion out into the open. Should be able to isolate the kill there, right? Tap for the casualty. And Blitz to swing on the last man as well. So a decent amount of money being gained by those SMGs. All in all, however, Enterprise win the round. MOUZ now up to the gun to try start off their CT side.
Are you feeling some magic in the air here, Jay, on the T side? 2 rounds of difference?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
Not yet.
We'll reserve it.
When the lead is gained by Enterprise, I will feel the magic.
Okay.
And the question becomes, is there enough magic for this 2-0?
Well, I'm kind of feeling it even with the buy. The idea that you've got a lack ahead Kevlar on that CT side, you're still running the bonuses. Enterprise have farmed up a lot of money these last couple of rounds, and they're going quite quickly towards outside for Blitz.
MHL Zorp sees his man, gets Blitz on the outside, kicks things off on the right foot for the CT side, and they can all walk out past those smokes and into secret control, because it hasn't faded just yet. No sense in facing that AWP now that they know it's there. Enterprise ends map control on their bonus rifle round.
I've got to deal with Xertion next. He's just going to jump spot, probably go back into the doors and just stall for time. Slightly surprised about the path in which Blitz took towards that outside position, working around the smokes towards Garage. Being spotted by the AWP, Mangus with the default molly towards the top of the A side. Trying to maybe A fake to go down towards lower.
Nades up on the double doors. Xertion will pop that part open so we can watch it permanently. Flash is over as well. Indicate something out here for the Enterprise side. Jimfat's made his way in towards lobby, and we'll have the information now that they're not going to be playing up here. Mangus will be heard on top of the roof as well, so a lot of info being gained by the CT side.
Even the Elive just making sure all that vent clearance is completely opened up. There has not been many rotates down to this lower bomb side at all for MOUZ NXT.
I made their way back up, but they are starting to make their way in from the Enterprise side. Utility will be heard. He'll turn out towards Decon. Smokes in, sprayed him, provides some covering fire. Dropping off and hiding behind the smoke gap there that Han is unaware of. Gets picked up. Stinks finally wraps in the back and shoots him dead. Still CT's coming pretty thick and fast here. Kill found. Mac-10 overwhelmed as the bomb just about goes down. And Mangus well out of position. Can't make this defense.
Has to just hold the AK, bring it into the next round. Really good punishment there for MOUZ NXT. You've got Xerxian obviously wasting a lot of time. Gets a 1-for-1 trade. But how quick were those rotates? And there was just no comfortability in the site itself. You really needed someone in that vents position to cut off rotates. Because for MOUZ NXT, they just dived into the vents, got towards single door, and that's where they really put the pressure on.
You were out there saying MOUZ, they're dangerously just leaving one player alone towards the site defensive. The responsive reaction was definitely on point there, and Enterprise can be relatively happy with what they got out of that round. They didn't get much damage, but there were Mac-10s involved, so the money bonus from that bomb plant will enable the economy to really get going here. The AK's, of course, brought back alongside the AWP on Han's part. Insertion, however, with the opening frag on Mangus.
That's a very good start indeed. Spam through towards that squeaky door position, and even outside, Orfield Jewel goes the way of MHL to even follow up towards the top of the silo, refacing forward, and does eventually fall.
That's a 3-for-1 trade, however. CT's in full control. Incendiary sent back. Stinks will just about miss the mark onto Jim Fat. Incendiary sent down by the T side as the AKs continue to get swung upon, and Shane catches Eli with a quick lobby crunch on the one angle. 12-8, Enterprise might have won the pistol, won the conversions, but ever since then, MOUZ have taken back full control. At least that money's continuously flowing for Enterprise, so they can get together a force buy.
Even that, peering behind the molly in towards the squeak door position, and then MHL towards outside. He's just pretty crispy, isn't he? A couple of very quick flicks. Shuey and Shane working together towards the lobby and ramp position too. No more success being found. Hero AWP for Han. Let's see what he gets with this.
Getting out towards the outside, MHL falling back here. Opting not to go for the full investment, but that half buy will lead to a full buy in the next. The problem is that MOUZ will get to 13, and already the Yorkville battle is won by MHL once again. Back in Eli's hands, leaning up towards the silo position. They're going to try and evade the common movements that MHL took in that previous round and actually isolate a trade instead.
The punishment comes eventually. The Eli is known to be a pretty proficient double AWPer, so definitely keep in mind that if it's in his hands, damage can be done.
Xerxian hearing the footsteps of Stinks, getting the pick back for it. Further util thrown. Shane has seen one. Backed up behind the generators. Swings upon the likes of Blitz, gets that kill. Mangus also found by Jimfat. And Eli in the 1-on-4 as the AWP in his hands. The bomb on his back. Maybe could be able to find a bomb plant here. Being heard by all the footsteps, the CC's adjusting towards the man and pulls out the bomb at the wrong moment. Jimfat there with the spray to transfer back to control. And again, a gun buy available for Enterprise.
And anytime you've got a 5-10 half on your CT side, you need to get early rounds on the T side. You need to start building up the bank. You need to start really disrupting the economy being saved in by the CT side. And unfortunately for Enterprise, they haven't quite been able to capitalize on that. We've seen a couple of times in which they got started with the pistol and the conversions, but after that point, especially on the rifle rounds, they're not targeting the CT economy enough. And when AKs are being saved in, you know it's going to be a field day for MOUZ NXT.
Damage being done in small amounts to the T side line. Blitz waiting for aggression on the CT side. Shane's not going to give it to him. Hold back. A gap in the outside smokes as well could be abused here by the CTs if Enterprise do go there. Here's a man that is playing around that. That might be a concern for Eli later. There you go.
And as soon as the smoke started to clear as well, the gap is obviously a bit bigger. I'm pretty sure the Eli knew that. You can see by the way on the knife being pulled out that he wants to get as quick over that smoke as possible. There's been a few times towards outside in which Enterprise have been punished by poor utility.
Shane's still thinking about making his move forward inside. No util to assist him on that front of things. He will get passed off a flashbang as he does fall away. Onto the side defensive. MOUZ will focus on receiving the hit.
Enterprise have got to make a decision on where they go. Fake A over towards ramp or the full committance. Even Jimfat slowing down any sort of ramp taker is a possibility. And Shane's getting aggressive in hearts.
Might line up 3. He gets 2 players tagged down. No kills against Blitz or Stinks. But look at how low Stinks is here.
HP numbers are low. They know about that much. Over towards ramp, even MHLs, they're here, they've got a bait and switch.
Jimfat ready and waiting. Sting's first man out, AWP missing, and Jimfat forced to respond towards the second player. Keep things relatively close, but the trade from Blitz leaves a 2 versus 2. Shuri and Zershin. Zershin in particular, ready to deny the bomb plant. 10 seconds left of the clock. He'll swing, he'll play distraction. The flashbang forward, he's stalling for time. He's forced it out. Blitz is going down, and the round is won by MOUZ.
Oh, Zershin, even the spam through the smoke, and that's harmed it after time. That's the worst outcome that Enterprise could have wanted. Just the game sense to realize all I need to do is distract. Doesn't really matter about the fight. Open up the door, close it again, pull the further distraction, and then eventually, as soon as you hear that bomb going down, swing out wide, deny it, and that's the round finished.
Overwhelming force forward. Enterprise now left out in the dumps. The lack of money for Hans really going to harm them here, and there's just nothing in the tank. Half buy around this round, go towards the full guns in the next, but they are running out of chances to make this map work. MOUZ closing in on the victory to take us to our third. And you might have felt magic, Dweg. I feel like you're feeling something completely different because that's not what this is.
This is a rollover come the second half. As soon as the rifles have come out, we know who the beasts are. Shui's even spotted outside. MHL, just this consistency. Anytime this AWP is playing Garage, Credit Card, Heaven, there's just so many dry faces, and MHL is just finding all of them.
Yeah, multiple frags towards outside, removing that part of the map for Enterprise. Shane getting his 26th kill. He has been the man to watch out for. We highlighted him at halftime for good reason. No one on server is even coming close to his kind of numbers. And MOUZ will benefit for that. 15-8 map points.
Typically speaking, Shane is actually the worst ranked player on MOUZ NXT in the last 3 months on Nuke. So the fact that we're getting as strong as a performance out of him, it's a slight one-off. It's something that you couldn't really have expected coming into a series like this. And just knowing that he's led by example, everybody else in the kill distribution's been very clean. And for Enterprise, they are very desperate.
Gotta find something. They're going to find it now. 7 rounds to make up to the overtime. Much more difficult comeback than it was over on Inferno. MOUZ have had their number all game long so far, and Zershin will get overwhelmed as the first casualty, but Shane there with the lineup alongside Shui, able to get 3 kills on the trot. Eli trades back 2 to a 2-on-2, with the York now rotating up from the vents. MHL will just slowly start to prod the bomb in his sights. Eli caught, shot to the back of the head, like a scene from Of Mice and Men. It's Mangus. Now set to his own 1v2.
Gotta get this fight. Gotta draw MH out in the open before he can get to the bomb. And while that's the case, he doesn't win the fight. 16-8. A very good performance. A very good dominant performance from MOUZ NXT. And they won it in the first half. They gave themselves plenty of T rounds to work with.
Absolutely, like just that first half was stellar. Like just going straight in from that, doing as well as they did at the 10-5. Again, I mentioned before that a T half could have been won, could have been the thing that won or lost the map rather. And I honestly believe that it would be closer to like a, oh, if they get a 9-6 or something like that. If they get A7, that should be enough for MOUZ, right? Well, they got 10-5 and you can see what that resulted in.
It really did, and just knowing, yeah, it wasn't the pistol start for Enterprise, they needed more. And I think even in the first half, there were a few close rounds. There were a couple of clutches that went the other way. And when you're on a series like this, when you're trying to make the playoffs, when you're up against a class side like MOUZ NXT, you've got to take all of those rounds that have got the high chances and the possibilities, and unfortunately, they just weren't for the taking.
Yeah, what was for the taking is map 3 for the MOUZ side, and you mentioned it when we got into this series in the first place. The veto working up to a very strong map for both teams, which will be coming up after this short break. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
It was Hellraisers, no? Or not?
Wait.
Oh no, it was Liquid against Hellraisers. Yeah, it was the last match was Liquid versus Hellraisers, should be. Or no, it was Hellraisers. I think it's Hellraisers. It was like the old major with Markarov. I think it's Hellraisers. What do you think?
I have no idea, like, if he played a major with Hellraisers. Like, I know he played for sure for them.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did. With Hellraisers first, then with Liquid.
Wait, are you sure? I'd say Liquid, but if you think...
I think it's not Liquid, because the Liquid, it was... He qualified to quarterfinal with Hellraisers. I think they ended because he had the trophy with Hellraisers in the profile. I think it's actually B.
Alright, it's on you.
It's gonna be my mistake. I think it did with Kucher and like in older Hellraisers.
It could be. I have no recollection of that, but yeah.
Yeah, let's go for B. Final answer.
Final answer B. He's right. You got it.
Nice, thanks. Nice.
It was
you
the
got this
lineup
one.
you mentioned. Question number 2. In what year was HLTV.org website founded?
I think there was a significant thing. It was 20 years of HLTV. I think it's A. Because do you have an idea, Blitz? Because there was significant. There was, I think, the 20 years HLTV this year.
Yeah, like I think it's A because like there was HLTV for 1.6 and like it's not 2010.
I think B is A or C because B is too early.
Yeah.
D is too late.
Yeah.
So I think it's A because there was 20 years of HLTV. That's
yeah. Let's go with A.
Yeah, so go for A.
So final answer A.
Yeah.
Is right.
Nice.
It was NVS, or?
NVS. Yeah, NVS. It was NVS.
It was for C.
That lineup was so hyped.
Yeah, good job.
It's probably C, right? The first one.
This is.
I think it's C because like all the maps are 1.6 except Overpass, so I think it's C.
Yeah, like Inferno it was for sure.
Because
I'm thinking about Mirage, like I remember the very old Overpass, you know, like
I remember
the very old one, but I'm not sure if that was.
Yeah, I remember Mirage from 1.6. I played it. Was called Triple Mill. It was Triple Mill. Yeah,
it has to be Overpass.
It has to be Overpass. It makes only sense. Yeah.
Good job. It's Overpass. Good job. In first 2 majors there were only 5 maps, and Cobblestone and Overpass was added.
2021.
I think 11th place. I think it's 11th place
like
because
8 or 11.
I think he was out of top 10. I think he was out of top 10 or not. Like.
Wait, let me think. Okay, if you can remember who was like the first ones. So the first ones were like Simple, Zeu, Shiro. Like if we can like try to get it to top 8, we might know if it's top 8 or 11. You know?
Okay, so it's
like,
gonna be like Nico, Simple, Zyvo, Electronic.
Hobbit. I think Hobbit also was Electronic. I'm pretty sure he has to be 11. Like he has.
I think I have feeling it's 11th. I have feeling.
He has to be 11.
I think it's 11th.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go for 11. It. Just risk it. Yeah.
Yeah, go 11.
Yeah, go.
Final answer B.
Yeah.
He's right.
Yeah, I had feeling it's B.
Yeah. Like it was too many good players that were like.
Yeah, and he had like not good season with Astralis and NIP.
Oh, this is like from Play with Prem account during Danger Zone launch event. It's A.
So final answer A.
Yeah.
I trust him. I have no idea.
You're right.
You know because I got it.
I probably got it too, but I don't remember. It's really expensive. I know it's really expensive.
It has to be expensive, but.
I think it's gonna be ultra rare because it's factory new. It's probably like, you know.
Since it's factory new, I want to say like it's more than 1,800.
Yeah, are you sure?
Or wait, no.
It's too much. It's too much for big skin, I think.
And you also have to use more, you know, like to increase your chances. So I don't think only one is 1,800. You know what I mean?
This is the average price from Steam Market out of last year, or
okay. I want to say C or D. Like really, I want to say C or D. It's not A or B. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so good.
So final answer.
Do flip a coin or what?
Okay. Actually, let's flip a coin. I'm gonna find the app on the website. Okay, flip a coin.
Okay, heads is C, tails is D.
Tails is D, okay. It was heads. It's heads.
Heads, it's C then.
Okay.
So
finalize for C.
Go for C, I guess.
He's wrong.
Yeah, I told you it should have been B because there was a lot of people wanted it to say. I don't know. You screw me like everybody does. Everybody screws me over.
Why M4A4 Howl became contraband skin?
Copyright issues, right? So
Yeah.
it's D. I think
Is
it's
it?
D. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is pretty easy. 3 out of 4 braids are photoshopped. Which one of these 4 is in real game, in real screenshot?
I think it's one. Wait, this is actually a good one. I have no idea.
Yeah, this is why Eric keeps telling me to go long because I need to check the bread. You know, I understand now. It makes sense. All of them. I actually think it's 2.
Which one is real too, you say?
I think I would say 2.
You think they will put the empty basket there?
Yeah, because because there is a bottle. So there is a bottle and the food.
And
Why
next
would
to
be
the-
why would be there only the bottle?
Okay.
Like I would say 2 because 3 is like in the bad angle. So I have feeling it's 2. Actually, I don't know. Like you can screw me over again if you want.
Okay, let's go with 2.
Let's go 2. Okay, let's go with 2.
So finally, it's bread number 2.
Yeah, I guess. It's 3. It's the other one. Nah. I want to remove Mirage. I don't want to add anything. Just remove Mirage and just play a map. Anything. AWP India. Just don't play Mirage. No, it's the obvious one to scan, I guess, for me.
I'd bring back Cobblestone or Cash. Cobblestone or Cash for sure.
Which version of Cash?
Oh, not the new one. The previous one. The normal, the OG one.
Funny because everybody said that bring back old Cash version and minus Vertigo, so minus Mirage is new one.
I don't like it. It's just like the pace of the map. It's like different every match, and like I don't like it personally. I don't like it. I mean, I not even don't like it. I hate it. I hate it. Like it's the worst. It's the worst.
With a passion.
Vybírejte si to pravé, jak dlouho chcete. My vám to připravíme do 15 minut. Elektrovort.cz.
Well, we get our wish here in this semi-final match in Republic Season 3. MOUZ and Enterprise being pushed all the way to Mirage, the solid map in the series between these two teams, with a 19-15 win for Enterprise over on Inferno, and over on Nuke it was a stomper from the MOUZ side to get that 16-8 victory. Now looking into this final map play, we do have a decent idea of who's played the better series so far. The question is, will that make a difference here on this final one?
I don't think so. And I think even the stats lines may be a little deceiving. We've got a bit of a winning streak going on for the MOUZ NXT side. 7 maps in a row on Mirage. The factor is, though, Jay, 5 of which are all Academy teams.
Yes, that is the one big thing, right? Like, obviously, for this MOUZ side, the results are mostly going to be against the Academy sides, and that's all going to be understandable because they are competing in the Academy League. So that's the case of how do we weigh things up. What I do know for a fact is that this map was also played in the Forza series, and that was that obviously massive overtime which they were able to get over the finish line and able to maintain control of course, win the series outright itself. So I'm looking at this whole situation thinking that it's not like it's all a complete negative, the fact that they've been taking on those Academy sides, because I do think that fundamentally this map is still pretty sound for MOUZ.
Yeah, for sure it is. And this is why I was so keen for Mirage going into a decider, because I thought one of these teams were going to pick it in the map picks, to be honest. Both teams love Mirage. It's the highest picked map in the pool for both. So the fact that we're actually here in a decider to play this as a third map, it's all up in the air.
It really is. Like there isn't really any sort of definitive advantage or the definitive like pick prediction that you can sort of give. You know, both sides have their respective victories. Obviously, the Imperial match from Enterprise saw a 16-9 for them, so obviously they've got a great result on that front. They beat the ex-Mad Lions side in a different tournament, which obviously they're now currently in the playoffs. That's always a great positive for this Enterprise camp. And so the history generally tends to be pretty better for them. But I have noticed this weird trend as of late, where they win one map, lose one map, win one map, lose one map here on Mirage for Enterprise. And obviously the last result was a win for Imperial. So does that mean now that we're going to see them lose? No? No, Drake?
That's intangible, mate. That's just looking for patterns. No. What I will say is inconsistencies. That is definitely been addressed for Enterprise, and inconsistency on the City side of Nuke when they probably should have been a lot stronger. It comes down to the mental challenge to see if they can really show up. And again, look at someone like Han in such a massive detail on Mirage, and unfortunately we haven't really seen much from him in the series, and I think he is the X factor for Enterprise, that if he can show up, they'll win this series.
And the key thing, you mentioned the inconsistencies, right? With some of those losses that we've seen from Enterprise, I mean, they got victories against Imperial and Mad Lions and what have you, but then they've lost to like Cryptova and then Blue Jays and then Tropic Prague, all squads that aren't really at this kind of level that the Republic is generally trying to be at. So like, I look at that and I do feel like that, yeah, they carry some inconsistencies and they can have some massive dips in form. Things which you can imagine that if MOUZ are really as great fundamentally on Mirage as they have been, then they're going to be able to exploit that here. So with all that in mind, Dwayne, I'm going to push you for a final prediction. For everything we've seen so far in this series, who's taking it?
I think it's going to be Enterprise. I think that they've got more track record against stronger teams on a consistent basis over the course of the last few months. I think it's still going to be a tough one, though. It's definitely not a clear favorite when it comes to this decider.
On the basis of who's played the better series so far, I'm going to back up MOUZ on this one personally, Dwayne. So I do feel like that the Academy teams have given them enough practice. They've done enough good work against teams like Forza and like Sprout in previous matches to the point where they should be decent enough to get this one past the finish line. But I do agree with you on one point. This is not going to be easy. This will not be as one-sided as Nuke was. I can imagine it being just as close as Inferno was, in fact. But the only way to find out who's going to be the overall victor is going to be to play out the match. Key thoughts, Dwayne, final predictions, or not predictions, but final expectations about how this is going to go down.
Well, Xerxan played against Forza in that game on Mirage. He dropped 49 kills in 46 rounds, Jay. He was, without the doubt, the hard carry in that massive overtime bonanza. So if they want to try and keep it competitive again, we have to see a good performance from Xerxan.
Indeed, yes. He was definitely the final sort of like push past the finish line at that end of that last map there. But honestly, I want to look at Shane. Like, he's been fantastic on the MOUZ side, how great he was over on that last map especially. I think he's currently the top end of the board in the series itself. 43 frags across Inferno and Nuke here. So I'm looking at him as being the main star for this MOUZ side.
And the issue is, though, is Mirage. And unfortunately for Shane, it's not typically one of the stronger maps in the pool from him. So Xerxan and MHL could be a very tasty dynamic to come through from MOUZ NXT. And of course, over on the Enterprise side, I think you have to be looking at Han and probably Blitz.
On knife round of the side choice aside here, Dwayne, and I imagine that CT is obviously going to be the most desirable one for it. How important do you think the half switch or the half advantage is going to be in the first half?
A lot more for MOUZ NXT. I'd actually say that Enterprise are very proficient on both sides of the coin, more so than some other teams are at this sort of level. So for MOUZ NXT, their City side's going to be very important, where there's a little bit more balance for Enterprise.
Well, Enterprise did win the knife, so you can imagine they'll elect to start on the CT half. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't do so. So you're in the second half, perhaps, for the MOUZ side. Do you think that's going to be enough of a setback for them to lose this one out?
I think for MOUZ, if they can get themselves up to maybe 8 or 9, I think that's got to be a realistic target in the first half for them.
Oh, on the T side, you want 8 or 9 rounds? Oh, okay.
On the CT side for MOUZ.
Side. Oh, I thought Enterprise won the knife. Okay, fair enough then. We'll see how far they can go on that. USP's brought out, Diffuse kit in for Shui. And here we go. The last map of the day, the last map of the upper bracket semi-finals here for Group B. Enterprise stacking themselves up towards mid and the apartments on their default.
Get a boost up for Jimfat, very aggressive towards that balcony corner. And have to imagine just play the bait and switch, allow his teammates to take the contact on the site and let them run out. Now they are playing 3 towards B, so it's definitely more of a stack play involved and not really many eyes down towards the mid portion at all.
rotations away from Enterprise. Will try and escape from that apartment's position, go back towards underpass, potentially play the mid split here on the T side line. Walk forward, be very carefully placed.
The matter of timing is going to be important. Smoke down towards window. The underpass player is going to be looking up towards short and connector itself. Knowing that MOUZ NXT are so passive, it gives me the idea, Jay, that they might be quite keen to play it retake heavy.
55 seconds, Xerxin leaning in towards that apartment, watching out at the window. Han leaning up alongside Elive. Tags up against him, Shane. A little bit of damage being done. Xerxin turned around upon here towards that short control, trying to spot for Elive and spot for Blitz. See his man, see two of his men, but just can't quite find the kill shots against them. Han and Elive extending out as Shane and Shui have the crossfire, desperate to get the killing as the bomb carrier, who extends way too far forward for Enterprise. MOUZ have control of this. They'll follow suit onto Mangus. It's a 5-on-2 situation.
I try to recover it at all costs, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen at all. Stinks with one, Blitz out in the open, and I don't honestly think Enterprise had any other option than to fight CT, even with the bomb carrier. The issue they find is Blitz is the lurk that's on short. He hasn't dealt with that short entity. So for the Elive, he can't plant for Con. He can't plant for that jungle position. So because they're light on U2 and they're running out of time, and the CT rotates are so quick, they have to fight the CT. They've got to give themselves breathing room to get the bomb down.
Then down on this particular occasion, so just the upgrade pistols in the follow-up round for Enterprise. Han with a bit of Kevlar as being the hero deagle in this round. MOUZ have their guns out as appropriate. And lacking the SMG department for Jimfat is the only player out there. The M4s and the FAMASas will take face forward, and MOUZ will try and put the early hurt up towards that mid-control.
Han thinking about a way forward up against the M4. Decent attempt, but not to be. And knowing that already he's down on low money, that he's got in for an investment, Mangus is thinking to himself, if I can get over to that dig, maybe something more can get gained.
Thanks for the response to the 4-on-4 situation. MHL spraying through, forcing out a TK from Blitz, but Blitz with a very fast response all the same, keeps it an even man standing. Dropping a couple of rifles out there towards mid. Stinks also finds Shane on the A site. Elive's low HP and Xerxin got to check all the way around here. Takes a dink for his trouble. Now get a little bit concerning. Blitz with the bomb on his back now. All will also fall to the FAMAS. So it looks like MOUZ should mostly gain and maintain control.
It looks that way. That was so close to getting completely out of control though. Xerxin getting dinked. It's an unfortunate situation that it's only a Glock. You can't get any more damage done on that one. But really for Enterprise, the fact that they invested so lightly and they've got away with 3 kills, it's an impressive situation.
And Stings will just try and hold back, it looks like. Keep the gun into the next. Of course, the money will be a little bit wrecked for his own part. Doesn't want to charge forward and go down towards the weapon of the CT side. Just keep that M4 in, make sure they take it out of the hands of that CT force zone. They'll get one back for Xerxin. For Marshall staying for Jimfat. 2-0 start for MOUZ will ensue. Enterprise should have their gun by again. It was mostly an eco in this follow-up round.
I'll be happy with the damage that they've been done. Now it comes down to the follow-ups and whether they can put the hurt down. A couple of decent bangs, but really they needed this kill on Xerxin if they really wanted to put the craziness to the max. Not to be. And for Enterprise, it will take a little while until they can get their NWP out. Same for MHL. So they'll just have to work out the opening rifle.
Artos forward. Backed up here towards that top mid position. Stinks will take some damage in the Molotov, but very little overall. That utility placement from the CT side has actually forced them to rotate back in towards spawn, though. Enterprise stacked up, ready to receive and ready to go for the execution here towards A.
You'd have to think for Enterprise, even the smoke Exy isn't much of an Exy. They are so light with the utility. They need enough of a distraction to come out from that main position to allow the lurk in from underpass, and Han is desperate for an entry.
MHL with a swing. Shane gets his kill alongside Shui. Eli with a responsive on the AK-47's part. The advantage still sits with MOUZ, and MHL provides support to make sure that Shane is still alive here. Looking for the headshot on Blitz, and he gets it as well. MHL steals the last bullet on the kill, and Mangus is left alone in the 1v4 clutch.
They're spotted out towards that chair position. At least they've got a pick back some way back in, but even the MP9 is starting to really prod around, make it uncomfortable for Mangus. I can't see much is going to happen from this point onwards. And if he saves again, Jay, this is just going to make the economy even worse.
Yeah, dead to the rights of Jim Fat, so he won't get a chance to save in this case. 3-0 on the start for MOUZ. Enterprise might get the money bonus for that previous round, but they won't be able to get a buyback for it. A lot of cash lost. The early economy game for the T side has not been the prettiest thing.
Not at all. And for MOUZ NXT, try and see if they can swiftly work their way forward into extending the streak quite far. Definitely saw in the first map of Inferno it was streak heavy. Saw it in glimpses of the first half of Nuke as well. And now for MOUZ NXT, up against the Scout of Han, just peeking around this A-main position.
Caught off by Shane's AK, quick headshot landed, a 5-on-4. Smoke set, Stinks down to 45 HP, dead to the hands of Jim Fat. Jerton also to deal with another good kill. Let's get caught off by a little bit of damage, but nothing that really should enable the kill to return. Indeed, Blitz will fall, and Mangus is in a 1 versus 5.
Well, we saw that against the Imperial series for the Enterprise boys, 10 rounds on the City side was what they were able to gain. Don't know how Mangus was able to gain 2 though, to be honest, Jay. Got up in window, got in the face, and was spinning about, doing some damage.
Just gonna sit here and wait for this replay to show us exactly how that happened there. That was surprising of a result, to say the least. Overall, pretty good for the MOUZ side. Let's have a look. That shot was pretty good towards short. What happened? Just got tagged? Oh, that was pretty quick, to be fair. Not half bad, not half bad, but mostly given up by the fact that he wasn't killed off in the first place. And the CT's aggress forward against the rebuy back from the T sideline. An SMG for Shui, who might find himself a Han.
I am liking the aggressive approach down here towards Underpass. Even for Mangus, needs to deal with both of them. Difficult with the MP9 at this sort of range. Both players, who's going to peek first?
He's thinking about it. Mangus got some backup. The spray damage will come through pretty decently to the T side, but the kill goes the way of Enterprise, and Shane is forced to trade back in mid.
Yeah, maybe it's just a good day for Shane. Popped off in the second map, now in the third, finding some impact. And it comes down there to not having the trade in Underpass, but as soon as losing Shui, he just peeks out in con, fights towards that top mid portion. And now for Enterprise, regrouping all together, start thinking about retaking some of the mid control back.
So the smokes forward towards that mid control. Suppression held across the CT side line, waiting for their moment to strike. Enterprise slow rotating out towards Palace, going into the A play, it seems. 2 men to defend on MOUZ.
The clock is really going down low. And even for MHL, it's just going to be a single spot, and he's keeping his eyes towards Palace. This is perfect.
And Smoke's coming out towards Top Con, I believe, there from 1 man on the other side of the map. Flashes to come forward, no. Dry face, straight into the hands of the Orb. Sees the first, does get domed in by Eli. Shane's there for a fast response himself. Incendiary on the default plant position. That will force Eli off of it. No, he just sticks the plant, but he will fall in the end. Mangus alone towards the B-lurk, and they're unawares of him. They're checking all positions. That might allow the Spags to have to close in, and he's going to have direct eyes on the connector control. Spray through on Jimfat, and on Zershin. Now is Shane alone, and he's just got to go towards the side, stick on the defuse for 5 seconds, and the util Mangus' nade is going to come in a little bit late. Oh, and it misses. So Shane holds the whole round.
That was so anticlimactic. Honestly, he gets his HE down in the right position, he wins that. There was adequate time to make that happen. And it sails far right, doesn't it, Jay? Doesn't go into the right position. And just when you think that Mangus is the only player left, he's out on B, and the bomb plant is for default, I thought there was no chance in hell he was even going to keep that close. But he tried his absolute best, but not to be. 5-0.
To know how close you got and everything, and when they look back at that nade and see how it missed, they're going to be just absolutely decimated by that mentally. It's another round for MOUZ, another fantastic start for the Academy side. Sui's found Han as well. Yet to really get going on his T side. He's 0-6.
And just knowing that, again, just like Nuke, this is a good map for him. 1.43 rating in the last 3 months. 7 maps played, more than Nuke. He has been the king of Mirage for Enterprise. They need him. They need him desperately.
Smokes flashes in towards that mid control again. Eli was going to try take point, become the hero that Enterprise need. Even Blitz hasn't got a pick so far here in this map. Desertion out towards that ladder room. We'll keep his eyes on Eli. Walking up. Shoulder bait seen for the tag damage on Xerxes. Part of the Incendiary to drive him back or straight forward into the kill that Eli will take.
Split play on the cards. Jimfat playing out for the balcony. 40 seconds left, and Shane is caught off the lurk towards A. That's so much information to work with.
It doesn't force the rotate back from MOUZ just yet. Jimfat is going to wait here. The AWP of MHL will be playing a bait position, looking on towards that short angle, now towards the apartments as Blitz gets caught. Mangus swung upon. Jimfat continues to take face as the AWP continues firing. The lurk out towards Min is dealt with by Shui, so Mangus is left alone to go back and save. Surely will have absolutely no shot at this 1v4.
He might even die after time. How quickly does this frag get presented out towards TV? Ooh, Mangus just holds onto it. I think he'll be all right for the save now.
Back towards spawn, running all the way towards the A site. Get the hell out of there. Just hold on to that rifle because you don't have any other choice in the matter. 6-0. Tactical was just called there by Enterprise. And that probably would be the right time to call it here.
You've got to remember too, for Enterprise, they actually don't have a coach right now, Jay. We saw on April the 13th, Neva, who was the coach of this side, actually stepped down and became the esports talent scout of Enterprise. So they actually don't have a coach.
I wonder how that might affect things in terms of the conversation. It's always nice to have that sixth voice that sees over everything and is removed from all the internal ego that one player or several players might conflict with. They say this is what needs to be done to make things work. Enterprise have taken that tactical to discuss with themselves. Let's see whether there will be any significant change that will change the pace of this matchup. The AK is brought down around side the saved one. Stinks and Harm opt not to go for the buyback, however. Upgrade pistols on those two, and Eli's already attacked to 53. Gets the kill on Shane, though.
Gonna be the quicker A play. Already a good spot for information. HE dunk down towards the ramp players. Does some damage onto Mangus. This is very quick.
A flash forward, MHL and Shui backed away. Bomb plant will try and be secured here. Swing forward for Han, plant down, open at the other side. A default Bersertion lines him and back up. Mangus with a decent trade, back to the Slade by Xerxes, and once again it's Blitz here towards that short control. Tapping and not getting a kill this time. And MOUZ will not give him the time of day in this round.
I could have almost guaranteed it, Jay, that if that bomb went down in a 4v4, that round is won. Because Blitz has got the sickest backstab. He can come through to short, he can come down to CT, but it just doesn't happen. They try to get the bomb plant. Xerxes gets a couple of kills. I think a few of them might have actually been spams through the smoke. And there's no way Blitz checks this. This should be an easy kill win for Jimfat. Close it down completely, overlooks it, 7-0. And what we're seeing right now is obviously Han yet to get a pick. Blitz the same. The lurkers aren't really finding anything because the set X's are struggling. And it comes down to MOUZ NXT making some really good calls and having great counter utility. Even take this round as a prime example, Jay. This was an opening man advantage.
Leave hard might be 007 as well. I don't think if he got an assist. It's not looking good right now for Enterprise's main men. Blitz only on 0 frags by virtue of the TK he got a little bit earlier on in the pistol eco round, one of the earlier plays in this map up. Enterprise being ripped apart at the seams, and MOUZ just happy to keep it going, keep it moving, keep this whole thing flowing their way. In fact, AK into the apartments, the Incendiary is ready for Shui to go down.
So aggressive, and such an off angle too towards that left-hand side. The peek comes through, the bomb gets dropped. Oh, you feel for Mangus, and now Blitz is even gonna fall.
Oh dear. Or ready for the frag against Eli. The MHL is holding back. Han does get one trade, finally getting something back alongside the AWP dropping. But Zershin's still watching here on shore. As Stinks has grabbed that bomb, he's got to rotate and decide where his team is going to commit.
Even Jimfat re-smokes off that apartment's entrance, so that's going to stall for some further time. Shane's maybe thinking that the T's could readapt and start moving into an A-split down towards Connector. The E-Live is waiting for Zershin to peak, but so far the CTs aren't really overextending.
Han gets his frag back, and now the A site's opened up. Zershin swung upon towards short, gets Eli to trade back a 2-on-2. Flash is in, is he ready for Stinks? Apparently not. He drops in against him, and Stinks will be able to look the right way at the right time, get the pick back. Now Jimfat in his own 1v2 situation.
Get that bomb down, open for the short position. Decent post plan as of right now, get Han into the top of con and in around jungle. And now for Jimfat, you wonder, is it possible? He doesn't have a smoke to work with. That's the issue.
Got a flash and a molly. An AK for headshots. Will Enterprise break the round streak from MOUZ? Be a pretty big one. Stinks is turned away from CT spawn. Jimfat won't make the move. He'll look for the exit frags. Way too late on this one. It's not going to work. I think he realized. I thought he had a smoke. Gets out of dodge in the end. Stinks might fall to the bomb blast. That at least makes it expensive for the T side, but MOUZ don't have cash either.
And they'll be able to struggle in a buy, but they will be able to get it all together. They'll be disappointed about that, to be honest, mate. That's a 5-on-3. What a shot coming through for Han. So he was, what, just pre-firing that top left position at the top of COD, and then just had to fight over to the left-hand side, and then Stinks even on the drop-down from Zershin. How impactful that kill really was to the round.
Well, James Bond numbers and James Bond reactions, it looks like, there from the man as he finally gets his first couple picks on the board in that round. Burst forward from Shui. Look at how far forward he wants to get towards this Mangus, however, with the kill. Burst fire from Zershin's got to get that trade, and indeed he will be able to do so. Stinks tagged down by the Molotov thrown up towards the apartments. Easily killed off by Jimfat there. Swinging back to the headshot to double up and make up for the clutch he couldn't win in the last round. Eli left alone in this one. Sprays back as he does catch Zershin, but Jimfat is still looking for his triple. Might just get it, but MHL steals it. MOUZ win the half.
I think they're mentally checked out, if I'm going to be honest, Jay. They've got some very poor protocols on this T side. And even that, think about what Mangus does. He gets an opening man advantage in top mid, and then he's double dipping. Get out of there! Why does he need to fight again? There is no need for him to re-aggress. He'd already backed off, and he just took the fight onto Zershin. Not good enough. Poor decision-making in certain situations, and I think they are checked out.
Still waiting for a bit more evidence before I agree with you on that front, Dweg. But I don't blame you for thinking that way. Swings forward to the T-side line, flashes forward as Stinks desperately tries to look for a kill against Shane. It's him and Shui a double up. Shui still at sandwich, gets Mangus as well towards the stairs. Blitz drops, Han left, 1v5, bomb's been dropped. His luck, again, could have been something, but with the main T-side forcing the bomb being dropped by MOUZ, it's nothing.
And just to think how much impact Blitz had on the first map, how he was probably their strongest player in the first half of the second, and now we're just seeing nothing. The birthday boy turned 22 today. Would have been great to end it on a high, to have a great result, and instead, on Mirage, one of the strongest maps in the pool for Enterprise, as too for MOUZ NXT, it has just been a dominating affair.
I don't even know how to follow that up, Blake, because you've summed up every point you could possibly make. Dominating affair. Decimating match. Scoreline of 9-1 inbound from MOUZ. Han will probably have to try and face forward to go down and get the money bonus here for the Enterprise camp. Shui, well, just barely spotting Mangus in the gap in that smoke, I believe, in the bottom right-hand edge. Han trying to get anything out of this one, an exit frag if possible, but definitely not going to happen. All 5 alive. MOUZ in full control for this matchup, and it's funny how we were saying, oh, this is going to be the banger map, the even territory between these two sides, but maybe MOUZ, you know, playing against those academy sides, maybe they don't have the quite the right protocols that a team like Enterprise, who have been playing on the international stage, would have. Enterprise's experience against the top-end squads not really paying out for them right now, being ripped apart by the Academy team.
And there's no excuses, and there's not really any reasons to why it's 9-1 going into a map like this. And Jimfat aggressive towards that underpass position, catches off the first, that's a lot of damage being done. The HE back, there it is, stinks the drop.
Another one bites the dust. Flashes forward into that underpass control. Mangus will try swing forward and gain control of it. And around that corner, the flashes in from the CT forces. Xertion gonna wait with Mangus leaning forward, backed up on the Enterprise boys.
Even the walk away, he's hearing the footsteps. He knows that there was footsteps and at least presence being shown in the apartments. Now, with his aggressive approach, that is so much information to both mid and the A players that they're probably going to get hit.
Yeah, the incendiary as well to clear out the kitchen angle. You can probably start forcing forward. The smokes down from MHL will suppress him, so now they'll know that they're going for mid control, so they will start the action and moving forward in apps. Start the rotation as well towards that A site. Eli, foot's been seen. Shane can get some decent damage, but it might still be a short play into that B site with underpass still being contested by one man. Now it comes up to the CT defensive insertion to try and deal with Mangus, but his back's turned. Jimfat's still in apps. He's gonna have to hold against these short individuals, and Mangus is now being detected, trying to go for the life on Xertion, but he just gets the standard kill.
Oh, it's a cancel. They're going in towards A. They know it's already been ripped apart, and now Blitz drops the bomb. MHL to be able to fight from the top of con. The NWP from Hard doing his absolute best. Time is low. Another fight being presented, but not being found. 10 on the board. Double digits for MOUZ NXT. And you could just see there for Enterprise. As soon as that pick comes through, and there's aggressive apartment starts, that's it. It's a cancel. We've got to go A, and then they run into MHL.
Mangus barely even knew he was about to die there. Harm with his frags fought so well to do something here with the AWP. He's trying to step up and make up for the very bad start he had at the start of this map. But it just feels like it's too little too late from him and from Enterprise now.
And where are the players that we know play this map so often? The E-Live, 18 times in the last 3 months. Mangus, 17. Blitz, 18. Stinks, 11. Hans, 7. A lot of Mirage gets played for this Enterprise side. And we're not seeing it fit together at all. MOUZ NXT, it's been a rollover. And I guess we've had similar signs over the last couple of days, Jay, of maybe some of the series that we were expecting to have competitive maps be completely the opposite. Mirage between Imperial and Forza are probably a prime example.
Broken bite for Enterprise here in round 12. The Eagles onto Tech 9 on 1. Teams try to set themselves up in apps to get something out of this one. Stinks. Back to run whole hog into the M4. Xertion with a kill found. Jimfat will be traded. Mangus swings upon and does get a Deagle shot back, so they do actually manage to gain control of the B site here.
And this is a lovely side take coming through from Enterprise. Great trading ability out from the balcony itself. And now for MOUZ NXT, this is a difficult retake to work with.
Yeah, they won't even mob for it. Save the weapons. Concede the take. Enterprise have managed to steal here. Their second finally on the board. It has taken quite the amount of time before they've even gotten to this point. MOUZ have maintained such a ridiculous CT side that it might already be been of one from here. You mentioned that 9 rounds was kind of the benchmark point for MOUZ here on this map up. They've got that, and they still have a chance to get more.
And just thinking about MOUZ's perspective, the fact that you come through in the closed qualifier, have some very decent results. A 2-0 against Sprout and a 2-0 against Sinners is a very good day in the office. Beating Forza in one hell of a close best of 3, and now beating Enterprise to go up to the playoffs. It shows that this run has got a lot to it, and how dominant MOUZ NXT can be outside of the Academy Leagues, even if they don't play in these events all too often.
Yeah, 8 rounds to separate Enterprise. Trying to mount up a comeback. Look at how close Shane's going to get in the midst of the smoke, though. All sets of footsteps working around against him. Incendiaries towards underpass. Shuey going to wait for his chance to strike Shane. The edge of the smoke as MHL gets picked up. Should with the trade chain with 1 and 2. Knows about number 3, but he can't quite connect it. Doesn't matter. Zershid and Jimfat have his back.
And it just shows the confidence, doesn't it, Jay? Because that's the adaptability that they're doing on the City side, just squeezing themselves into situations where it's even difficult to farfen. You're working around the top mid smoke, there's distractions being pulled, he's able to catch them off, sleeping off guard, and even some of that util damage. Jimfat being the B-side anchor, consistently putting those incendiaries and HGs down to good effect. Shui and Shane the same.
Orb set in for Han, Incendiary sent back, Smokes coming in far too late, burning the 63 HP. Zershin's nade, tagging him even further. MHL watching, ready for that Orb to pop out to get that pick in. Instead, it's Shui with the opener down towards underpass. Han picked up by that M4. MHL will strike on Blitz, and Mangus and Stinks 2 on 5.
Even the re-peek down towards that window position. Mangus stuck down low. Stinks does find an opener. Oh, what a shot from MHL, mate!
That's so sick. It's the best shot in what was otherwise a round of stellar shots and stellar plays and stellar kills from MOUZ NXT. 12-2, looking for 13-2. And if I'm being honest, Blake, now I reckon that, yeah, they're checked out.
I called it in the ITV series early, mate, in that second map, and I've called it early here as well. You can just tell sometimes by the way that their protocols are, the way that it's all falling apart, and for MOUZ NXT, this is such a good performance from them, but an embarrassing showing from Enterprise.
Yeah, needless to say. After we hyped it up so much as well, it's like, oh, it's going to be a fantastic map. We're going to go back and forth, have an absolutely banger of a time when we're up. No. It's a banger of a time, but banger for MOUZ. Banged out on Enterprise. Spray through for Shui, trying to do some damage early to the T-side players exiting out of Palace. It's harm with the opening kill. Shui can trade it, and the AWP of MHL can catch Eli looking the wrong way. A double up towards Stinks. One player out on the open of Han, dealt with by Jimfat. Mangus, 1v4. He's done.
Every single time we get the B lurks, it's the site capitulating. No one even holding. And for Mangus, they're watching him. They know the backstab's coming.
Jimfat, 1 point of health, take point on this defensive here at the murder hole. It should be easy for him though. Mangus spotted, not quite dead. AWP of MHL ready for the swing and ready for the kill. 13-2 for MOUZ, and after this break, we won't have much of a CT side for Enterprise.
Keep going left. You're close to monster. Keep going left.
Go, go. Right. Turn right.
Right. Right side. Right side monster.
Right,
yes, to the right, to the right.
Yes, there.
What?
Shoot, left.
Yes, a bit more to the right. Bit more.
Down
We're close.
Right. You shoot him. Yes, left now. Okay.
More right. Left now. He's sneaking to the left. Left, okay, he went short. Just sneak.
No, forward, left. Behind you. Turn, left. Yeah, go.
180 degrees.
Go.
Close left. He's knifing you.
You need to buy something. Okay, wait. You're looking down. Wait, can you move your mouse? Yes? Left. Yes, go.
You're close to pillar. You're going default. Shoot. To the right. Yes. Take your weapon out. Left. To the right a little bit. More. Down.
Left. Turn left.
Down on left. Yes, and go to the right. Move to the right. Left. Shoot. To the right.
No. Right. Turn right.
It's on side or... Okay. You're in good position. Just select this.
Shoot. Right.
Go back. Yes. Okay. Yeah, to the right.
It's
right. Mouse to the right. Yes.
Yeah, go forward now. A bit right, a bit right, a bit right. Yeah, not that much.
You're walking water. He's to your left, short. To your left, short. Down, mouse. Little bit up. Left. He's okay. Just plant the bomb. Take the bomb out and go.
Left. Oh no, Hubert is shooting. Left. Take your MP9. Take MP9.
Number 5 for bomb. Okay, go behind you. You are short. Yes, keep going. Now plant.
Move forward. Left a bit. Yeah, shoot right.
No. Left. So close to you. Down.
Shoot right. Yeah, nice. Go defuse. Yeah, you kill him.
Did I kill him?
Bomb is,
Oh my god.
Yes, bomb forward.
Chcete se také cítit výjimečně? Pořiďte si naší věrnostní kartu. Z každého nákupu vám na ní vrátíme 1% zpět. Elektrovort.cz.
Complete contrasting performance from Enterprise on their T side of this Mirage. Certainly not something we were expecting, Dwayne. 13-2 means that surely they're already out of this one.
And just knowing we had some decent T-sides from Enterprise in that closed qualifier, up against Apex on that third map decider, 9 rounds on T-side, up against Entropic Prague where Mirage was picked by them, 8 rounds on the T-side. Today, Jay, it is 2 rounds on the T-side. That is abysmal.
There might be 2 rounds in this map up if MOUZ get this pistol. Glocks out on the T side, playing their way into the B side. Surely it's a quick pop from Apps.
Yeah, it could well be. Got the util to work with. Now they have boosted Mangus up. This might be a difficult position to check, to be honest.
Well, no one's really gone for any high IQ plays so far for the Enterprise side, so maybe this could be a bit of a curveball. He fires so early and it's nothing on Shui's part, but Shane and Jimfat walk right past him and he gets no kill shots. Shui trading back on Han's decent response to the 4 versus 3. The bomb's gone down and Han is fallen.
Oh, everything's falling apart. Backstab in from Market. Backstab coming through from the apartment itself. The Eli's just going to get pressed aggressively, and Shui makes sure that he is a goner. Blitz, 1 kill in the entire map so far. I feel for the Romanian. He has had a tough time here on Mirage.
Yeah, I don't even know what else you can add at this point. Goose down, a 21 HP, desperately tapping to try and catch a kill on Shane. He does get him in the end, but it'll be 1 bonus kill to what would otherwise be a 14th pistol round for MOUZ in this second half. And there's no way out from here. Like, this is going to be a cruise through the next 2 rounds. Unless something absolutely special comes out from Enterprise.
I wonder if Enterprise actually even forced. Do they just eco to get the rifles out? You're not really working with the best of 2 scenarios, and they will decide to force down, get that FAMAS out for Blitz. Pretty much pistols up for everybody else. And for Enterprise, unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be the lower bracket where they're looking next.
The most likely outcome for them, MOUZ trying to get bound onto that playoff position, trying to face Fnatic in the next round of the group stage. Quick force forward from MHL ahead of the smokes. Missed window smoke from MOUZ doesn't look all that encouraging here. Another one does come down to the end. They have the firepower to deal with any sort of peaks that the CTs will take. Blitz, however, does win that opening fight. Connector control being gained by Shui, though.
Oh, so much just to through the smoke. Now he's trying to see if he can lead up towards the A site. There is a trade back, and it's a man advantage for a moment.
Han dealt with by Zershin there, also in the sniper's nest. Mangus on 12 points of health. The nade from Jimfat will finish him. Eli known towards Diggerbooth, and Shane's looking to try and trade back against the kill against Shui. God, the confidence on these guys to go for these wild swings and still win out the rounds. The bomb will get picked up and committed towards the A site. They should know where Stinks is. You won't even get a crack at this.
It's the fact that Jimfat has fallen twice going into the 17th round. Just never seems to go down. The Sting's tried his best to keep this round expensive, but it's not to be. Shane towards the top of Con is going to grant 15 rounds on the board for MOUZ NXT. The most one-sided map we have seen in this entire competition. It's so out of the realm of possibility that anyone could have expected a 15-2 scoreline on this decider.
Well, 13 map points for Enterprise to try and bring back here on the CT side. If there was a half to do it, it would be CT. Does that make it likely? No. Does that make it possible? Maybe. I highly doubt anything's happening right here, Dweg.
I don't have much faith. Not really much at all. Knowing the buy of where it sits, another one of these A plays, even the E-Live down towards Underbound is going to get forced out in the open by the Molly.
Molly set, MHL kill found on Han. Eli drop into the hands of Shane. A 5-on-3 gain as they fall back out of dodge, escape through the murder hole. The plant will be secured.
Retake mode underway for the Enterprise lot. Even getting that Swag 7 into a close position. And Enterprise, they're hoping that MOUZ NXT just get over-aggressive on the post plant.
Well, they want to get aggressive, but they'll still win those fights. And Blitz and Stinks will get a couple back, but Stinks traded and now responded to by Shane. 16-2 for MOUZ NXT, a decimating affair on that third and final map. And I feel so deflated having hyped up as much as we did, Dweg, because ultimately it did not deliver for Enterprise. What happened? I know you can't actually explain exactly what happened, but I just want you to theorize how did this turn out the way that it did?
Well, we obviously saw a slow start, right? Individually, not even the round speaking. Harm was 0-6. I think Blitz was 0-6. And those are your two guys. Those are your two playmakers on the T side of Mirage. They've gone very quiet. Opening man advantages weren't coming at all. And then I think once you're sort of 0-6, 0-7 down, you're giving away silly mistakes, poor trading. They weren't holding man advantages even when they were coming in scarce amounts. And then once you've offered up AKs on the CT side, you just know they're going to play with confidence. And from that point onwards, it was just a steamroll.
Yeah, I don't even know what else to say other than this point. Like, we've gone over all the issues that we've seen from that Enterprise side. Obviously for MOUZ, it's fantastic, right? Because you rolled such a great contest from the word go. You had two dominating maps in the 16-8 and the 16-2, and you just won this series pretty effectively and just gained control of this that second playoff spot, the penultimate playoff spot here in the Pub League, and now to take on Fnatic. I mean, they're destined for great things, these guys. I just kind of wish there was more, honestly, because I felt like this one could have been a really close matchup at the end.
It should have been. All avenues were saying that it was going to be a close third map decider, but not to be at all. You can even look at it from the perspective of MOUZ NXT and say it probably should have been a 2-0. They had 3 map points, or 2 map points, I should say, 15-13, 15-14, to really close it. They weren't able to do so. It went all the way to overtime. So you're in a situation where they had a couple of chances to make sure that they get it over the line, not to be. And because of that, I think they just stepped it up in the second and third map.
And that they did. Certainly a victory that they have earned their right towards. Again, very dominant in second and third maps over on Mirage. And of course, over on Nuke. And it's a very positive day as they will be in the playoffs of Republic League Season 3. We're going to have a chat with Zershin now here on the MOUZ NXT side. A good victory for his squad and a good performance from him overall. Congratulations on the win, mate. Looked real easy towards the end there. Were you as unexpecting of that map as we were on Mirage?
I mean, to be honest, we kind of expected it. I'll be honest, I'm really sick today. You can probably hear it in my voice. And I kind of had an off day today. I didn't really play well. Not only to sickness, I kind of let things get to me a bit too easy today. But yeah, I think that we knew that we can win. I think the first map was, even though it was really close, I think we didn't play well as a team. I think it was too much individuals playing. I don't think we helped each other as much as we should have, you know, in the moment. I don't think we did great that map, but yeah.
Zershin, I want to ask about the map pool, because I think in the last 3 months, we've actually seen you guys not play many best of 3s. It's been a lot of best of 1s. We don't often get to see you in this sort of an environment. So is it more difficult to sort of strengthen your map pool when you're always playing best of 1s rather than best of 3s?
Not really. I don't think it changes much, to be honest. I think we have a pretty decent map pool now, but for us, as I said now as well, like it's all about how we play in the day as a team, you know. When we don't play well, like we can lose games. Like I think on Inferno, it was a really close game still, but I think in my opinion, played really bad as a team. And yeah, it's something that we have to reflect and watch on. And yeah, I think that our map pool is pretty strong, and yeah.
Well, you guys are a squad that oftentimes just end up sitting in the Academy League and mostly playing in that as your primary tournament. Occasionally you do dip out and do other tournaments like Republic, for example. So I just wanted to try to just ask about the contrast between the Academy League and this tournament. Like, what's that like for you as a squad?
Again, sorry?
So what's it like playing against like competition from Academy League and then coming over to a tournament like Republic? Like, how's that transition for you guys? Is it pretty seamless, or is there more to it than just that?
I think it's really fun. I think the games here are much more. I mean, at least most of them are much more. How do you say it? Like, for example, when we play, we can come into a game and we have no data on opponents at all. Like, they're a completely new squad. They come in, we play first time with this roster, and it's so unexpected what they do. They just play really loose CS. Like, OG Academy, for example, is a good example. They have really good individuals in that team, but we had no idea what they're doing, and they play really loose CS, and that's why they beat us the first time, in my opinion. And when you come into this Republic, which is maybe a better tournament, like in terms of tier, like the level of competition, obviously, you always have data on opponents. You can always rely on it. You can always know kind of what is their style, and I think that is really helpful to play against when you have data.
I want to ask about Shane on Nuke, because typically speaking, like we look at you, we look at MHL towards outside, even Shui puts on some really good performances in your recent results. We don't often get to see much of Shane on Nuke, and it felt like today he had just a really good game. He was finding so many multi-frags. What do you think changed, typically speaking, to how Shane was today on Nuke?
I think, to be honest, I think Shane played really well today. I think we kind of needed it. I think after Inferno, everyone was a bit broken mentally because we didn't play well as a team. Everyone knew it, and I think it's really nice that he could pull through and kind of push us out of the hole by making some nice plays on beginning. I think he went down vent like twice and made really nice plays on the start of D-side, which really set us up on the right foot to win the game. But yeah, I think he really helped us, and yeah, I'm really proud of him.
And you got very, very good reason to be proud, because towards the end of that series, you guys looked dominant, and that's momentum swinging into your next match in the upper bracket finals of this group stage. You've secured your spot in the playoffs, but now you're playing for a spot in the semi-finals against the likes of Fnatic. Give me some thoughts going into that match. Do you have any reservations about this team, or is it just going to be just the standard stuff for you guys?
Yeah, I think they're a great team. I think they are, even with the new roster, the best team in this tournament, in my opinion. I think they have really good players individually, all of them. I think they have, I mean, at least from outside, it looks like role-wise, they have a pretty good team as well. I don't think there is a weak link in that team. Maybe, I don't know how MOUZ will do this in IGL, but as a player, we all know that he's great, right? So, yeah, I'm looking forward to play against them. I think it's really fun to play them. Even if we lose or win, for me, it's really nice because you get experience. They're really good players who played in major playoffs like Nikodos and Royje, right? They are both people who went really far in the last major. And obviously Creams is a legendary player, and Heap is somebody who has been in a tier 2 scene for a bit now, right? So yeah, just really looking forward to playing against them. Nothing changes. I think if we play well, we have a really good shot against them because they're a new team. But I think it depends a lot on us because yeah, if we cannot play like we did today, in my opinion, the first two maps, if we want to have a good chance against them.
We'll see how much of a chance you guys do have. Definitely great to see the optimism from you, Zersh, and definitely deserved in terms of your victory today. Once again, congratulations on your victories. Thanks for joining us, and good luck going into the next match.
Thank you very much, guys.
Awesome. Well, there it is, Dweg, MOUZ, NXT, looking fantastic towards the end of that series. And again, such a well-earned victory for them, especially in Maps 2 and Maps 3. So the bracket now looks like we've decided what most of our upper will end up looking like here, with Fnatic, of course, waiting in the wings from earlier on today, defeating that Sinners side, and MOUZ, of course, dispatching of Enterprise down into the lower bracket and making their move up again to the playoffs of REPUBLEAGUE.
I don't think many people could have expected the upper bracket to be Fnatic and MOUZ NXT. I think most people probably would have pinned Fnatic Imperial or Fnatic Forza. I think that was the most likely outcome to actually be in that upper bracket final. But it just shows you, Jay, how a few upsets here or there, a team not performing on a day, can change the course of a bracket entirely.
Indeed, and of course the rest of the bracket is still to play out in the lower side of things. Of course, you saw those matches on screen a little bit a moment ago, and this is what our schedule will look like tomorrow at the slightly earlier start time of 3 p.m. CEST. We've got Sinners taking on Forza and Enterprise taking on Finest for elimination in tomorrow's proceedings. I do kind of want to look towards Sinners and Forza being a very interesting one, but I feel like Enterprise Finest might be a bit more of a closer contest, especially if Enterprise can mount up to the level that they've already proven that they can muster.
And they've obviously got to bounce back from today. And if we think back to what Finest are able to do in their opening game against the Sinners and then against ITB, it does show from day to day, teams can bounce back and they can actually be a lot more positive. It's just whether they show that in the server. So both games tomorrow, a lot to play for in the lower bracket run for survival.
Indeed. Again, make sure you're tuning in the earlier start time of 3 p.m. CEST because that's when we'll kick off the rest of our lower bracket in our next 2 elimination games here in Group P of Republic Season 3. But for today, that's all we have time for you. So I want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. And we invite you to join us back here tomorrow for even more Group B action.
Komfortní doprava u nás není virtuální realita. Spotřebič vyneseme, připojíme a starý odvezeme. Elektrovort.cz
get sober, and nothing else matters. I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again, and you better start walk, girl. Open up your sleepy heel, talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now. What do you see? You can be anything you want to be. You know, you will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself, and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and be you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now. What do you see? You can be anything you want to be. You know, you will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day.
No. Pretty Caroline, stone cold stunner. She was a winner, started working at the dime. Serves as a reminder to count your blessings, 'cause it's telling fair. Put you down and leave you there, don't make them scared. Yeah, it's the ugly truth. How they come back for you. Yeah, no. Don't you think you're better off where the neighbors don't stay? Baby, you're wanted. Looking good for the movie screens, living in make-believe, hoping your wishes get granted. I know you never forgiven up unless it's real. A slippery slope, it's not enough to please you. Pretty Caroline, stone cold stunner. She was a winner, started working at the dime. Serves as a reminder to count your blessings, 'cause it's telling fair. Put you down and leave you there, don't make them scared. Yeah, it's the ugly truth. How they come back for you. Yeah. It's the missed opportunity.
put you down and leave you there. Don't make them scared. Yeah, that's the truth. How they coming for you. Yeah, yeah, oh.
Bye.